the sound of going live?
Yeah,
Sound of
Oh,
the
This is
sounds
the
of
sound
going
of
live.
going live.
that's all of the electric internet going through the pipes, revving
Oh
up.
boy.
it's working.
Well, maybe what happened last time will happen, where everything went glitchy and weird at the beginning, and we'll have to restart. I hope
That's
that's not
exciting.
the case, but you never know. We'll see. Chat will let me know soon enough.
What do you have
Hey,
against
guys are
glitchy
like
weirdness?
glitchy weirdness.
Pretty bigoted, if you ask me.
It's
Yeah.
just me, they say, as the third comment. Loser.
Nice try, idiot.
Freeze a crowd, okay? That's what they say. That's the saying. Yeah, we got lots of hellos. I don't see any
Hello.
any
Goodbyes?
Oh no, I
That would
can't
be odd if
hear
they
you.
said that, Mahler.
What? Why would you want to
We
say
just
goodbye?
begun. No, I'm saying there's no goodbyes.
Okay. Anyway,
It would be odd if they said that because we just started. We just arrived.
that's
we
a
just
really
got
good
here.
observation. I agree with you.
Well, you know what? I'm just trying to pull my fucking weight around here, if you don't mind.
Give us another one.
You said before we went. Now listen, this is not acceptable. Before we started,
Wow.
this motherfucker said, "Hey, we need to do some banter." And some Elden Ring was mentioned. I don't know. I'm sure Theo's gonna shit on all over it for whatever. I don't know. It's something about a gardening or a tree or whatever. And then Mahler was like, "We got to banter." So here I am bantering about greetings and whatnot. And he's like, "Oh, the rag is a fool." I'm not.
Put on
I'm
your
doing
little
what you
jester
said
hat.
to do.
Do it. Little jester hat. I dare
I am
you.
wearing a hat right now. It's a black
And then
hat.
do some somersaults while going.
Yeah.
I am not, however, even though I'm wearing a
And you have
black
a little
hat, I
honky
am not a
horn.
black hat.
That's right. And do a little dance. Go on, dance.
I can dance.
Do it.
Well, I'm not going to do it right now.
Oh.
Oh,
The visual
okay.
component
Isn't
that
that what
is.
they all say?
Listen,
I can,
they don't
but
all
I'm just
say
not
that.
gonna right now.
No,
I know
that's,
the
that's
answer,
not
but I'm not
something a
gonna
lot of
tell
people say
you.
at all. What you need to understand is that dancing is very heavily implied to have a strong visual component, and so without that, it's just, like I'm not going to bother. Plus, I'd have to take off the headset. I'd have to hop down off
We
this
have
chair.
sufficient imagination to
Yeah, the
picture
dancing
it
of the mind, as they say.
That's
All
right.
right, okay, fine. If you fine, look, I'm doing it. Here I go. Wow.
Whoa,
oh
look
my
him
gosh,
go.
That was
wow,
awfully
yeah,
fast.
see that. Well, yeah, I'm a fast dancer.
I don't believe it.
Look,
I
Brad,
feel
just
tricked.
because we're trying to imagine it, doesn't mean that you have the right to lie to us.
I do have I do though, right?
I think he does have the right to
should
lie to
you,
us.
right?
Yeah.
Or that rather that you ought not. You should dance for real.
Is
Ooh, look,
lying a
philosopher
protected
over
right?
I don't know, actually. Surely I could... Like, how many Skittles are in the cup? I can lie about that legally, I assume. Right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe.
They can't do nothing about that.
But I'd watch yourself. Maybe just don't comment on the number of Skittles in the tube,
I was under the impression that there were 17 Skittles, and so the reality of there being 18 does not make me a liar. Makes me confused.
I cannot confirm or deny the allegations as to there being 18 Skittles in the tube.
You want some banner?
I'd like a
Skittles
lawyer.
suck.
Oof.
I
Wow.
don't think
Listen.
they suck. I like M&Ms more, but I don't.
M&Ms
think
are
M&Ms
the
are better, but,
superior.
You know.
Yeah, M&Ms are clearly better. It is not a credit to M&Ms that they're better because it's just chocolate, really.
Right? If somebody likes Skittles, for like being sour, or if they just prefer that taste.
Oh yeah,
wrong,
sour
right?
Skittles. Those are all right. Sour Skittles are all right. They're better than
Oh.
default Skittles.
Oh boy! All right.
Well, I mean, it's you can have your opinions here.
You don't
This is
agree?
Opinion podcast. Every frame
But
of opinion.
I personally
Frame of
like
opinion.
M&Ms more, but I like chocolate more.
I mean, on the
Mm.
sour Skittle question.
I like those more than the regular Skittles. Yeah.
Yeah, I do too.
All right. Well, that's settled then. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's go with that.
Excellent.
We've
I
solved
wonder.
it.
I wonder if
are
there's
we-
any viability to like coffee-based Skittles of just like it's just totally better. Here you go. Here's some coffee Skittles.
That sounds revolting. There's
just a
probably a
coffee.
market for that. There's probably a market.
It's just a coffee bean with like green paint around it or something,
There's
like
a
food
coffee
coloring.
bean, but Some guy in a factory just paints some S's on them.
I
Well,
feel like
he's
everyone.
got his tiny little paintbrush and
Yeah.
and-
Hey, for the living.
Everyone, when they were kid, had that moment where they tried a coffee bean and realized, oh, this is awful.
Well, I mean, Rags, how do you feel about coffee in general?
Yeah.
I'm not a coffee guy. I will drink coffee if it's got a lot of stuff done to it. Milk and cream and sugar and stuff like that. But black coffee, I think it tastes vile. I hate it. I think it's awful.
It's
Um,
that's what I drink every day.
I'm
I
Oh
like
drinking
my
me
right
god. Yeah, my
now.
mom
mocha
does, and I
fefe.
don't know how she does it. Jesus
So
Christ.
you have like a little machine that makes the thing. It's really easy actually.
like a Keurig.
Sure.
Well, because there is a difference
That's
between
one of your words,
black
Metal.
coffee if you make
No.
it, putting the coffee in and then pouring the hot water in, and all right, well, my job's done. But I don't like black coffee myself. I need milk in there and sugar.
When I was younger and I first experienced the broken promise of the difference between the smell of coffee and the taste of coffee, that was like a
I
formative
know,
moment.
right? Oh my! I love the smell of coffee. Coffee smells wonderful, but the taste is it requires heavy moderation and experimentation and tampering from its natural state for me to be, into it.
That's what the barista arts are all about, you know?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
brilliant.
How about them
Another-
Skittles?
All right. Next,
Another debate
next
solved.
banter topic.
Another
Yes, that's
another
right.
banter done.
Another case closed.
So much
Now we've
mediation and
solved that.
conflict resolution here.
And
Right.
we're great at
Kinda-
this.
Kind of really intense, actually, in my opinion. So. We before we get started on the main event, everyone is here to see us be re-educated into the world of loving the Acolyte. It'll be very exciting.
Well,
Ooh,
got
I
some,
love the Acolyte.
choice
I can't
selections
wait until
here.
the next episode happens, and we get to watch it
could
together.
Very much indeed have a little. Is it still okay to say chinwag, or is that offensive now?
I haven't even heard that word before.
But
I was about to say, are you referring to the main actor? Because that's really offensive to call him that.
It's when you're having.
His
a
name is
little
not
chat.
Chinwag.
It's wonderful. I think personally, and I wonder how many words are they going to take from us. That's all I have to say. How long
think like
before they
7
take
more.
the word?
Wow.
I don't know.
Take the phrase.
Oh my
I can't believe you
god!
said that so just like this. Kind of fucked.
Offended greatly. Now,
Fender Rooney.
okay, I'm sorry. I'm just moving things around. Okay, this will make sense.
You got it.
Never.
This is great banter.
Nice.
Why don't you know what came out recently? A little DLC for a little video game, and we happen to be in luck where we're waiting for the wonderful people to pour in. So why don't we have banter about that? Metal, Theo, why don't you tell
Whoa.
us what it's been like? And I will inject my opinions here and there because I've played some of it as well.
What about me?
You've never played it. You suck. You're the worst. You could
Well,
go
listen,
talk about people saying goodbye or whatever.
I know that I would have liked to have been offered to be included in this.
Okay, fine. Little Platoon, you can talk about it if you want to. Now,
I have
we
not
got-
played it.
Oh,
I will be
never mind.
honest about
Okay.
that. I
There you
do
go.
suck, and I haven't played it.
You played
Damn.
any Souls game, you loser.
I
Big
have played
suit.
like base game Elden Ring for a bit, but I'm incredibly impatient, and I very quickly lost patience, so I stopped.
Hmm.
It looked good though.
Well,
All right.
let's find out. Is it good? Metal, Theo, report back from the trenches of video game
You
land.
wanna
So
go
should-
first, Metal?
I was about to ask, should I talk or do you just want to spit hot lava immediately?
You know what,
Metal,
you-
get them
after you.
ready. Get them warmed
I'll
up.
go first.
I mean,
I'll go
I'm not
first.
as harsh, I think, but there's this. So I think I haven't finished it yet, but I got to the last boss. I tried him, and that was not a great experience. And I didn't even get to the second phase, but that's a whole other thing. From all the bosses I've fought so far, which was like 7, 2 of them I found enjoyable. One of them is really good. The rest either just kind of exists or is big woompy guy who moves around fast and the camera almost breaks its neck. You know, the classics. They did like this weird thing where so normally when you get a DLC in Elden Ring, you go in there with your guy. It's like, yo, I'm gonna do the thing, and then you start doing the DLC. Here you go to the first boss and you get fucking shafted because they have this weird scaling going on, which I still don't know why they did it that way. And you wonder, well, so you just go and level up more. It's like, I mean, you could do that, but my character that I went in there was level 171, which is very high for a new game.
Gee, that's so many. Holy fuck!
Yeah.
171.
It's only 171 levels.
Each individual level in a Souls game doesn't give you that much on its own.
Yeah.
You get 1 point in one stat.
Yeah, it all scales.
And then I don't know, they make you go explore, which I guess is their idea. You go around, explore, and pick up skibbity blessings. So I think Mauler's Discord called him that, and
I'm
just
patient 0 for that, I'm afraid.
oh, you were that.
Skibbity
Oh, see,
blessing.
yeah, because
All right.
I found it really funny. And
Scadu tree is now Skibbity Blessing, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to pick those up, and you get like I actually don't know what the percentages are now, but in the beginning it was like 4% more damage and 2% more defense or something. They
Hey,
scaled it up
percentages
now
are
for the
important.
first 10 levels. I haven't checked the numbers though, so I don't know about that. But yeah, basically you need to go around and pick those up so you get the scaling, and the scaling is pretty crazy. The more you go on, like I think when I first checked, my damage was like 700 something, and I'm now like 1,300. Like I almost doubled my power just by picking those up. Most of them, they just lie around, so you don't even need to really, I don't know, beat up enemies for it. A bunch of them are behind bosses. I think there's like one boss where you get 2 that I've encountered so far. I haven't picked them up, all of them yet.
There is 5 of them behind one boss.
5? Jeez, okay.
5.
That's interesting. But yeah, that's not even my biggest problem with DLC. Like, I guess they just, I guess it's kind of fun to explore if you're into that in the beginning. It's like, oh, okay, I found these things. But then like consecutive playthroughs, I feel like it's like, oh, that's just another thing of busy work I need to do now, instead of just picking up all the, all the stuff for upgrading your weapons, getting the levels, and now when you want to do DLC, you need to go around for like 45 minutes, an hour, and just pick all those up. But yeah, that's fine. But I just think my main thing with like Souls games in general is the bosses. That's the thing I'm looking forward to. I want to go to the next boss, have a great time fighting the boss, and that's it. And most of the bosses, I didn't have the greatest time in the world.
I enjoyed watching
they have
you
like
fight the fireman. He wasn't even a boss.
the fireman.
Yeah, he was like the big mob at the beginning.
Oh yeah, he was like a big guy that they showed in the trails. Like, ooh, look at this big man with the fire and stuff. And it's like there's like 3 of them or 4 in the DLC that just wander the area and takes forever
They
to
are the
just beat
new
them down.
Urge Tree avatars. There is one of them for every level, and they drop the physic tiers.
Ah.
Right. So yeah, most of the bosses, they either just exist until they die, which is like a weird thing to say, but they're not very engaging for the most part. They have so much HP. So I don't even think the problem is the bosses themselves being too hard in a way that a Souls boss would be too hard, but a lot of them just have so much HP that it just gets boring to just repeat it over and over again because it takes too long.
Boy, I love tanky, spongy enemies. That's my favorite thing in games.
Yeah, I mean, you could always go and get those tiers, the mimic tier or all other whatever tier you prefer to summon. But I was already felt about this in the base game. I feel they just break the fights.
They
for me.
absolutely, I can confirm.
Yeah. They
Especially
still
the-
break the fights.
Okay, I haven't tried in the DLC yet. I was wondering if that
It
maybe
was-
works a bit better because they're
How
so
many-
tanky.
It was
How
downright
many attempts did
nostalgic taking
Rolana
it.
take you?
My lad, I took into the DLC. I forgot that I had a regular like longsword and the pizza cutter. So I had the longsword out, and I was just like, I don't even remember this character. And then I like was scanning through all my items and stuff, and I hit the right arrow key and pulled it out, and I was like, oh yeah, like, I forgot about this guy. It was so funny. I'd forgotten so much. I had to ask Theo, how do I even two-hand it? But yes, I had.
Oh, it's like a
mimic tier.
it's a comment. I had to Google that as well.
Yeah.
Or I think I asked for Tia when I was on a call with him. It's like, how did it? Because it was just, it's like Y normally. I was like, wait, that's doing another thing. It's like, oh, it's like Y and R or something.
But I ran around and I ran straight to first was Reynald.
Relana,
Relana.
And
sister of Renala, because FromSoft, yeah.
it
very
was
good.
just a matter of, I think it was the 4th try. As soon as the right combination happened of my clone doing the pizza cutter spam at the same time as me, she was dead. It was over.
Oh,
So-
you did the pizza cutter with 2 people. That's insane.
Yeah, that was the meme back in the original game, like doing that at the same time. Some of the bosses actually couldn't do anything. They would just get instantly staggered, bleed, and die. Like that's all that happened. Yeah, and I tried it on the big floaty lion man, and eventually got him as well. It's just I can confirm the game is still broken with the mimic tears. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because that boss, Relana, she took me multiple hours, you know? So,
But you did it.
and I'm playing without summons, without, all that good stuff. And I've seen so many other people just brute force her through a combination of skibbity tree fragments and mimic tears and so on and so on and so forth.
Oh yeah,
which
on my
is
first
really
stream,
cool.
I tried her like multiple hours, probably like 2 or 3, I think. And I was like, okay, it's getting late. I gotta go down. There was like a point where I should have probably just stopped and just started collecting shit. But I'm stubborn like that with bosses. I mean, I fought Orphan of Cause 9 hours on my first time, so until
Yeah,
I beat
that's what we
the
call
fucker.
commitment.
But then I just offline just collected a bunch of those trees, and that made me get her down, because I got to a point where she had like, I don't know, like a fifth of her health left, and that's every time I died around that time. I was like, man, if I only had like a bit more health or whatever. And then it was very exciting. I went around, collected like, I don't know, 8 more skivity fragments, and then I got 4 more levels, and then I was able to brute force my way through it. I do wonder. I've seen a couple of people fight that boss by just dodging away for the most part and just waiting for the openings and then just poke and then just repeat that. I think my tactic was dodge to the left and back and hope for the best, because my range wasn't great with my build, so I had to stay kind of close.
Mm-hmm.
I even switched builds to Rivers of Blood because Millennia Sand, just the proc wasn't fast enough. And I feel like you really want to have some kind of elemental damage going on, because if you can, you're showing my stream right now, yeah. That's the damage you deal just with one hit. And that's like is that Rivers of Blood already? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
That's like +10 with like tons of dex and arcane already. I think Millennia Sand, I had like, there's like a full dex weapon, and I had like
Also,
99 dexterity.
I assume that was the solution to it being too easy for everyone, is to almost regenerate a new leveling system through the collecting of those skibbities, as you referred to them.
That's my understanding, is that it exists probably because they have absolutely no way of accounting for your possible progression and level by the end of the game, or the approximate end of the game, or even by the time you're ready to fight Mog and get your way into the DLC. So the way they dealt with that is produce their own upgrade system. The unfortunate fact is that while this is probably a good idea, said upgrade system isn't really gated by anything. You just sort of walk around the world and you find them lying around. Like imagine in Dark Souls, like let's say Dark Souls 1. Imagine if in your exploration,
Souls
instead
1.
of going around and like fighting
just saying,
enemies and whatnot, instead of finding people to kill to get souls and whatnot, you just look around and eventually you find a soul, like just a level, like 8 levels or so, just sitting on the ground under a cross, like next to a bonfire. And that's your primary means of like leveling, is you just find weapon upgrade materials plus souls just sitting under a bonfire. Gets pretty uninteresting. Yeah, so I want to get this in here quickly because I'm mad.
No.
Shadows of the Erd Tree, or Shadow of the Erd Tree, is not like, it is currently the most unpleasant gaming experience I can recall. I cannot recall having had less fun with a video game.
I just want everyone to
Jeez.
know before you
Sure.
start saying this,
Really?
this is a very well enjoyed and well received DLC, from what I gather. The people are very happy with it. Theo's aware of this,
Bold claim
but
for anything, really.
that's
Well,
true.
Theo hasn't
Actually,
played Gollum.
I thought about this. I thought about this for a while, like, because I understand it sounds like hyperbole, but I cannot currently recall having less fun with the game. that
Yeah.
maybe that will change as like I dredge some fucking repressed memory of some awful game I played. But at current, I cannot recall having enjoyed something less than playing this. It is everything about Elden Ring turned up to 12, because Elden Ring was already everything about Dark Souls 3 turned up to 11. So we're just at the point of like, by the way, that magic wave did not hit you, Metal, but it hit you, so that was cool. I just saw that in the
I had-
footage.
That was
Are you
hard.
playing-
That one is
what, are you
really
playing
hard to
Dark
dodge
Souls
anyway.
2?
Oh, yeah, this game. Oh, man. So this game has gone so far with the delays and the funky telegraphing and the strange behaviors and inconsistent senses of motion that I've reached a point where I am completely unable to trust anything I see when I'm fighting a boss. And we have reached a point of 100% rote memorization. You just go in there and you just die to the moves until you know what they do. Once you know what's happening, you then start making attempts that have a chance at winning, but you just try and see things until you know what they do and you know how it's possible to win. And the camera doesn't make that much easier for you because, you know, the Souls camera has a tendency to spin around while people are doing big fancy moves covered in shitloads of particle effects that make it extremely difficult to tell exactly what the fuck just happened to you. I have a clip, I don't know if you can show this. This is from a friend fighting the Lion Man. It's really good for
Johnny?
showing. I get it, but
The Lion
no,
Man.
the Divine Beast Dancing Lion, probably the worst camera I have experienced in a Souls boss. Yeah, this is really good. This is peak Souls. If you, Jesus
I'm not
Christ,
sure I can.
That one is a bit
sure
of
I
a
will
shame
try.
because I think
Oh,
if you could actually see the boss, it would actually be like a decent boss because the telegraphs, if you see them, are actually pretty good. That's what I noticed.
I'm sort of mixed on that insofar as like there is distinct telegraphing, but a lot of the time that telegraphing doesn't tell me much about what's about to happen. My best example for that with the lion is the second hit in his big flying combo thing, if you remember that move.
Yeah.
I don't really know what the second hit is. It's just sort of like flying in my face in a mix of hair and cloth particles, lightning and wind and frost in phase 2, and then it lands. And then also it does another hit of damage by pulling its face out of the ground, because there always needs to be another hit, and then immediately starts spinning while vaping all over the floor.
That's funny. I
Again,
think
you
I'm already at the part where it's like, oh, this does damage. I don't even care what it is anymore. I'm just dodging here.
Yeah, we've all felt that.
Yeah, I can't get over it. I can't get over it because there's a big dragon boss in this DLC, and the people I was streaming to can attest. While I was fighting him, once I had the rhythm down, I was dodging like abstract art on my screen. There was nothing visual that I was paying any attention to. I just knew timings, so I was just rolling at the timings that I knew I was supposed to be rolling at, and I could not see shit. But I was fighting just fine, because it has nothing to do with what you can see, where you position, anything like that anymore. It is just a game of rote memorization until the boss is dead. I fucking hate this DLC. It's also incredibly overindulgent. Everyone's got a big stupid anime move. Everyone's got two big stupid anime moves. Everyone puts ground explosions and fire particles and huge like radial beam weapons and lasers and second phase transformations and incredibly bloated damage and HP pools. Like, and
Yeah,
before
no,
anyone
have
fucking
you considered 2 points. First, you're not good at the game. You're not good at the game. You just need to get good. And second, right
Classic.
memorization is all of the Souls games.
True. Just bang your head against the wall until it's fun.
kind of true, honestly. But the older Souls games had more going on outside of just memorizing fucking boss patterns. Also, I have got good. I'm better than any of you fuckers in chat. I know many of you are saying skill issue.
Oh my god.
Oh my!
I've done shit that you people could not believe in Souls games, okay? Alright, so now that we
He's
have
killed
that
bosses you
established.
couldn't even imagine.
Dad, hide behind me. I'll protect you. I'll protect you.
So now that we
Yeah.
have that established, yeah, I fought all of these bosses straight up. I didn't I summoned for one boss. It was an NPC boss,
Oh,
and
that was.
it was
Oh,
worse than Bed of
Jesus.
Chaos.
Oh,
Yeah. Once again, like, that's a very strong claim, but I've thought about this a lot, and I think I'm of the genuine belief that this DLC has two bosses that are worse than Bed of Chaos. It's kind of fucked because the
I
final
need some
stretch of the
convincing, to be
DLC
honest, on that one. I think it's really bad, but Bed of Chaos is actually horrible.
They feel like different kinds of bad. Like,
yeah.
Yeah.
from what
Well,
I gather.
so DLC fights are already not DLC. What am I saying? NPC fights are already really unpleasant, right?
Yeah.
Because they behave really awkwardly. Now imagine you are fighting 3 of them. They all have infinite stamina. They all have rushdown combos. One of them has a super armored delayed charge move to run you down with. They all do unbelievable damage, and each one of them, bar one, has an Estus that full heals them.
Yes.
My gameplay of this fight was hit one of them twice, space away as they swing at nothing. Hit one of them twice, space away, they swing at nothing. Repeat this for legitimately multiple, like 5 minutes, I think it overall took. Just doing the same thing over and over and over again. My fucking eyes glazed over. At least Bed of Chaos, you keep your progress between attempts, and once you somewhat understand what is going on, it is a fairly quick task.
Never thought I'd hear the sentence begin, at least with a Bed of Chaos. It's like, no.
I know, right? That's how I feel. I didn't think it could get this bad. I went into this DLC without many expectations, right? I wasn't expecting a huge amount because I was very down on Elden Ring and the design principles of Elden Ring, so I didn't think, this would be something I'd be all that into, but I was ready to be surprised. I didn't think it would be anywhere near this bad. I thought there would be more good bosses. I thought the level design might be better after the comments Miyazaki made in interviews. I thought the legacy dungeons might be worth a damn whatsoever. They weren't. I thought there might be anything really enjoyable here, but it's all just incredibly unpleasant.
All right,
So, yeah.
well, Gary, what do you think of Elden Ring?
I totally agree with that statement.
Wow.
Wow, you
Didn't really
Theo
didn't
is
know
just
Gary had
awesome.
such hot takes about Elden Ring.
Theo is just terrible Lamau. Go fuck yourself.
It's
Oh,
oh
no.
come on! How could you not expect people to say that after? They're
I
almost
know,
like
but
they have to.
Super
Yeah,
easy
I'm sorry
game.
you're brainwashed by FromSoft. I'm sorry.
Well, since this is very awkwardly organized, but I'm more than happy to welcome you into talking more in depth. That's like foreshadowing, perhaps. Once we reach the end of our Acolyte arc, because the thing is, we got some other people here who are ready and raring to go to talk about Star War as opposed to medieval war. But what a
Well.
great so you're making a video for this, yes? Or hello?
No, maybe.
Theo, what?
That was,
Video? Yep.
Theo, that was for you, the question.
Sorry.
Right.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely zoned out for a second. This game is my white whale right now. I need it to die.
I need it to die. Oh my god. Well,
Wow.
all right.
I need people to understand, just quickly, I see the sentiment around a lot, people being like, they get hit by a super delayed and deceptive attack and they're like, I just need to learn the timing and whatnot. I need people to understand it's not their fault. FromSoft is actively manipulating them into rolling at a bad timing and forcing them to completely disregard the visual information they receive to try and avoid things. They're disregarding
That's-
any sense of animation or physics while they're at it.
There's so many weird moves in Elden Ring, in general, where it's oh, he's at the peak at his jump, so he's gonna come down now, and it's no, he's just gonna sit there for half a second and then come down at breakneck speed.
Yeah,
it's
everything
I
like
recall that was
this.
something that Matthew Matosis talked about in one of his videos. The idea that it used to be a lot more unconventional for a boss to have really kind of strange sudden movements, but that it had become more and more prevalent as games went on.
Yeah, that video, Lost Soul Arts of Demon Souls. The more Souls games come out, the more prophetic it becomes.
You'll never be right about Mikolash, okay?
It's so funny though, because he points out here's Pontiff Sullivan holding his overhead for a beat longer than you'd expect, and then you see an Elden Ring boss, and every attack is that. Every single attack is held for a beat longer and then comes down at an inconsistent timing.
Is that
Just
not
quickly.
what people are supposed to enjoy about these? Because I'm not a big expert on these, but I kind of always assumed that they were weaponizing your autism to drag 40 extra hours out of the game.
It's definitely something that's happened over time, but
Yeah.
it's splintering players in terms of whether or not they think that's a good decision. A lot of people are more than happy to just have a new set to memorize. Because that could be
Theo
fun
just
enough
wants
itself.
easy boss moves. Go fuck yourself, dude. I want boss moves that are difficult in interesting ways. You can make difficulty without making people behave as no creature ever would, without having a hippo rear up and hold its posture for 3.5 fucking seconds. I counted before it comes down.
Well, I was actually gonna say, for me, Sekiro, chat, this is your fault for making me play it.
Good job,
I
chat.
can't. I struggle to go back to stuff like Elden Ring now. I've experienced From Software's peak content and their peak mechanical systems. I can't be dealing with just what they offer in Elden Ring anymore. It's all your fault. You destroyed me. There you go. Made it their fault now. I can feel.
You're really showing me dying over and over to like boss. Damn.
The hippo being easy isn't the point. It's the design of the moves and the way the boss is designed. Please keep up. It's not difficult.
It sounds like you've had these conversations already. It sounds like you're already
I've been
at your wit's
fist
end.
fighting so many people already.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Isn't-
for the
isn't,
record,
this
this
DLC the highest rated like DLC
it's
ever,
beloved,
like, for any video game.
beloved.
Like a 95 on Metacritic.
There
Theo's
was a
definitely
wave
on
of
an island
people-
here.
There was a wave of people taking issue, and then they just gaslit themselves into liking it again. Because there's plenty
Damn.
of people out there who say things like, you just need to use all of the tools at your disposal, like the mimic tier and the summons and whatnot. And I'm sorry, but that may make it easier, but that turns the gameplay from shit bad, like shit difficult, to shit trivial. I don't really care. Like, the gameplay experience is bad either way. If I'm at a point where summoning is a thing that should be being done, I don't really want to play anymore. I'm not interested.
Well, I'll be thoroughly interested in seeing the video you produce. Though I will warn you, this tactic can be very unconvincing to several people. I assume you know this.
Yeah, I'm well aware. The video will be much more composed.
Oh yes, very measured.
One last thing.
Oh no.
Just, do you guys remember when it was like a thing worth pointing out that a boss would track you heavily, or an enemy would track you a lot with its
Uh-huh.
moves?
I think I know what you're talking about.
Where they'll
Like,
spin
you know,
on
where
the
like
on the spot.
where it'll like
Yeah.
it'll rotate
Yeah.
and it'll stare at you, and then it like attacks. But
Yeah,
even
like-
when it attacks, it's still like rotating to follow where you
Yes,
are.
exactly that.
Yeah,
Remember
I know
when
what
that
you're
was
talking
something
about.
worth pointing out? Everyone just does that all the time in Elden Ring.
Oh, yeah.
That's every boss, every move. I've watched a man spin 360 degrees as I roll around him, tracking me with a spear thrust. It's pretty funny. I don't know. I thought we didn't.
It's like
like
it's
this,
another
but
one of
apparently
these
now
moves.
It's just fine.
It's another one of these moves. Like, oh, he does like the big charge up, so obviously I'm gonna move out of the way, get behind him, maybe even get a backstab. And it's like, no, it's just gonna move with you on the spot while he's holding the sword. I was like, no,
Yep.
you're gonna dodge, or you getting hit. You're gonna get hit. Get
Prepare
fucked.
to roll again and again and again and again and
Yeah.
again.
Prepare to die. I still think Dark Souls 2 was such a huge mistake on Dark Souls culture. And
Yeah.
God,
If we're being
there's a
fully
death
honest-
counter in game. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Oh, wasn't Dark Souls 2 is the highest rated Dark Souls game just by like aggregate
Good.
critic reviews?
That's great.
It is. It's higher than Dark Souls 1 and 3. I think it's higher than Sekiro as well.
All right, enough pain. Let
Yeah,
us...
Oh, he didn't even
I'm
show
just
me beat the
relaying
boss.
information.
Now everybody thinks I'm a scrub.
No, it's all foreshadowing for what will happen later. Everyone's super excited about that.
Whoa.
We'll reopen. We'll reconvene. Quality may vary. People are discussing the latest Elden Ring gameplay from popular streamer Theo.
They did it again. Fuck.
Views are divided.
rest-
Some praising Theo's skill level, others mocking him for his perceived arrogance and for crying about the game's difficulty.
Yes, clearly difficulty is. Yeah, that's what I said.
The AI is coming for you, buddy. All right, I've given you all a link to watch together. I have put together a feast of arguments that tell us in depth and extensively, with named mentions of at least one of us here today, how we are
I'm gonna be
wrong,
so surprised if it would be me.
how
That would be the biggest shock.
there is toxicity among the fandom, how the Acolyte, you know what? Pretty neat show, and I've got some Red Letter Media in here as well, because they've had some opinions lately that, my goodness, what interesting opinions they had. Let's just put it that way.
You
So,
You said all that, and then I clicked the watch together, and there's just like Metal's face there. And I'm like, this-
a very controversial...
The betrayal.
It's just gonna start. It's like, yeah, I'm just been fucking around with this EFAP guys, man. Acolyte is awesome.
Acolyte's so good.
playing this Darky Souls game, it's making me think about the Acolyte and how much that fucker Mahler is being a big jerk who hates
Flame-
women.
Brigade.
Hear it from me. I've known him for 10 years.
Flame
He killed like 7 children already.
I never.
guarantee.
In a video game, in
I like
Minecraft. In a Minecraft.
in Minecraft.
Flame
In Minecraft.
In Rust.
Okay, so y'all ready? This is like I said,
Yeah.
Ready?
Well,
this is not a
before we-
coherent video. This is a selection of clips from different videos that all advocate in some way for the Acolyte.
That sounds like the other
Well,
videos we've
before
watched are
we start-
coherent.
let me use the loo real quick, grab a
Ugh.
drink, and then we can
Ugh.
get in there. Theo, carry on with your Elden Ring.
Could he not have pissed while you were
opinion.
ranting about Elden Ring?
No, because then I want to hear his
Go pee.
opinion.
We're not doing this again.
Well, why don't you go pee?
Go fucking pee.
You go pee.
I don't need to
I
pee.
thought we talked
Just
about this
peed.
last week.
You know what's
We
funny
talked
is
about it last week. I think.
I actually did pee before we started because I'm normal.
Yeah, I feel like we talked about this last week.
We
About
really
the
did,
whole-
yeah.
No, just let's stop so that I can go. All right, see
And then he has
everybody.
to
Just
go on
wait
a
for
rant for like
me.
10 hours about how he shouldn't have to. And then he pees himself. Terrible.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I want to
but
hear
maybe.
it, or you're lying.
Prove it.
Well, and then when he comes back and sits down, you just hear a squelching sound as he hits the feed. Look, all right. There are consequences for pissing yourself. Like squelch.
That's
down.
the
when you
that's the
sit on
sentence I just came back to.
Like,
There
I
are
don't-
consequences to pissing.
Oh, there are.
Like,
I
yeah,
don't
no one
think
really do
anyone
that.
denied that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's
sterile.
the
And I like the
Telltale
taste.
Games thing will pop up in the top right hand of your POV saying you will remember
Mhm.
that.
You'll play Life is Strange. You'll get the
Yeah,
little butterfly
just
icon
Oh
after you.
no.
That's right.
Don't reference that.
Why
It's EFAP.
not?
I always
Yeah, they're
assumed they
making
peed in
they're
bottles.
making a new one, right?
Another new one?
one of those. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
they're
about
making
the
like a new one
first
that's a
character.
sequel. Yeah,
I'm surprised they haven't had like a TV adaptation yet. It feels like the
I
kind of
think
thing that
that's
would
on the
get it.
cards, isn't it? I
Oh.
feel like that got announced at some point
Doesn't
because those
surprise me.
games are oddly popular.
Scarily popular, you might even say.
Mm.
Do I need to resize the Discord avatars? You can see Fringy and Theo. It's fine.
I was just asking. See,
You
I'm
can
trying to
see
make
they're
it look
right
undercover, professional, and
In
now you're
fact,
just
I like
snitching on me.
I like how Metal was so courteous to just ask in text rather than making it a prominent part of the conversation, and then you just
Nobody-
decided to drag him out
Nobody
in front of
knew
the-
he asked.
of the
I
audience.
asked it in general, but now you've made it obvious it was him that asked. It's too late now. Nice one. You
Right.
exposed the
Uh,
German.
I did it myself,
Well,
to be
no.
honest.
Yeah, look, right? To be fair to me,
But I've always liked this because the two people are doing little sneaky peeks from behind the corner. They're like, what is
is
this?
that what's
cringe?
happening here? I'm peeking out, like, oh, what's going on here?
Yeah.
The Flame Brigade.
Don't you?
Flea Brigade.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Let's find out. Who are the Flame Brigade?
Yeah, I don't know whether it's good or bad, though I think it's leaning towards negative, but Flame Brigade sounds more like they're a bit clownish.
I feel like if we
nature.
had a fake universe that was cartoon, like animated, and there was a team called the Flame Brigade, they probably would be the good guys.
They probably would. They'd be like the bumbling heroes. You
Yeah.
know? They'd be the look, all right, they try their hardest and they sometimes screw up, but they've got good intentions.
Yeah, like they spray a building that's on fire with acid, and they're like, "Oh fuck, it's the acid one! Shit, get the water one!" Like, God damn
And
it.
they're fumbling to put it on as the house is disintegrating before their eyes, and the fire is leaping to the next
And you have
house.
people in there being like, "Oh my god, I probably could have survived if not for the acid." Like, God damn it! The acid.
Imagine
that
that I imagine that they're all very like if you're thinking about because obviously this is an animated show. They're all very sort of like bulbous would be my guess, or frumpy. They're all like kind of they're all like sort
Yeah.
of squishy characters.
Yeah, and like several of them just have features. They're like Smiling Friends creatures, where they have like a big eye on the back of their head and a small one in front, and he gets confused. You can't see properly.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Yeah. He's had it his whole life and he still can't orient himself because of 360-degree views.
But God damn it, he's
feels
trying.
like there's a premise there. Yeah, I feel like there's a premise there.
So how is everybody?
Season 2's over.
It
I'm a
is.
bit
It's
hungry,
over.
actually.
was
We
like an
gotta
hour
wait, like, 2
long.
more years.
It was easy to watch,
Yeah.
and that's somehow I hate that.
I'm back.
2 more years until the next one.
Okay,
Probably.
Rags is here. Epicness
I am
can
here.
begin. I can see that everyone is in too. It's an EFAP first. I don't have to tell anyone to get in.
Hooray!
All
We're
right. So,
here.
like I said, this is a combination of several portions of different videos talking about the Acolyte. Some clips that I thought were of interesting for conversation. Some that were just hilarious. Let's take a little look. See, shall we? Let's begin.
The Acolyte is a story about what it's like to be good, then be punished
God, the
over and over
essayist
again
moment.
for your good actions. You trust the Jedi, they abandon your training. You trust the Jedi
Yes.
again, you
I have
miss
faith
out
in the
on a
Jedi.
jailbreak.
Why
was that?
Why did
Why
you
was
Why
that?
did you
overlay-
play? Why did you play that?
Someone
What is,
forgot
does he live in
to-
a Buddhist temple? What the fuck?
I
is
don't
this?
know.
I was about to ask about it's an interesting background. There's like a big mirror over there.
Yeah, he
a
has
weird
his.
chair.
he
I don't
has
know
his
what they're called.
chair. It's. I call it. Let's call it the. Ooh, what are those called?
The mirror of your said.
Oh, that's yeah, from the Harry Potter movie.
Yes.
I was actually
It
about to
shows
ask
you what
if any
you
of
most
these
desire.
are
It
recognized.
shows me as I most desire a roof.
Ooh.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
So the Acolyte is about doing good things, or good people doing good things.
And being punished for doing those good things.
And one of his
Wait, is that
examples was
desire
training with the
backwards?
Jedi, and then they abandon you.
But that's not what happened, and she says that explicitly when she says it was my decision to leave, and it was the most hard thing I'd ever did, but it was my choice, Sol. So no, you can get all the way to episode 5, and the protagonist hasn't actually made a positive affirmative decision because she has no agency, because that's how we like our protagonists to be. So she's not really being punished by.
Hey, she freed
doing
that
good
random
things.
prisoner man with the thing on his mouth.
Oh,
Good job.
yeah.
Yeah, I
He made
successfully,
one affirmative decision.
successfully
Didn't even-
defended the Acolyte. Yes.
Didn't even save a zebra. Don't
She
care.
chose to miss the lady on the the
And
speeder.
how good could
Yeah,
she
that's
be?
True. Yeah.
You try to help your fellow man, and he betrays you.
Well, he doesn't know what's
Mute
happening.
the sound
He's
of the-
kind of
To be
freaked
fair,
out.
yeah, to be fair to that guy, he had just got like dragged out of some crazy like form of being stunned by like an alien, right?
Alien
Yeah,
acid
he's
he's
trip.
told.
Yeah, he got
And
no
right
clue
now
what's
he
going
was-
on. He's terrified.
What was
He's
funny
not
was
what we
how
would call
he-
like a rational entity right now.
And
yeah, it was interesting how he was able to get up and he could laser focus on running to the escape pod and being able to press all the buttons inside to jettison it. He could do that with pinpoint precision, perfection, accuracy level. But when it comes to just a woman being like, "Hey,
Didn't he,
what's up?" he screams his head off and he doesn't know what the fuck's going on.
Was he
Which is an
trying to frame
interesting-
her as well? I can't remember what his dialogue
No,
was.
the other
they
guys were
all-
trying to frame. So like he's mad.
all
She
did,
she
as
was
far as I
told
know.
explicitly that you put the weird facehugger on violent prisoners. So when she takes it off, she's already a fucking moron. Then it's fucking stupid that the escape pods unlock in the event of a security breach because that's dumb. Then
Yep.
they somehow pick up all the escape pods, and the other prisoners who are not violent people are the ones who say, "Oh no, it was her. She did everything." But he's mad until Sol goes and mind reads him because he can do that in that scene, but then forgets to do it later.
Yeah.
But he never tries to dop her in.
I think the entire construction of that spaceship's cockpit, where you have the prisoners there who are not like stripped
Right
of their
behind the-
belongings
yeah.
and they're made to change clothes or shackled or anything like that, that are right behind where the pilots are sitting, and prisoners are
chairs.
allowed to prisoners are allowed to keep like equipment that can wirelessly hack the pilots because we can't use people.
Yeah, that's a
We
bad
have to use
idea.
robots for stuff. It's a mess. The construction of the ship, the logistics it's like they designed specifically so that prisoners could escape.
Yes,
Well,
but
yeah,
that,
and having one robot be the guard too. That's a little bit of an error.
but luckily that facilitates a delay that allows them to go on their little the bonus mission in episode 2 that lets them allow the main villain to escape. You know, like we need all of this stuff to happen
And-
to allow stupider stuff to happen.
Well,
Mhm.
it's even more than that because she shouldn't have been on the ship anyway. Yord and What's-Her-Face should have taken her to go back to
Yep.
the Jedi Temple instead of dumping her randomly on this prison cage to go to, I assume, Coruscant to meet up with them where they were going anyway. But we had to split them up so we could have that ice planet waste of time.
Was that
You
it's
don't
designed
understand,
guys.
to let them escape. It's a plot ship.
Mm.
That's actually an actual class. Not bad.
Yeah,
Maybe
they're-
it's the
they're-
maybe it's a trust system. Maybe that's how the New Republic or the High Republic operate. They're interchangeable. If I mix up the names, I promise it literally does not matter. But I maybe they operate on the trust system where it's like, hey, if they're really, if they're good prisoners and they go along with it, then it means they really do want to repent and pay their debt to society, which means we can just let them go. But the ones that escape, I mean, well, they're gone, but now we know that they really were bad the whole time.
For what it may be worth, I think someone being able to betray you presupposes you having an accord with them. So,
There's no betrayal. He has no idea what's going on. This is nonsense data.
Being good isn't so good.
Being good isn't so good.
Do you think people...
Are we arguing that's what the Acolyte's about? It's like, maybe. That's the point she's trying to make.
Then you meet another you that isn't so good. Your evil twin. Your shadow. The Acolyte.
He's not a shadow. A shadow follows you around wherever you go. If you shadow someone, you're
the vaccinated version. The COVID mask.
The Acolyte is a very Jungian.
Yeah, Rags, get your media literacy up. The shadow self.
Oh
learn about it,
the loser's journey. Yes, I remember. Yeah.
Is good Star Wars, which will surprise many people prejudging the show on its dire Rotten Tomatoes.
Yes, prejudging.
Just to be clear, we're not prejudging this show. We are post-judging this show.
Yes.
We've been seeing it. It's still bad.
Luckily for us, at no point in our videos did we say the show is bad because it has a low Rotten Tomatoes audience score. That's not why it's bad.
No.
Yeah.
But I did prejudge it, and I did think it was going to suck, and I was right.
Yeah, it is kind of funny. It's like, I did think it was going to be bad. You got me.
You're like, you know what? I did prejudge it, and I was fucking right.
The point of a trailer is to be judged. Obviously, their intention is that you will judge it favorably enough to watch the show, but, there's the other alternative that you judge it harshly and don't want to watch it, or you watch it and then you find out that it's bad anyway.
Yep.
That's the whole point of a trailer. It's to be judged.
Well,
So
like
the idea
in
that
his,
you're not allowed to judge something before it comes out, I mean, to some extent, yes, you can.
he was barely complimenting the story at all, and we already had like 17 issues with what he had presented. It's like the tiny amount.
What he's presented is essentially the premise of the show is not the case. Pretty obviously.
And the low quality of almost everything Star Wars since Disney bought the franchise.
True.
Everything is so bright. These clips are so bright.
He's fucked with them, obviously. Maybe he did it for
Yeah.
copyright? I don't know.
Yeah,
This
probably
don't
for
need
copyright.
to.
This
Well,
will
maybe
be
it's
copyright.
this is called profound lighting, and this is a
It
profound.
evokes-
Oh,
Makes
this is what we call enlighting.
It's an aesthetic.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
enlightening.
Aesthetic.
Yeah.
I feel enlightened.
Nice.
Or by the endless number of outraged YouTube videos from angry men.
Look at these
Oh
monsters.
my God.
Look, it's all of you.
I recognize that theory, man. He's the worst.
Oh my goodness.
Not as bad as the
Nerdrotic Daily.
nerd-erotic, though.
Stop the Asian hate. Okay, leave Perry alone.
It's all your fault.
Angry middle-aged men shocked to discover.
Middle-aged.
I am
That's
not
bad.
middle-aged. I'm old. Fucker.
Why
How
not even
dare
matter,
you.
though?
Angry middle-aged
Well, you
men.
can't-
What
I'm
does
not living
the
to
age and
100.
gender
You
matter?
can't be caring about this if you're middle-aged.
Yo, that's not fair. He double dipped on you.
Yeah.
Nerdrotic
Yeah.
Daily and Nerdrotic. You
Also,
fucker.
Also, those are all thumbnails after watching
feel attacked.
episodes of the show, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that's
These are
fine.
all
wish
from
this
after
man
watching
would-
episodes of the show.
This
I wish
is
this
an
man would
incredible
enunciate
thumbnail.
normally.
I thought that
No.
was Gina Carano for a second there. I'm like, why is her face
It's
on there? That's
Gina
weird.
Carano.
Why does she want to? Does she want to? What is this? What is the scissors implying?
Oh,
Really?
I don't know. Who knows? Who could
Like-
say?
Arts and crafts.
Yeah.
That's
too.
it.
Oh yeah, because they're women. Yeah, that's true.
Is this
Who is
what
this
women
even
want?
for?
That's a television show
That's a funny thumbnail.
primarily
Mike
made
Zeros.
for 12-year-olds.
He used. Oh, they're all.
This
okay.
shit is
Wasn't-
made for.
Whoa.
12-year-olds.
12-year-olds. Listen, I despise children in all their forms, but even I'm going to stick up and say that this is like a 12-year-old would hate this. Come on.
I don't even.
I know I would.
Wasn't
I
Is it really
I don't
designed for
think it's
12-year-olds?
I don't think
In the
I
last
think it's
episode,
so.
someone
I
got
think
their
so.
neck snapped and got penetrated 3
snap.
times by a
This-
lightsaber. It's like,
Yeah,
that's
One
not
guy
really...
kills himself. It's like, yeah.
This is designed for adults with no sense of quality.
I think Leslie Headland has said it's the most important work of art she's ever created, so it's going to be news to her that it's
Yeah,
intended
but
for 12-year-olds.
babies.
Mm.
Hey, to be fair, like Judy Bloom, right? You know.
Well, I mean,
I'm just so bored by the whole argument. It's made for 12-year-olds. It's just like, can you just make something good for them?
Yeah, for the record, this argument has never worked for anything, and he doesn't believe it either. Nobody believes in this argument. As soon as they realize how stupid it sounds, when they like just apply this, like, no deep analysis should be made of Toy Story. It's for kids. You're like, oh,
Yeah,
well,
stop it.
okay.
Stop it.
Wall-E is for babies. So stop talking
baby
about
movie.
it. And by the way, you
Little
never
baby
hear
movie.
anyone say you shouldn't like this so much. It's meant for kids. Well, then again, you probably did that about My Little Pony, I guess.
Yeah.
You know what?
There's
Take
always
it
an
back.
exception.
Aged men shocked to discover that a television show primarily made for 12-year-olds wasn't fully satisfying their
Didn't
This
you
is
just
doubly odd considering his profound description of what
Yeah.
this show is supposed to be about
Yeah.
being good and evil,
the
and
shadow
things of that
self?
nature. The shadow self.
As if a fucking
and-
12-year-old's gonna be familiar with.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
What?
And
Who
what's
is
with
this
this
guy?
music? Yeah, this music.
Is this
you
like a
can't sit down in a-
philosopher?
It's
Yes.
like he's
Yeah.
throwing out
Sweating.
he's throwing out both sides of the argument because you'll fall on one of them surely, so that you know
Yeah,
it's
covered all
just an effective
bases.
pincer.
You
It's
might
one
end
of
up
might be
combining
me.
them
Or
like,
might
into
be
some
you.
one very singular, very clever argument, which is that the Acolyte is designed to tell 12-year-olds that there is no point even trying to be good.
Yeah, don't bother being good.
How incredibly based of Disney.
It's just funny,
Just-
like
just be shit. Just
the
be
show.
awful.
The show is excellent, and if
kill
you think it's
people.
bad, it's for 12-year-olds. So shut up. It's like what?
Uh-huh.
The show isn't supposed to be good, but if it is good, and it is, then that is good.
Good.
Yeah.
adult emotional needs. I'm just waiting for Nerdrotic to give his outraged take on how Bluey the Australian cattle dog has betrayed fans.
Bluey went woke a long time ago, all right? And I'm done with Bluey.
He's betrayed the fans.
He's betrayed the fandom, betrayed the lore.
I
I
knew
don't
it.
know anything about
Bluey lore.
All I know is that Bluey's who's the dad? Is Bluey the kid or the adult?
I have no
Which
idea.
one's Bluey?
Spring, you would know. You're Australian.
All I know is that the dad's a cuck. So that's
Damn. Also, Free not going to bat for his Australian doggo. Damn.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
yeah,
right.
I think Bluey's the kid. I haven't watched Bluey.
I think I've
Yeah,
seen one
I
or two
haven't either.
episodes, and I don't remember everyone's names. I'm sorry.
I've seen maybe a handful of clips on like Twitter about how the show is like really good, but
Well, so-
yeah, I haven't watched it.
That was actually what I was
It
going to
ain't
add
no
to it.
Phineas
Was
and Ferb.
from what I saw of Bluey, I did think like this is a solid show for
No.
its demographic. But
We have, for one, as the chat correctly pointed out, Acolyte is TV-14. Number two, if this guy can't differentiate Bluey and the
Between
Acolyte,
14 and
it
12,
says
the
more about
numbers.
him. Okay, so
well, what even
I-
like the original like Star Wars? What was the rating for that? It came out.
PG.
PG, right?
Well,
But that was
then-
prior to-
before,
prior to
that was before,
PG-13.
PG-13.
But that was
Then you may
that
as
was
well
the time
just,
where you would get boobs in PG movies like Airplane. Like that was it's a different time.
Return of the Jedi is PG too, but that was 83. So the
Yeah, that
first-
was
it wasn't until Red Dawn, right? That was the first PG-13.
yeah.
But
Thanks
yes,
to
the
Indiana Jones and
Acolyte
Temple of
is-
Doom.
it's just a
In
tired fucking
Australia, the
argument, man.
Acolyte is
Mhm.
M-rated, so yeah, the idea is like, oh well, yeah, it's for kids. It ain't. It's
Dude,
explicitly
Super-
not.
Super Smash Bros. Melee was rated T for teen.
That's
Right.
right. It was.
I'm just tired of the
Yeah.
argument. So many people use it. It's like, why? What are you doing?
Why don't I think
Stop.
it's a good argument? And also, yeah, I mean, I presume that I mean, why are you dragging down like Bluey and being like, oh well, you can't assess it in any way that would be like that's what people do for that show, don't they? They're like assess it as being like better than would be expected.
It's
Yeah.
adults
How-
create it, and adults have to clear it before showing their very young
It-
children. Why do you
it
think that
is
is?
It is a very fascinating trend of like you can't defend the things that you like without tearing other things down. It's
Yeah.
a really
Yeah.
it's a really fascinating thing because, of course, with Star Wars, the thing that we've seen is in order to defend Disney Star Wars, it's not uncommon for people to shit on what came before that, whether it's the prequels or the original trilogy. It's a very bizarre way of defending the things that you like by shitting on the other things that belong to that series.
And let's just stop not pretending, but like thinking that things have to be retarded for kids.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're watching Star Trek, the original series. I watched that when I was like 5 and 6. All right, that's what I was watching. It wasn't made for a 5 and 6 year old, but that's what I was watching. That's what we were watching because like there was kid shows, but most of the stuff we liked wasn't particularly made for or specifically made for little kids or 12-year-olds. It was supposed to get adults in there too. They wanted as many people to watch it as possible for advertising and for money. Crazy time.
I mean, I grew up watching Indiana Jones, and that was like people getting shot and thrown around and sliced and all that good stuff. I watched Temple of Doom when I was a kid, and I'm like, dude, he fucking pulled out his heart. This guy's up to no good.
There was that movie with the guy with the blue light sword chopped off a guy's arm in the cantina. It was horrifying.
True.
I couldn't believe it. I loved it.
I loved it.
It's coming.
Ray
I wasn't
Spannon
going
would
to
just
watch
shoot
The
people.
Acolyte. I'm a 46-year-old man.
That has nothing to do.
Okay.
Well, you're
good for you.
46-year-old. Let's chill.
He looks
The same
56.
age as Star Wars itself. And my assumption is that anything Disney Star Wars will be made for children.
I'm not
Why?
going to.
So
Andor?
that's his section. I just
Is
don't.
that it?
Well, yeah.
That
I
was
mean,
fascinating.
there's way more, but there's way more for everyone here. We've got to give everyone a chance.
Have you been? Have you seen Star Wars
Okay.
Celebration? How many children do you see there?
Well, like Andor is
Not
just like
many.
clearly made for adults.
Yeah.
Yes.
It is a mature show that
Yes.
a kid is just not going to be able to understand fully. It's just got more
You'll
going
get some
on.
kids out there who will really love it, right?
So I'm curious now. Did you watch the full video of his? I assume you did.
Oh yeah, so I let him keep the intro and his
Namaste.
"it's not for you, it's for children" argument. Now we're moving on to
Yeah.
the lad.
No. What I'm wondering is, so does he watch Star Wars? Because if he goes like, "Oh, I assume it's made for children," why would he even watch it then if you're not interested in that?
You know,
Or or is this just his way to judge the shows?
I
Like he
think-
watches like, "Oh, this is for children, so it's allowed to be really, really stupid."
I think what he was saying was he wouldn't have expected that it was gonna be some amazing thing because it's not for him as a demographic, but that he was surprised, that actually it's pretty good. And then obviously we didn't like it because we came in looking to not like it straight away, which
Right.
Is a sentiment that will be shared by others in this video. But this next,
It was his whole point was to say he was more mature than us,
Yeah.
which is true, and he is, and we're a bunch of assholes, which is true, but we're more fun. So fuck that guy.
it's just funny because I still feel like we have detailed analysis of every scene. Meanwhile, the people who love these shows oftentimes are like, yeah, but the fight was really cool. You're like, yeah, okay. Episode 5 redeemed the show. Anyway, this is a video called "The Acolyte is Actually Good" or "Good Actually," and it's open with a question. So
Actually,
Classic title.
I'm going to say episode 5 completely redeemed The Acolyte, but for me, it was among
How?
the best episodes of Star Wars TV.
Yeah, but
The best.
Damn.
Full stop. Holy
You know what?
fuck.
I'm gonna be honest. He looks like the kind of guy who would say that.
well, but think about it though. If we remove Andor, it might be.
Yeah.
Like, it's,
Oh wait, it actually
Hmm.
might be true. Yeah,
Yeah, 'cause-
because we have the guy the Darth Smilo, he said, "You brought her here," and I was like, "Oh, that was like a good line."
it was a line that people died. That was nice.
Yeah, some people died. Some people got
The
fucking killed.
choreography
That was
wasn't
cool.
like complete cringe.
always terrible. Yeah.
So
Didn't
I
Yord have
guess-
like a good moment as well?
Yeah,
Sort
I
of,
didn't
yeah.
actually factor in the fact
Yeah.
that the bar was so subterraneanly low that
Yeah.
he might technically be correct.
Oh boy.
the bar is like
Oh.
buried
Ooh.
2 miles beneath the surface, right above the
I
magma.
mean, most
Oh,
people
yeah, the
agreed
bar
it
That's
was,
where the bar is.
It was
right
better
there.
than episodes
Oh,
1,
yeah,
2,
the-
3, 4, right? That's most people agree with
Oh,
that.
well, someone in chat has pointed out the Dr. Pershing episode in Mando. That's
Well,
probably
you're right.
to be
number one.
fair,
That's the best.
it might not be better
Right,
than Mando season 1, episode 1 as well. I'd have to really
That's
think
true.
about it. I'm not
That's
sure.
true.
I
So
just
That
really,
is
it
technically
has
true.
some stiff competition here.
There's some
A
stuff
couple
it's gotta
of
be, yeah.
episodes of Mando.
Pershing, yeah, the Pershing episode though, It is the best non-Andor
I do
Disney
like
episode.
my attempt to agree with him. I'm like discounting this and 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 this. But maybe you might be onto something.
We're
Yeah,
more than
we just
halfway through the
forgot.
Acolyte.
forgot how
So here's what I
low the
think
bar
is
was.
working and what isn't, just based on the show itself. Because honestly, the
Alright.
toxic discourse around this thing can catch the nearest Purgle to a faraway galaxy.
I mean, I would hope that you were just going to be assessing it because
The
of
space
that was
whales,
pretty
right?
cringe. That was
What?
that
Oh,
was
they're
really
called
cringy.
Purgles?
They're called
Yeah, that's
Purgil.
that's
No,
right.
they're
You
not.
learned that in the show.
Yes.
You clearly weren't paying attention to
Yeah,
Ahsoka.
you loved
No, I would-
Ahsoka.
At the time,
David
I was
Tennant
paying
told us
attention.
that. David Tennant told us that. What I was going to say is, like, it's weird to preface, I'm assessing the show for the show. I would hope that you're assessing
Yeah,
the
that's
show.
that's what you
Yeah.
normally do
Okay.
when you
Why would
talk
you
about a
name it
show.
Well, he separated
Purgle?
himself from the
Purgle's like a
toxic people.
tribble.
Right.
You say
What-
something
what does
Purgle,
he
and I
deem-
think like a little bird, like a little penguin,
Also,
or
like, just like
fluffy thing.
a piece of advice: make sure that like the images that you select to put full screen are not like 480p. You
Yeah.
should get higher resolution images if you're going to
Well,
make them this big on screen.
Well, I
Like
don't
he
know
was
why
drawing
he's
them from the
bothering.
episodes.
What's
I don't
the
know why
point?
they would be low. You know.
I don't know why they're so like low
Yeah.
quality. Why is it so why is it so pixelated?
I don't know.
Well, he's done the he's made the mistake of giving himself a lot of unnecessary work that looks terrible. So it's worse than wasting your time. It's time spent actively making your video.
I like the visual reference, right? It helps me follow the narrative. Okay, I'm getting confused otherwise.
Start with
The
this.
power
I found
of
the backstory in
many.
episode 3 to be pretty compelling. The dilemma a community goes
Right.
through when it has to give up a child to the Jedi is really rich material, and I think worth
We
exploring.
It's
didn't
a
get
really
we didn't
rich
get to do
material.
that.
We didn't explore it
Yeah.
either. We didn't get anything on it. Like
I'd love
they
to know
like
what's rich about it.
We went
They
right
started
up
to
to the
scratch
actual
the
decision being
surface.
made. We didn't actually get there. Like,
Yes.
we had
we
the
had
girl
no
wanted
real
to,
discussion.
the other girl didn't, and the mum was like, "Nah, you shouldn't." But you know what? I'll try and make it work. And then they all died.
Yeah,
we
we,
didn't
didn't
get-
actually address anything. No one
No.
had any conversations. There wasn't any back and forth about really anything substantive.
Remember, we got about as far as exploring the Jedi are evil. No, they're not. They're good. Okay.
Okay,
gonna kill you.
bye.
Yeah, that's about it. It's like, all right. Like, I think it's a joke that
Exactly how
anyone
it
would
went.
consider this an interesting exploration of the Jedi, like kidnapping kids or you know, dragging them away from their families. Like, we did not get that story. Who knows? If all that's going to happen in the super flashback episode is just they have a big fight and everyone dies, I don't think that's an interesting exploration of the Jedi at all. But obviously, we'll have to wait and see what they do.
In that way, this episode felt like a live-action version of a Star Wars Visions episode, for example. And I appreciated how the show
Why?
encouraged the
Good or
audience to see
bad?
both sides of
Not
the
good.
argument.
Both
This is
sides
a
of the
very
There,
argument.
there
They
aren't
don't-
arguments.
they
There
don't
were
talk.
no
There
wasn't
arguments.
an argument.
They don't
They didn't have
discuss
an argument.
anything. I am
So,
no
what do you
closer to
think about-
understanding
We
the
get-
Jedi now than I was before this episode.
We get
Yeah.
Sol letting her play with a lightsaber like a fucking idiot, and then she starts torturing Torbin. How is this an interesting back and forth where we understand both sides?
He's
The closest
these
thing
people
to an
they invent
understanding-
stuff.
The closest thing you could get to an understanding is informed by like other content. Like you might refer to KOTOR and why the Jedi are like why the Jedi go looking for Force sensitive people. You'd have to explain that through KOTOR because you're not getting anything from the Acolyte to explain why they might want to do that.
We are getting that, but with additional incompetence, which is always nice to see. I like the bit where the Jedi all walk into this very obviously inhabited fortress and then say, "Oh, sorry, we thought no one was home." That's good. I like it.
I hope they give us. I was gonna say make that make sense. I was like, why would I ever assume that? It's so fucked.
No.
They're trying to do a bit of that in episode 5 as well. And Jodie Turner-Smith was excellent. That said, it's
Ah, come
Okay.
on.
But
I mean,
why?
she was fine, I guess. I mean,
Was it the power of one scene that made you think that?
she wasn't distractingly bad. The story and the characters were that, but not the acting, I suppose.
climax felt a little bit rushed and made it
Oh yeah, really?
It felt
a little
a
bit
little bit. It felt a little bit rushed.
It's funny how it's designed so that we're not supposed to understand it fully, and that's the best you can come up with. It's like, it seems a bit rushed. It's like there are literal scenes they've cut out. It should feel that way.
You're
obvious
not
that the
supposed to understand it. It's meant to be retarded. You guys just don't.
Exactly.
You're not media literate, okay?
Yeah,
show is
something
hiding.
12-year-olds.
Yeah.
something. Also, I didn't think that Leah and Laura Brady, who played the younger versions of May and Osha, were very good. Episode 4 was the weakest of the series for me so far.
Picking on child
They're
actors.
trying to sell us on this thing.
Yeah, incredible.
By the way,
criticism
this
so far.
fucking little fella, the tracker, why do they hate
Brazil.
just? Why do they just fucking
Why,
hate
his name
scan?
is Basil Rags. Sorry,
I don't-
go ahead, man.
Why do
Brazil, yeah.
Why do they just fucking hate just scanning devices on their spaceships? Why do they just have to invent everything except just using a scanner?
Star Wars has this sense of aesthetic sensibility around it these days that doesn't want to really acknowledge the tech level. It wants to be some sort of weird space Wild West like adventure thing a lot of the time, and it doesn't want to think about the fact that there are laser guns and spaceships very much.
It's just so
Well,
funny
in
to me. They
the-
get on the planet, it's like, here, sniff this, like a canine. It's like, oh, okay. And then it's like, yeah, I'm gonna sniff out the evil man. Or
Yeah.
well,
It is
To be clear,
wild
I
in
would have
that
done it. I would have done it way faster.
Yeah.
Second off,
obviously.
the original trilogy, one thing I really liked, and even growing up when I was really young, I noticed this as a difference to other things. Like it's different from Star Trek. What the original trilogy had with the Star Wars universe was that the technology had this very analog kind of quality to it. You didn't really get these bright hologram displays like you have now. Everything's electronic in the terms of it. The bright lights, touch pads, things of that nature. Things had buttons and knobs, and not like that, not the Star Trek original series kind of buttons and knobs, but they had this tangibility, this analog quality to it. Yes, there was lasers, yes, there was life scanners and shields and stuff like that, but it all seemed to be connected to metal boxes and wires, tubes, hoses, like plates of steel and things of that nature. You could just reach out and touch it. It felt very real. And unfortunately, I think that as the years have gone on, this got translated into everything is I mean, someone said Wild Westy, and that's kind of a good way to describe it. It's like there's such a technology disparity everywhere you go.
Yep.
That we see this in the presentation of pretty much every village we walk into is the same fucking one where everyone it's a bazaar with market stalls and fruit packed up and people wearing the same nondescript semi-tribal sort of outfit and garb. We've lost that Star Warsy feel where everything's like tangible and you could touch it. And
Yeah, the towns were kind of
digital.
empty. The towns are kind of empty, and everything looks scavenged and G-rigged and put together. That was the difference. You know, you saw
Remember-
the economic difference.
When they were gonna fire the it's been a while since I've seen it, but when they were gonna fire the Death Star, they had the guys with the helmets and they were like click click and they were like punching buttons and you could feel the click of the button when they touched it. And they had that one that beam, not beam, they had that lever and they would like slowly pull it down to imply it had a lot of weight to it. And you'd hear the noise as it was charging up. There's this physical touchability to all the technology and everything. And we had those visual dictionaries for the Star Wars stuff, and they had all the close-ups of the guns and everything, and it just felt like, oh, this is really cool. Like I believe this is real. It's not too clean and sleek and perfect and sterile, which unfortunately I think a lot of the stuff in the prequels kind of was, but
The prequels were sterile, that's right. But then the Return of the Jedi starts going in for this sort of thing, which is we're moving away from any attempt to be relatively serious science fiction, and now it's cutesy animals because the kids will like that.
Oh,
If you've got droids which run your prison ships, and yet you use a beaver to track things through forests, that's not quite as consistent as I think it used to be.
They just pull some fucking 10-year-old rag out of cold storage. I can't get over it. And they just hand it to their handy beaver they made up.
Master Kilnaka left his socks here. It's okay. We can use these.
do you guys have a weird Wookiee cult going on here where you all smell his socks? Is this like a weird Zack Snyder cameo?
He's
where you have to
leaving.
smell it?
He's leaving the Jedi Temple, and they're like, "Whoa! Before you go, can you just like put this under your arms for a little bit, just like 5 minutes, and then give it back?" And he's like,
Yeah.
"Why? Like it's just in case we lose you, like so we can."
Something that really stands out as being a great example of that is in Return of the Jedi, the speeder bikes. The speeder bikes are like that perfect kind of, it hovers and it goes fast, but when you look at it, it looks really not Mad Maxy or anything, but it looks like you could just hop on it, like it's a real thing, like you could go up to it, and you could lick it and you'd know what it would feel like on your tongue, you know, and then it would make the noises and you go, yeah. It was just so real and relatable.
Kilnaka, we need something with your scent on it. He pulls that out and they go, what is that? He's like, it doesn't matter. You don't need to know.
Pulls out his jock strap.
It
He
doesn't matter
reaches
what it
into his
is.
fur and
It's got my
pulls it
scent
out.
on it. That's what you need, right? And they're like, yeah.
Oh, he does the Zoolander thing where he reaches in and he pulls out his underwear.
No.
Appreciated some of the creature designs and how the jungle stuff felt very Scavenger's Reign. The episode was
Okay.
a
I
I
lot
don't know
of
what that means.
What?
That is.
Oh, look how
The
fake
jungle
that.
stuff felt very Scavenger's Reign.
There was a bunch of people walking around, like, I don't understand.
Ugh.
If we're just wandering
least-
around.
And walking
Endor
around
felt
was
like a real
very
forest.
obvious set. Yeah, like this was a really obvious set with like
Yep.
fake shrubbery.
It just sucks. It's so crap.
Just go to the woods and turn your cameras on. You're Disney. Just go to the woods.
That could be dangerous, Rex. They could be bugs.
good.
There's people outside.
very wordy and kind of poorly performed dialogue, compounded by the fact that Amandla Stenberg is just so flat. For me,
Damn.
Anything good to say, Jesus.
Racist. Bigot.
This is a toxic
bigoted
fan
and
right
racist.
here.
her
Wow.
performance
Wow.
in both roles is the weak link of this series. And that's a big problem because
not
the show
wrong.
rests
I was going to say, I
agree.
don't disagree
I do
with him,
agree.
actually.
She's
Yeah.
she's
Yeah.
a super
Agree.
flat actress, apparently. I don't know if she's being directed to be
You
like
gonna get
this,
a diss
but
track
like,
now?
ugh.
The defense is that she doesn't really have a character to play. Like, she plays two different people, but while May has about 14 different iterations of who she is and what she wants, Osha doesn't really have any. And so, like, even a good actor would struggle, I think, to
Yeah.
put much into this role because there's nothing to work with at all. I don't think she's very good in the role either, but I do think she's being let down by people above her.
I also kind of think that the big difference, especially when editing these, I mean, Fring, you've definitely noticed, between her performance as May versus her performance as Osha is that she is much louder as May. She will do loud things.
Pretty much. She'll have like unhinged screaming at times, whereas Osha is like completely just bland.
And I'm just begging
Like,
for that
just
interview where she
boring.
says the difference between them is loud and quiet. That's how I played it. I
Well,
thought, you know.
she said it was like yin and yang, right?
Oh.
That was what she said about it, which is funny. But
I have heard those words.
Yep. I always love to. Yep.
on her shoulders. There was also some inconsistency in the writing.
Oh no! Oh my god!
Oh
Here we
no!
go. Let's
Oh
do
my
it.
God,
Whoa.
we're
I'm
excited.
criticizing
Hey,
writing
you said you
inconsistencies.
distanced yourself from the toxic
Yeah,
stuff.
this is pretty.
Stop
This
it.
video is very toxic, I would say. Yeah, he's gotta be
Wait,
careful.
but he's saying the things that they say. Is he
The
one of
word
them?
some in his sentence, though, is doing so much heavy lifting. There is
There was
some
some.
There's some
inconsistency in the writing.
It is
inconsistency.
holding back the train in Spider-Man. Like.
There's also some inconsistency in the writing. Yord
Right.
says to Osha, "I've known you since we were younglings. May has always been your wound. But I thought that no one knew she had a twin." And then May's
No, he thought she was dead, right?
Yeah.
He thought she was dead.
So that's not an
Well-
inconsistency.
The only
How
slight
did they miss?
potential
How did they
inconsistency.
Well, no, wait. Wasn't
Every
there?
time.
Wasn't with X-23 they were going? They said she was never in the records.
I could
have
That's
seen-
that's inconsistent. So they
Yeah.
know that she had a sister, but then they do say we didn't know she had a twin because the twin isn't in the record. So like it doesn't
Yeah.
actually completely mesh up very easily.
I'd have to
There's a
check the
bit of-
lines because
I spent too much time with the lines. He references her sister when they first meet. He references the sister before when they're on the ship heading to rescue her, and it's Yord, Jackie, and Squid Game. And Squid Game is talking about what
Yeah.
Osha's backstory is, and Yord says, "I didn't know she had a twin." And then Jackie says, "It's not in her files." So it's not great, but
so the
can
way that makes
read
sense
sense into
is
it.
he believed she had a sister, but he didn't know that the sister was a twin.
that will be how I would read it.
All right.
But that seems like a really trivial thing to leave out as opposed to the sister generally. But
I figure they left it out because of the. I don't even want to get into how stupid the first episode. They're all stupid, but the fact that like you didn't tell us she had an identical twin. It's like, well, I saw her fall into an abyss. I figured she'd be dead. It's like, oh, you're right though. She's killing
wouldn't
Jedi
have
or
ever-
something.
Well, isn't it weird that we brought this person into the Jedi Order and we didn't ask her questions like, "Do you have any brothers or sisters or mother, father? Do you have any other like
What was Soul's
if
reason?
anything happens
It's
to
just
call
that
someone?"
she was dead. That's why he didn't want to enter her into the records, I guess.
Well, there's got to be something else going on, isn't there? Because like they are doing a bit of a cover up, and I think they are harking to the missing records and clones, for example, is to suggest that there is this conspiracy. They are keeping things back. The problem with that then is that as soon as say Greenbean learns that there's stuff that's been deleted from the record, she should be asking questions, but she doesn't start asking until 4. So
wouldn't Osha be a huge breach of that secrecy? Like she would have to know, because she would just casually be like, "Yeah, they took me from a world where everyone died."
Yeah, everyone I ever knew as a child died when the Jedi
showed up. Yeah, it's a bit weird.
That's weird.
This POV shift in the episode felt really abrupt, and the answer to the Sith mystery became very obvious by the end of episode 4, which is why I'm glad they revealed it pretty quickly in episode 5. Episode 5, honestly, is exactly what I want.
They revealed it quickly in the 5th episode. Okay.
How was that 5 out of 8?
I guess within the 5th episode. Yeah.
Episode
maybe
5.
maybe his helmet came off fast.
Helmet, dude. This helmet, dude. It's just
terrible. It's awful.
It's so embarrassing.
Yeah.
Hey, they're selling it on HasLab for $99.
Of course.
It's for 12-year-olds who have $100 of disposable
income
that they could buy helmets with.
I just can't understand it. Someone thought this was a good idea in terms of visual design. It's because they're trying to make him creepy.
He's even more edgier. Yeah, like it gets worse and worse as more time goes on. Like Vader ruined everything. He ruined bad guys.
According to Ryan, so this is I forgot the name of the metal and I don't care. But it's a difficult metal to forge. And it's brittle, but they took the time to cut a smile in it and then put little bling teeth in it. That's nice.
That's great.
Where that wasn't part of the original construction because it looks very worn and beaten, but that's a level of charitability I'm not sure I'm willing to extend.
Oh no, I'm sure it coincidentally ended up looking this way because of all kinds of things.
What happens if you mix this one with Frigg?
Ooh. Be careful, you could break the whole Star
I think
Wars
you just
universe.
instantly kill Palpatine.
Yeah.
Like wherever he is, like you do that and it just breaks the code somewhere and he just explodes.
Honestly, is exactly what I want out of Star Wars. The dueling and fight choreography throughout the entire episode was spectacular. The villain is
you need to watch more movies, man. Like I don't know what to say. You need to just fucking watch
the Raid.
Is it better than Disney Star Wars typically? Yes, but is it better than the Phantom Menace? No.
What we've learned is that lightsaber fights need to score at around at least 3 range, and then they'll be fine because the colors take care of the rest. As long as you get enough going, it's like, yeah, that's fine. It looks great now because of the colors. The colors are so fucking awesome.
I can't believe that they actually promised that it was going to be as good as the Phantom Menace when it's like, yeah, sorry, I don't know that anything to this day has come close to when Obi-Wan.
They need to stop doing that. They need to stop overhyping themselves. Just don't do it. Just shut the fuck up and let it show.
Plus, they've seen no movies prior to 20 years ago.
And also, I don't know how. Something I noticed is when you watch the fights, what you'll notice is that the camera is generally behind Sol or Jackie. Like you can't see their face because I presume that they got someone else to do those fights. Part of what makes it impressive in the prequels is that the actors did the fights. That makes it really. That's something
they
that
are intense battles. They are sweating.
Yeah, and that's really cool, and that adds on. So, like, when you say, "Well, it's going to be so impressive," but the actors aren't doing it, I mean, already that kind of like isn't as cool. And so then when it's not even as good anyway.
No, and it's a completely deracinated idea of what choreography is anyway, because choreography isn't just supposed to be, they can move really fast and it looks cool.
Yeah.
It's like saying like ballet is just flips for the sake of flipping and spins for the sake of spinning. That's sort of not the point. Like choreography is purposive. It is an artistic medium. It is supposed to tell you things about the characters involved in the fight. It's supposed to tell you things about the story that they are all wrapped up in. And if anything, the Acolyte's fight scene does the opposite of that, because it tells us that a Padawan in Jeki, who can't be trusted to train with lightsabers, is better with a lightsaber than 15 Jedi Knights who he massacres previously, which he shouldn't be. So there's no character, there's no backstory sort of going into the choreography at all. It is just, it moves quickly, and some of the individual sort of like fight stances look impressive, but that's basically it. That's as deep as it goes, and that's not impressive. When you compare it to the story behind the choreography for the prequels and the reasons those things were done and the philosophy that went into defining the fight styles for the different characters, it's just that they are different art forms entirely, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's even as simple as the part where in the fight with Obi-Wan and Darth Maul where he does the flip and then like taunts Obi-Wan. Even as simple as that, like doing the big somersault and then mocking him. like, hey, nice character, even a little bit.
It's a really frustrating, almost lost art at this point for in a lot of cases where the most communicative content in an Acolyte fight, or even a lot of modern fights, especially in Star Wars, is whoever's pushing who back. Like, that's the best they can do in terms of conveying something in terms of what's going on in the fight narrative. The person who is pushing the other person around is winning. There's no difference in their motions that can convey some difference in how they behave in a fight or how they fight. It's just someone's moving forward while the other's backpedaling. The one who's backpedaling is losing.
And also just that a character could just sort of randomly win out of nowhere. Because, I mean, it's as was pointed out, like, Jackie should not have done as well as she did, but basically, like, it didn't actually matter how well she was doing. It was just once they decided, no, he's going to grab his second lightsaber, then it's over. And it's the same with Yord as well. It's like, well, we just decide, like, he does this little spin and then that's it for Yord. Like, it's not like a character is gradually, I mean, you talk about, you know, like Luke and Darth Vader, right? The whole point of that is that he's getting worn down right until the end. Like, it's obvious who's winning. Compared to just, well, it's fighting. Oh, you win. Okay. Like, you just win, I guess.
Makes the rest of the fight just feel like noise.
Exactly.
In Raiders of the Lost Ark, when, you know, Indy's fighting the Nazis at that plane, you know, in the desert, and he's just like getting really worn out and he's tired to the point where he's on the ground and he's saying, like, give me a second, I'll get up, just give me a second. All of the, like, combat doesn't mean that you completely remove a character's personality, backstory, training, style, all of the little mannerisms that make a person. Those things will come out in the way that they interact with other people, whether it's, you know, obviously dialogue and just the way that they, you know, the way that they fight and everything. But when I see stuff like this, like it's in the Acolyte, it seems like the people who make it think that combat is completely separate from the character. All right, let's bring in some new actors. They'll do all the things, and then once they're done, all right, we'll bring in the actors again, and then they can do whatever, instead of making the character a part of their own actions. It's like this weird compartmentalization. Like, oh, combat has started. This is no longer a person. This is a prop swinging around a light stick, and then that's that. And then the plot happens, and then we can go back to the other mode.
Combat themed interpretive dance. That's what it turns into. And it's not, if you want to see a spectacular sword fight, it's from The Court Jester with Danny Kaye. It's got Basil Rathbone. Basil Rathbone is a real sword fighter, and it's freaking spectacular. It's a great movie too, by the way.
Another angle people always want to analyze from is going to be the emotional stakes for the conflict in the characters. It's like nobody knows who this guy is. So
yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess he doesn't like the Jedi because of something.
That doesn't mean the fight can't be interesting. I'm just saying there's nothing to draw from with that angle. So it's like we have to try something else. You know, what else we got? It's like, well, how well did they do with incorporating the environment? Well, not
they
much.
Cut trees.
Some trees got cut,
but it wasn't even
fell the wrong way.
Yeah, that was like that was like between fights as well. That wasn't even, you know.
Well, remember in the, I will give a little bit of praise, a little tiny bit of praise to Ahsoka. You had the guy, who's the big guy, the big old man, the actor passed away. Balin, that's it. When he fought, he had this sort of distinct way of moving.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, like that's different. You are distinctly different from other people. And I can believe that based off of who you are, and that you might have, you split from the Jedi, or you had your own style, or the way that you fight and move is not the same as everyone else. You're not just completely interchangeable with all the other people around you. That was like, oh, like that's mildly interesting. And in the Phantom Menace, when they meet Darth Maul at the beginning in the hangar, and he uses the Force to flick a piece of battle droid on the door panel so it opens the door so they can go through. Like, what we need to be seeing that. We need to be seeing that all the time. Like I've said, telekinesis is telekinesis is your primary ability. The lightsaber's there in case they get too close, I feel. But we need to be using the environment. We need to be kicking up dust. We need to be throwing shit at other people. We need to be having rocks getting picked up and chucked. They had this fight take place in a jungle, but there's nothing jungly about. Like, take the Predator, right? The first Predator movie. Like, that is such a jungle movie, you know? If that took place anywhere else, it would just be a different movie. So much of that plays into the
True.
story with trying to find this guy, someone being hunted, them shooting into the foliage, not knowing where this thing is that's coming after them. They play so strongly into the environment. And that doesn't happen in the Acolyte.
No, that's what I mean. I think we've now gone over just how much they haven't taken any advantage of almost every single aspect of choreography outside of, sometimes he throws a couple moves in a row on a single shot, and there's dodges that look like they're about accurate. Like, okay.
Whoa.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, sometimes they pull out, and it's like, yeah, I feel like our standard should be a little bit higher.
Well, they
just at least a little bit higher. But then even if we're just saying, well, on a couple of technical grounds, it's above the rest of the shows, there are also a couple of technical grounds in which it falls way below the other shows that even Disney's put out, like having characters teleport in and out of existence, and then keeping them out of scenes because if they were in the scenes, then it wouldn't work the way they wanted it to. The way like Jackie jump kicking from fucking nowhere, and having then later seen how good she is in the fight, realizing that how much better the fight would have gone for the Jedi had she not disappeared for all of that time. And then Squid Game later on also disappears out of the scene for ages, and then comes back when it's convenient for him to do so. Like.
He's
Technical
seemingly
stuff
the
has
only
to be
one
consistent too, right?
that has the ability to defeat Smiler Ren, and so it's like so convenient. He's just gone for so long while everyone gets killed, and then he watches the remaining 2 die. Oh, that was so annoying. So crap.
Inaction is character as
Yes,
well,
it
unfortunately.
is.
Yep.
Spectacular. The villain is a badass and gave us 2 truly shocking moments.
Oh, and it's gonna just be the 2 times he killed a person. That's
He killed a person
whoa.
because
badass.
he's so badass.
He is cringe.
He
One
is
of the things I
cringe.
find
It's all
Normalized
about-
cringe as this man.
It's really strange that if he hates the Jedi so much, he kills them with this unfeeling, almost like apathy. Like he takes no joy or pleasure or catharsis in killing them. It's just so mechanical and uninteresting when he supposedly has these very deep reasons. Like Mother mentioned, Darth Maul, when he had Obi-Wan on the ropes there when he was dangling and he was doing the sparks and everything, is like, haha, you suck. Like that's
He
like,
does
oh
have
yeah,
a,
he hates the Jedi.
He does have his little, like, Joker smiles when his mask comes off, because he wants to pretend to be unhinged and stuff, the Smiler Ren. When he's, like, locked up with, I forget if there's dialogue for it. Someone you might remember, but... because Soul is like, oh, roar, you're mean. And then he was like, yeah, I'm pretty mean.
I am actually mean, yes.
Shadow the Hedgehog. Like,
yeah, I was
just
going to say
normalizing Shadow the Hedgehog as what we want out of our Sith. I think we can do a bit better.
Yeah, he kills Jackie.
And that
is
performance...
you killed her. Is that what it was called? Ooh, edgy line. I like it. Very, very
Not
good.
reveal.
Why didn't you introduce that idea earlier? Like.
Even his motives at that point, I think as Rags mentioned as well, but like they do kind of fall apart really quickly because they do have that brief conversation about why he's here, killing everyone. And he's like, well, May betrayed me and risked me being exposed, so now I have to kill everybody here. But episode 2 establishes that May doesn't know who you are. So if you hadn't turned up and started killing all of these Jedi, then you probably would be less exposed than you are now, having killed all of the Jedi. And if your goal was always to kill her and leave, then why are you holding her hostage? And if your goal was always to kill her and the rest of the Jedi, then why are you holding her hostage to talk to the Jedi rather than just killing everybody, which you're very capable of doing? Like, you're just inviting this to go wrong for you because that's what the show needs to happen. But the
they
motive
think the
doesn't make any
galaxy
sense.
is 17 rooms, so you can't just go off and live a life and just be normal. You can't do that. You have to act as if, oh, they won't leave me alone. Like, what? They're tracking you down wherever you go. Just live a normal life. They'll never know.
Existed until you turned up on this
until
planet
you
and
did the
started killing them,
inciting
for fuck's
incident
sake.
of the show, which is tell some chick that you trained to go and murder Jedi.
Yeah, that's just been a fucking failure.
Like, that'll get them snooping around and poking about, looking for who you are.
It is funny though, right? I don't want anything to do with the Jedi. You guys ruin everything. Anyway, my Acolyte, go and kill the Jedi.
Go kill Trinity.
Okay.
And go kill Trinity in a very crowded establishment.
With no
It seems
weapons.
to rest upon the assumption that his existence is made very difficult by the Jedi existing, which, there's plentiful ways for that to make sense, but we don't see any of them. So what's even the point?
It's like it's gonna be that
Also, are
episode
we
where
ever
they
gonna-
make them ridiculous and kill everybody or whatever.
Have we gotten anything on the whole you can't use a weapon to kill him? Was that Did that ever amount to
I mean,
They
anything?
just
or
said
mean
that
anything?
again, right?
Considering that he killed most of them with his lightsaber, so
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I got
at
nothing
this
on that.
point, I'm wondering, they might literally just forget that was set up to be this very important.
Well, remember
thing.
he
When we
asked
first
about it
met
in
him,
episode
he-
4.
They can't have forgotten. They've mentioned it too often for even for a show as stupid as this. It's got
Probably gonna be a flashback episode. It's gonna explain it for some reason.
It'll probably be really stupid. But I imagine that they're going to address it at some point.
My vague guess at it would be, I think there's some backstory for the Sith where to get their own lightsaber, they have to take one from a Jedi and use that to kill them. And we've seen her trying to grab lightsabers, and that was what Timo as a Kaimir suggests she does before we learn, or well, we already knew, before it is revealed that he is Smilo. He suggests to her, hey, what about taking one of their weapons? Does that count? So it's a vague guess, but I think it might be something like that. You have to steal a Jedi's lightsaber and use that to kill one to become a true Sith acolyte. And even though the lightsaber is red, and that's a specific dark side ritual that only really the Sith do, that will still confuse the Jedi because they don't read history and they don't know what that is.
Also, in retrospect, what a stupid fucking plan to go after Indara with no weapons first. She could easily have captured her instantly.
I mean, yeah, she's a Jedi master.
Taking it back to
yeah,
Coruscant, they get into her head hardcore, and they're like, "So there's a Sith running around." Just there you go, that simply. Then Smiler Red would be like, "Wow, I have to kill all of you now."
Yeah.
Go kill the one in a bubble who just sleeps all day or whatever. If you let's start off easy, right? If you can get him to drink poison or whatever, then we'll talk about the rest.
By the way, chat, I hope you guys all understand that they will come for the Old Republic soon enough. Okay, they cannot resist the idea of 1,000 Jedi running 1,000 Sith lightsabers. They cannot resist.
We said they were coming for Thrawn for unironically about 4.5 years, and then they finally did.
Yeah. They'll do the Old Republic
come for
and they're going to ruin it. They will ruin it. And they will probably make it so that Knights of the Old Republic, they'll probably decanonize aspects of that story in doing so as well.
I hope you're ready for Revan. I hope you KOTOR fans are ready for Revan.
Yeah, she's going to be amazing.
Revanina.
Really shocking moments, and that performance was also incredible. I just really appreciated the show.
But why?
It was edgy. It was edgy. It was channeling Shadow the Hedgehog energy.
It was flat and edgy. It was very uninspired and dull.
He might as well have said kid at some point.
Dude, that
teleports behind
screenshot. That screenshot does not help it at all.
No.
Dude, it's so funny when he grabbed Soul's lightsaber and headbutted it. That shit is hilarious.
This is a screenshot of
really
a
funny.
photo from a computer screen taken by a phone from across the room.
From a toaster?
Yeah.
This is...
Yeah.
My Mazda's key fob can take better pictures than this.
Dude, this show thought it was so cool. They
punch.
They thought it was so cool when he grabbed the second dude and pulled him into the lightsaber and then locked their heads off. They thought, oh yeah, that was so cool. Never mind why he allowed that to happen to himself, but oh yeah, so
what do they
cool.
teach
Look
you
at
in that
Kylo
Jedi
Ren.
Academy? Nothing, I guess.
Teach you about the ocean and fire.
Yeah.
Show for not pulling its punches here. I'm also digging how the Acolyte is echoing the prequels by interrogating the dogma of the Jedi. I'm still finding
no, it doesn't.
Is it all?
There
is.
We haven't learned anything about the Jedi. We've learned nothing about them.
Not only is there no critique, but there's no philosophy to critique. There's nothing.
They're just a bunch of assholes in the jungle.
Imagine two people just burst into your house and started pointing at each other and saying, that guy's the evil one. No, he's the evil one. That's what we've got here.
We were exploring their philosophy, Theo. Yes.
I don't know that we were.
Yeah, and just like the Acolyte, just want them out of my house.
I mean, Chaimea's speech isn't particularly interesting to me. It's like, I want to do Sith stuff, but the Jedi are mean and they make it so I can't, so now I have to kill all of you. I'm just sitting here like, oh, okay.
So deep.
It's so edgy.
So
I
edgy.
guess I have to go on a murderous rampage.
So complex.
What a bother.
Truly.
We'll get something about it probably in the next episode. I mean, it was so easy to call coming anyway. I think I actually put this in the end of my episode 4 video. But it's like, obviously, Osha will somehow end up with Smilo, and May will somehow end up with the Jedi, and Smilo will tell Osha what really happened on her homeworld. And that's the place when they'll try and launch this critique of the Jedi as creating effectively evil amongst the dark side by their rigid and dogmatic views. The problem is, though, the closest we've had to interrogating any philosophy so far is the episode 3 stuff about the thread. And that is just empty. So I don't have any confidence in them actually doing something with this.
It's just like it's one group using a metaphor and another group using a different metaphor for things that we can't tie to anything else. So it's we got nothing. I got nothing.
Imagery doesn't tend to stand on its own. It needs to it ties to something. It is used to demonstrate something about a worldview or an idea, or make it easier to communicate.
You
That's
explain
kind of
things based off of things you already
Imagine you're
know,
an ocean.
and
Yes.
we don't know anything.
Imagine you're a droplet in that ocean. Imagine you were the droplet the whole time in the ocean that you were. Fire. Yeah, they
Imagine
just
firing the ocean.
once that scene is over, it's like, there we go. Now we can do anything else.
Lee Jung
Boom,
Jae sold
we
to
have
be a
done philosophy.
Yes.
really compelling character and performance, and I'm interested to see the
Really
reveal that's
sucks.
coming for him. The Acolyte is far from perfect, but enough of it is working for me to keep going.
Well,
you were gonna say that no matter what.
I just, it's I guess it was a fair and balanced review because he said the good stuff was the fights and the performances sometimes. And
Spectacular.
I mean, it's just interesting how much work audience members end up having to do for these shows anyway. As in, like, oh wow, that was a great exploration of the philosophy of the dogmatic view of the Jedi, and you're just sitting there like, what are you referencing? So this is a reminder, okay? Because the next character in this selection we've come across before.
The Fleam Brigade.
Yes, and I'm going to show us where we first came across this character in the Fleam Brigade.
The Fleam of Schlurpo.
This is from, I don't remember what episode of Mando this was, and I put this in here. So it's, yeah. You ready, Rex?
One thing about Slave 1 is I noticed in the Rogue Squadron games, it's really easy. No, fuck off.
Yeah.
Oh, these guys. That seems like a waste.
Yeah, pretty intense waste, but whatever.
2 ships, yeah.
And plus the precision.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
The 2 ships have to be in a, right there and right there, and they have to see that thing coming and not do anything about it. It's like, how do you still?
So this fella, he's got some opinions to share. You guys ready?
Bausch and Shad.
I'm sure.
That's an unlikely team up.
But why do you like that? Because I don't engage with the.
Oh, sorry. I should roll him back a bit because he starts straight away.
Okay.
Who is this?
It doesn't really
There's
matter.
a net above their head that's got robots in it. Think about it.
It's like, how do you still like stuff? You like everything. Why do you like that? Because I don't engage with the feedback on the internet. Like,
So he answers the question, why do you like everything to do with Star Wars? And his answer was, because I don't engage with feedback on the internet.
Why are you still a Christian? Oh, because I don't watch. I don't watch any religion debates.
I don't even.
Talk to any people from any other religions.
Is that just admitting you never want to explore any other point of view than your own?
I know.
Pretty much.
Yes, I know. If I hear the arguments, I might change my mind. So
I can
There must be
understand
things he
the
doesn't
idea.
like, right?
I can understand the idea of being skeptical of internet discourse. Like, sure, but the idea that there's nothing of value ever said by the millions upon millions of people screeching their opinions into the void. I don't know.
Like, I generally don't. I hang out with you, with my friends. We have like that in-person experience.
I have a feeling that I'm just sort of looking at this set and all of the construction that went into making this Star Wars themed set, and it makes me wonder how much of you can afford to not like Star Wars. There's that element of you've hitched your wagon to this very strongly, as evidenced by this production I see. So
and just to clarify, if the question were reflected on us, how can you afford to like Star Wars? We're like, yep, Andor. We did a whole bunch of stuff on that.
Love Andor. We like the original trilogy. We even like the prequels, the goobery movies that they are.
So it's easy for us. We'll just take them as they come. We don't go. We go in hating it, and then we don't check what anyone's saying, so that we can maintain our hatred. Totally fine when you do it in the positive direction.
Boring, insufferable sap do you have to be to say, oh no, my default position is that I love absolutely everything. It's like it's so tedious. Like there's that old line about it's better to be a pig? No, sorry, it's better to be Socrates dissatisfied than a pig satisfied. Sort of advertising himself as the satisfied pig precisely because he doesn't critically engage with anything. What does he have to talk about? Like, doesn't it just get really tedious if you're just saying, "Oh, it wasn't that good"? Yeah, wasn't that good? Yeah, wasn't that good? Yeah,
Yeah.
wasn't that good?
Well, you like
Yeah.
the seismic charge from the Slave One. So that was... Oh, sorry.
Well,
I shouldn't have said. I didn't mean to say Slave One. I'm sorry.
Fire spray, right?
Yeah,
Or Boba Fett's ship. Is that what it's called?
I wouldn't want to upset anybody by calling it Slave One. So it's fire spray.
If you really like this stuff, then just don't even talk about the discourse. Like
Yeah.
you wouldn't be aware of it. If you don't engage in it and you're not part of it, then you're not aware of it. And just tell us why you like it, how much you like it, do all that. But that always gets brought up. I don't pay attention to all this stuff. I completely pay attention to all the fucking time. And now I'm going to tell you why I disagree. Whatever.
Look, all right, it's life. It's like what's the name said about the show, the yin and the yang. All right, look, the good and the bad. All right, the duality of existence. You know, how are you going to appreciate the good if there is no such thing as bad? What does it mean to be good? You know, all that. I mean, I
It's
like
so
it's
cool.
Philosophy.
It's so cool to take yin yang and just make it good bad. It's so funny to me.
No, I know, I love it. That's what it means, right? Yeah,
That's certainly what those concepts are on about. Goodness and badness.
Goodness and
like I said, it refers to loud and quiet, and people are just figuring that out. So it's okay.
And then I usually don't engage with it other than it's like rewatching it on my own. Every once in a while, I'll be like, well, with some other reactors, what did they say? that type of thing. But
yes, every once in a while.
Acolyte,
I bet the ones that you watch.
You should watch EFAP reactions.
Get a fresh new perspective
Yay.
on how much these shows are well constructed, and definitely will stand the test of time.
just the fan response has just been so like vile and full of
Why?
contempt, you know?
Interesting. Why would that be? Why would that be? What happened?
It always feels like asking a flip reverse. I'd be like, what's the equivalent on the love side of vile? Because he says full of contempt. It's like, so what would be the reverse? Because it should be possible.
Adoration?
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? They're like, yeah, that's a good thing, though. You're like, no. No, I mean, like, what is toxic love? What is
things?
Love bombing? What is, like, there needs to be words.
Why can't you just let people hate things, man?
Being a hater is fucking fun.
Like, I just want to sit over here with all my friends and hate Star Wars every week for profit, all right? I just leave us alone, okay?
Like, if someone said toxic adoration, I think people are like, toxic adoration?
Well, that's like stalking.
Yeah, I mean,
it exists. It's the real thing.
I mean, it is. If he just defines it as like vile, right? It's like, oh well, do you think that there's really not many people out there who have substantive criticisms of the Acolyte or other Star Wars shows, Disney Star Wars shows?
Are you saying this guy needs a restraining order from Star Wars?
Well,
he's watching it sleep at night.
It's worth mentioning a lot of these broad criticisms are made by people who don't even watch the fucking videos. It does, because we're watching these directly. I'm just saying, like, have you actually watched them, or are you just saying it's vile because there's articles and Twitter posts about how it's vile and horrible?
It seems like it's probably going to be Twitter posts like, this is the downfall of stuff. He's like, I don't want to do this. I want to watch the fun show or whatever. And it's like, yeah, as Gary already said, just don't mention it then. Just talk about why you like the things.
Yeah, you don't need to talk about
it's funny because then they say
people.
they don't care for the feedback on the internet, but him talking about this definitely comes from the feedback that he got from the internet of his fan base, right? Like that's probably where it came from. So I guess he does pay attention to something.
He definitely pays attention. He definitely does. If he didn't pay attention, he would never brought it up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Which I can understand if you're a person that I just haven't liked Disney stuff for a long time. Now it's come to a head.
Okay. There you go.
Oh, so, there you go. All right, that's us.
I'm not fond of a lot of Disney stuff.
Yeah, not good. Not good. Pretty bad track record.
I get that, but like some of the things that are being brought up as of like objective facts, like this thing breaks canon, like it doesn't.
Oh,
what thing? Tell us.
But this is just an entirely different thing. This is just you disagree.
Well, also, to be clear,
you just
he
entered
said
the playing field.
he said it doesn't break canon, not who cares if it breaks canon.
Yeah.
So
which
he
is
is
what I mean.
defending he's defending the idea of they are wrong in their criticism because their criticism is incorrect, not I do not care about that criticism.
He has stepped up to bat, so to speak. Like, he's
Well,
in the ring
Basically,
now.
yeah, he said you're wrong.
Well, yeah, we need to teach him about. He's confused. He thinks it's vile contempt, evildoers online saying things, and it's like, no. They have a point of view. You have a point of view, and they're different points of view. That's all that's happening. Okay.
Yeah. And it's because they care. That's the audience you paid for. Kiadi Mundi, they had to rush and change his backstory. Now it turns out that he had a shortened life. I didn't know this. I didn't care. That he had a shortened lifespan, and the reason was interesting that he got an exemption with the Jedi to go out and bang women. He had 3 wives.
Well, yeah, all of that
to keep perpetuating his race because the males didn't live as long, and then they just changed all that.
That's fucked now.
changing canon. Yep.
No, it doesn't. I don't know how to kindly say that without being insulting.
Sure. Well, no, you can just say it's wrong for these reasons.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
can
just say easy.
You can just say it's wrong for
Man,
these reasons.
that sounds like you're really angry about this.
Yeah, you sound pretty vile, dude.
Yeah.
It's actually remarkably easy to have normal conversations online. It is really easy when you just talk about the subject at hand without getting into all of this annoying, insufferable fucking.
I do that with people all the time. I call them my friends even.
I know,
Isn't that
right?
Just
insane.
people
That's
like
crazy.
human beings have conversations. It's really not that difficult.
Well, like with the Sith, right? So it's not the argument on whether or not they existed. It's, are the Jedi aware of them?
Yeah.
And then you have to make us believe that they're not aware of them. Although dozens of Jedi just fought a Sith, a guy with a red lightsaber that maybe one of the people paid attention in history class and went, oh shit, that guy looks like a Sith. And they get on their little communicator, or they do something to record that knowledge. That that would be pretty effing important.
But that doesn't happen. That's the first thing in the next episode that has to happen, because Squid Game is now back on the ship, and the first thing he has to do is to radio Greenbean and say, hey, by the way, we just fought a guy who called himself a Sith.
Yeah, he said explicitly that we would call him a Sith. So, just put that out there.
A bunch of Jedi have fucking died, so this isn't going away easily.
No, you're right.
Okay. It feels like you're just looking for problems. I personally,
I'm sorry, our brains work and we notice things.
I don't know, man.
I don't know what to tell you.
You're looking for solutions, and you find them everywhere when you're not actually finding them. How about that?
don't go into art looking for problems. I go into art to have.
They're just evident. We just
who does
notice
this?
them.
Yeah, who is this apparent person, like the fucking critic from Ratatouille, who goes to every film with their little notepad,
To be fair, Anton Ego looks like the opposite human being of this person does. So that's
I guess so. These people don't exist. Things jump out at you. You notice them.
I don't choose what I do and don't notice. It's literally not my decision. It happens.
Yes. If it snaps, it snaps. It snaps at different places for different people, depending on, I guess, how lenient or harsh they may be, or their particular knowledge about a given subject matter. But everybody has a line that eventually will just get crossed, and you don't decide when a story breaks your immersion or your suspension of disbelief.
To extend an olive branch, I guess, the amount of you've been burned by a studio before will inform your willingness to give them a shot, right? Which informs your charitability towards the thing you're watching. So when someone with a track record like Disney starts putting something that gives you things that require explanation, you're not exactly confident that you're going to get satisfying answers. I think that's pretty reasonable.
Let me give
you have no trust that these people are going to satisfy your concerns.
Let's go with a strong example. One of the, Jedi gets fucking stabbed with a lightsaber and he falls to the ground. We're all going, well, he'll be okay, right? And then someone will be like, wow, you're just trying to bitch about the fact that Sabine didn't die. And I'm like, no.
It's just pattern recognition.
Do you want me to take
it's
it seriously?
Brain.
If you want me to take this stupid ass show seriously, then my brain is telling me more times than less people survive this shit, so I should assume that guy is fine.
I actually called it out for praise in the script for the episode 5 review. It's like, hey, they got stabbed and they died. This is a good thing that they've done correctly.
Absolutely
it didn't really need to be said, but that's the state we are now in.
I've seen people say that
they got stabbed and they died. This is a good thing.
This is a good thing.
I've seen people say that Smilo watched Ahsoka, and so he's like, I got a triple stab and neck break. I can't be just single stab it. It's not going to work.
You want to get people like this to legitimately answer the question, why has so much changed? How come the attitude for Star Wars has shifted so dramatically?
They always say it's money.
Into the negative.
They always say it's money.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well, there you go. All right, but just to be clear, we're not the people here with these
for
big,
reference,
fancy Star Wars themed sets.
Theory put out a video recently addressing that criticism, and he said from a first-hand account that he made a lot more money when Star Wars was good, and he was celebrating it with everybody.
Well, of course, you have a vested interest in keeping your thing alive and healthy and well. It's like, what happens when you have a channel that's devoted to a franchise, an IP, a specific video game, a specific whatever it is, and it starts to, like, what do you think happened to all the Halo YouTubers? What do you think happened to all of these other, YouTubers that had hitched their wagons, so to speak, to this thing, and it starts going downhill? Well, like, oh shit, that's not good. They want that thing to be healthy and to thrive and be praised and to be positive and constantly generate more.
How happy are the Game of Thrones YouTubers?
I'm sure they were thrilled. Yeah.
Well,
Gary, the
good with
fucking
House of the Dragon.
Yeah.
the several YouTubers I was following when the season 8 was coming out, where they had to review like 3, 4, 5, 6, and you could just tell listening to them. They were like, so this happens, and this references this, and what losing their minds. And then House of the Dragon comes along, and they gasp. They're like, oh my god, could it be?
Oh, thank God, my prayers have been answered.
They're finally back.
Have an experience.
Sure. You don't look at a
You know?
painting and be like, I think they used the
Yeah.
wrong brush here.
Yeah.
Actually, yes.
Actually, yes.
Also, sometimes people might say that. It's a terrible.
Have you ever been in an
comparison.
art class? Jesus.
There's nothing wrong with people saying it. Why are you saying there's something wrong with that?
It would be more like, I'm going to paint this realistic picture, and the sky is like purple with polka dots on it.
Yeah.
And the grass is blue, and hamburgers eat people. And you're like, wait a second, wait.
Sounds like a
what's
dream I had
happening?
once.
I don't. This is not as you have described it to me.
Imagine
I
a
feel
teacher was
bamboozled.
correcting a student's work, and the student was like, "You went into my work looking to hate it." He's like, "Okay, it's still shit."
Yeah.
But like, Yoda tells Luke, like, don't bring your weapons with you into the Cave of Evil. That's a bad idea. And Luke's like, I'm bringing them anyway, But because he brings them, he finds conflict.
Yeah.
What does this have
you
to
are,
do
you
with
are kidding me,
anything?
right?
Whoa.
Wait. Is he trying to compare
Yes.
this to the you can't use weapon? What a fucking retard.
He's saying Yoda saying your weapons, you will not need them before going into the cave. Luke makes the mistake there that we all make going into Disney Star Wars with our blasters ready.
Vader wasn't actually in the cave.
Yeah.
Like, did that escape this guy?
Hey, maybe
how do
he could have been in them.
Rags, media literacy is like let me sit you down.
Oh
it
no!
hurts, it hurts my brain. My brain.
Imagine this guy. He sees Vader around the corner. He's like, "Oh God, he's here."
What's Luke doing in the Darth Vader helmet?
Maybe it's not. Yeah, maybe when you're going to the cave where you're going to trip balls, it's not good to have a lightsaber. You might cut yourself. I don't fucking know.
Your loaded handguns. You will not need them.
Like we're about to boot up the next episode of Acolyte with this guy. And he's like, "You guys aren't in hate mode, right?" Like, I'm just gonna take it for what it is, mate. Like,
maybe I am. Maybe I am in hate mode.
Because hating is fun. Hating is
can be very fun.
Stop pretending that it isn't.
Hating is fun. Hating is
It's very easy. That example either. I've seen somebody else say, I think it was in reference to canon. It was like someone said, "Oh, you only lose what you take in with you," in reference to the Yoda scene. So, well, okay, if I take in canon with me, I lose that, do I?
Pretty much with Disney, yeah.
Stupid argument. Also, the cave is there to teach you a lesson. That's sort of the point of the cave in the script, is that Luke takes in what he, fears, that is the conflict within him. This guy's approach is, no, go into the cave and you'll see absolutely nothing. That means you've got nothing going on. You're basically brain dead if you go into the cave and see nothing, which I imagine this guy probably would.
Yeah, I was going to say. That's probably accurate.
Soda.
I see a refrigerator.
A lot of people went in to this show with their blaster belts clipped in, being like, I'm gonna go see what's wrong with this show, And it's just,
maybe I do feel a bit defensive.
we gave it the best fucking shot. It failed miserably from its first scene. It was terrible. Like, what do you want us to do? Lie?
Why do I feel the need to be strapped with a gat while I'm walking through Mos Eisley or whatever? when I watch these shows. Why? What do you think put us in that mood? I didn't used to. I didn't used to feel like I had to go armed into these places that I once called home, but now I do. What happened?
It's pattern recognition. This is like the equivalent of one of those influencers that goes and visits ISIS, and just thinks, oh, nothing will happen. It'll be fine.
Listen, there's precedent, and we're pattern recognizers. That's what humans do.
There's not a lot. Like as a viewer, like you're required to bring your suspension of belief.
No, that's
suspension of disbelief.
No.
My suspension of belief is already there. My belief is already suspended. We were there a long time ago, man.
Suspension of belief.
At least to say like, it's like going into a wrestling show and being like, "Hey, I think it's all fake." It's like, no, you.
It's not even
I know
close
it's
to
fake.
that.
Yeah.
Everyone knows wrestling is fake.
Well, but
That's why it's so wonderful and charming.
Well, I was just about to say, we know that movies and TV are fake. Everyone,
Yeah.
like, why?
Wait, you telling me movies are fake?
This is what I mean. Like, he's like, you're supposed to. It's not even about that. That shit gets broken all on its own.
Mahler.
The equivalent to what he's saying would be like you watch, I don't know, Lord of the Rings, and you see someone cast a magic spell, and you're like, oh, that can't happen. That's not real.
Yeah, this isn't even relevant, honestly. The thing is, I'm plenty immersed into the shitty world of the Acolyte. I take it for what it is. I pay attention to its rules, and then I'm like, wow, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, he could have made... If I wasn't taking it seriously, someone could just be like, why are you... This isn't a real world, Muller. It's not a real thing. Like, why are you so immersed? Like, someone could make that argument if they wanted to, but... I love that he thinks that this is all solved by suspension of disbelief, as if we can all just turn it on at a whim. I've always hated that. Like, you have to earn it. You can't just make me switch it randomly.
We get immersed in bad stuff all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just what happens.
Madam Web was a journey, I was gripped by Madam Web throughout, and when that Pepsi Cola sign landed on the villain, I felt that hit. I knew what was happening there was painful, but it was right.
I think a way of thinking about suspension of disbelief should be in terms of a relationship between a writer and a, viewer, reader, is that the viewer is already probably giving you a lot by accepting your story as being like a series of events that they're, treating as though it's, kind of real compared to, well, I know that this was written to evoke a bunch of feelings in me, and it's all deliberately, orchestrated in that way. They're already giving you a lot to, like, especially if you're doing, like, science fiction or fantasy, they're already very much meeting you halfway. So at the same time, it's like, what's your job to, like, you can't place the onus entirely on the viewer of, like, well, just, that thing pisses you off, just, don't let it don't do that. Just be happy, enjoy it. Like, never, ever, ever take any issue with anything that's being put on the screen.
Yeah, you're right.
This is not how you are constantly going to get conned and duped your entire life.
Because he's obviously disliked something in his life, and therefore he'd be like, why don't you just like everything? It would be nicer. It's a nicer world, isn't it? Just have suspend your disbelief, man. Pretend it's what you wanted. The famous line.
Pretend it's what you wanted. Yeah, there you go, yeah.
Suspend your belief.
It's a wrestling show.
Yeah.
Give yourself into it. It's a space fantasy show with wizards.
Yeah.
It's
really
Space wizards! We did it! Space fantasy with wizards.
It's like a bingo, isn't it? Like,
Yeah.
Yay, we did it.
Boo.
It's like bungo.
Why is it, just like very quickly, why is it that all of the people who apparently hate Star Wars hold Star Wars to higher standards than all of the people who say they love it? Like, why is this always the way it happens?
Like, do it with everything. How do we say that the thing, if we say that the thing was shitty all along, well, that's a strategy of a kind.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Like, oh, you think it's bad? Well, it was always bad.
It was always bad.
I do like
Suspend
that
your belief.
Turns out they were convinced by our arguments that the Acolyte was shit. They're just like, yeah, I like shit. Look at the original trilogy.
Yeah.
Then we're like, hang on. When
I was growing up watching the Empire Strikes Back, little rags in front of the TV, well, in front of that loud ass CRTV Tubi business, I was like, man, I'm so glad this is shit, so I'll never be disappointed.
Yeah.
Just kind of have fun, not get super angry, and then go whine about it on the internet.
Oh, we are having fun.
You're whining about it on the internet right
I'm
now.
having tons of fun.
I don't mind people getting angry. Why can't people get angry over this? Why are they not allowed?
Bro, I fucking love whining on the internet. It's fun.
But professional.
What it's for.
Leads to anger.
just enjoying that silence. Why aren't we allowed to be angry? Tell me.
Because
Being-
angry is perceived as bad.
Don't be
it's
angry.
always just
Angry
be
means
angry.
passion. I'll take anger. Anger means you feel something. That's the start.
yeah.
You're too old.
I know.
To be
Maybe
angry.
they're afraid like, oh, if we're all angry at it, maybe it just goes away forever and ever, and we'll never get it back. So we have to be positive, so we at least get those breadcrumbs of poop on the floor.
I've always loved that
Yeah.
argument. Like, the more negative you are, the more likely Disney won't even make Star Wars anymore. And you're like, oh no,
hell yeah.
Oh no. Maybe if you wouldn't have
Saying
been
it
so
made it a good
nice all
time.
the time, they would have made something better by now that is also Star Wars. That's a crazy idea right there. But I don't know, it's just always this positive.
I would
just
flip
the
it around.
positivity. It just doesn't go anywhere. It's just annoying. And obviously it's not working like in a broader sense in like the mainstream, because everything is just going down. Like everything's going down.
Yeah.
Money, viewership, everything.
From where I'm sitting, rewind, I don't know, 4 or 5 years, and the perception of Marvel and Star Wars was way better than it is now. It's significantly dropped, even in. I mean, every year, you know, like we were a little surprised with the Acolyte. It felt like everybody agreed this one was shit, and what we've got left for the people who like it are basically saying, nah, it's fine, it's fine. The 5th episode was okay.
It's not the impassioned phrase, is it?
No.
But if that's how it makes you feel, I have to confront the way that criticism makes me feel, you know. But I'm trying to like make my peace with it, because last night looking through some stuff, which is the first time I've ever looked through like some Star Wars like internet stuff in a long time, it just kind of confirmed to me like, oh yeah, it's a real good idea that I don't do this.
Sure.
Okay.
People said mean words, or
I might never do it again.
He discovered standards.
There's definitely a lot.
he discovered there's people with different opinions, and he's like, wait a second.
Out
This was
there.
terrible.
And like, I know some people too that like they were real big Star Wars fans, and more and more in the Disney era, they're kind of like, you know what? I don't think I'm a Star Wars fan anymore. I like Star Wars, but I don't think I'm a fan. And I'm like, I think that's fine. If you've grown out of it, I suppose, or if
wait, is
I don't like
is that what they said? Or
Well, of course, I grew out of it if it's meant for 12-year-olds.
It puts it all on the person who's like lost interest. It's like, well, see, something about you has changed. It's not that anything about the media has changed.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's not that people have grown out of it. It's that they're tired of getting shit constantly delivered to their doorstep.
How come I haven't? Yeah, I haven't grown out of the original trilogy.
Thanks
Let's
for
explain
your
that.
Max, you've reminded me of
like,
we were discussing this on Open Bar, how sad it is when you find out like the whole OT thing. They'll be like, oh, you still like the OT as well, even though that's like, and you're like, oh god, what did you like the OT for? What did you think the OT was good at? Like, you start to worry, like, oh, we didn't like it for the same reasons.
We've talked about this. What exactly is it that you fell in love with? When I think we talked about this during in Mandalorian when we saw Luke again, and Luke was just a complete, like, he wasn't anything like Luke Skywalker was. He didn't really look like him, and he didn't really sound like him. You could tell something was off, and he behaved in ways that were just bizarre and strange. And we had this big discussion on, well, you're clapping and you're crying and you're shitting and coming everywhere. But what exactly? What did you fall in love with exactly? Because clearly there is a difference between what I love about the original trilogy and what you loved about the original trilogy. And I'm starting to think that you just fell in love with iconography and sound effects. You didn't fall in love with the story and the characters.
Deliberate trick. JJ talks about how this was the plan with TFA, to transpose everything you felt in the originals into this new stuff. It's just like, and it worked temporarily. It always works temporarily. It's never permanent, because it's never like authentic and honest, and the source is not the new thing. It's the old thing. But they're still trying it, and at this point, I don't even know that they know they can do anything else. Andor is just, it's described by everybody as just this strange anomaly. Like, how did it even get made at this point? Who knows?
Gotten to the point where like these stories aren't connecting with you. That's fine. Enjoy the Star Wars you like, and then if you don't want to see more, you don't have to see more. You know?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine.
Enjoy what you like, and you don't have to see more. I don't even like. What
Is
are you
it
supposed?
acceptable to? Is it acceptable to continue watching and criticize it publicly?
I hope so.
Am I allowed?
It should
Do I
be.
have his
I
permission?
hope it's legal.
Not sure.
Is that?
It's so funny because it just goes the other way again. Because it's like, oh, I didn't watch it because I don't really enjoy Star Wars. And it was like, wait, well, you didn't even watch it. How do you know you're not gonna like it? It's like, okay, so what am I supposed to do then now? Like, should I watch it or not? What do you want from me?
Fine with that, but
like I'm at the same point of like
Yeah.
if you like Game of Thrones and you just want to watch Game of Thrones, you don't have to watch House of the Dragon.
Oh God, what a fantastic example!
You can watch whatever you'd like to.
Like when I
Yeah.
had seen The Long Night, and then Episode 4, and then The Bells, and it was like, if someone had said, so at this point, you're sure Episode 6 is going to be bad, right? I'd be like, yeah. And it's like, so don't watch it then. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? I'm going to see the end of this story. Like, you can't.
Yes.
No way. And then it'd be like, How's the Dragon? Why watch that? Now you expect it to be bad. It's like, you know what? I do. And then I watched it. I was like, oh, it's good. It's like,
Yep.
you know,
Thank God I was wrong.
Exactly. This is what I mean. Like, this whole going into hate it. It's like, well, what if it's good though?
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy if that happens?
I guess we'll find out when I watch it.
You know, if you don't like House of the Dragon, just watch the ones you like.
like
But that doesn't mean the people
I've
watch.
seen
Why
them,
is it
though.
always presented
I've
as like
seen
a
them, though.
revelation? You know what? You can just choose to watch the things that you want to watch. This is a totally unfamiliar concept to anybody in the world. So, I'm sure many people who watch this video will go, oh shit, I never thought about it that way, and then give it some... This is pointless. This is a pointless thing to say. It's not going to convince anybody. Why even bother?
For some reason, honestly, he's made it clear they don't expose themselves very often to alternative opinions. So many people rattle off this perspective, it makes me think they've never heard responses to it.
And they actually, that they genuinely are stunned by somebody saying, well, no, I mean, I can watch something that I don't like and still extract something from it. Whether it is just pure, like, schadenfreude of just laughing at a terrible thing, or, learning things about storytelling, which is an important one.
And also just making it clear to the people who made it, you're not going to get away with this. No, not everyone will just lick it all up and go, wow, that's juicy. I love that.
And the reality is, like, these guys, in terms of, because, I mean, this is kind of, like, I presume these guys are Star Wars YouTubers, like, the health of your ability to keep doing this is reliant on Star Wars being healthy. Star Wars is not healthy right now. It's in a very bad place. You're not going to solve that problem by telling the people who don't like it to stop watching it, and alternatively that it's not helpful or productive or worthwhile to be critical in a public way. Both these things are just detrimental to the health of the series that you essentially are relying on to some extent for the content that you do.
Yeah. I'm not even kidding.
I think that's what I find fascinating about the conversation around this show is it feels like a case of you guys need to understand, like, Star Wars can't continue like this forever. It will eventually. You can't just infinitely lose money on projects forever.
The only reason it's lasted this long is because of the juice Kathleen Kennedy has. Like, a lot of people fear her. She's got a lot of power because she had such a great reputation before. It's the only reason it's continuing this way. Nobody's firing her. Nobody has the balls to fire her. And she will continue.
Executive producer of Signs.
Ah,
yeah,
that's probably the clout she's throwing around up there. She's like, hey,
I was the EP of Signs, bitch. You'll listen to me. No, it's also like, the point has been made. Look at their set, all that stuff. But still, these guys are considered nerds, and they have trouble with the concept of, there's a lot of people out there, me included. I'm going to watch this shit anyway. I've always watched it. I've always watched everything. Most of everything. That's just something I've always done. Even when I knew A-Tor was going to be a shitty movie, but I fucking went and watched it anyway.
I watched all of Willow, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, like I'm watching this stuff anyway.
That sounds rough. Yeah.
I didn't.
Now,
with Drink had told me to watch the first 4. I was like, it's just the first 4, right? I ain't watched any more than that, right? And he was like, yeah, just the first 4. I was like, thank you.
It doesn't get better, by the way.
What?
Willow? Yeah.
No, it doesn't get better. Just watch the movie. It's charming. But
it's
when it comes to it's charming. It's charming.
Yeah.
When it comes to how do these people here, these Star Wars people, think, like, how do they think we're supposed to find new things to like? We have to watch stuff. We have to watch things to see if we like.
How would you like Andor? You guys loved Andor.
That's the
Love
thing.
Andor.
The whole
Andor is
argument he's
great.
making is premised on the fact that we will dislike it no matter what, but that's not true. It's provably not true. So, with every episode, with a potentially new director, a new approach, could be a good one. Should we just stop because it's likely it won't be? And at that point, it just sounds like an admission of how shit it is from them.
It's like we did the episode on A Haunting in Venice, and like I understand that the first two were not all that good, but we really, really liked A Haunting in Venice. I really, really liked it. And
On retrospect, I actually quite
known...
liked the Nile one, A Death on the Nile, better than
I
remembered.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, but
so you changed your mind when you saw something.
That's insanity.
Well, that's not a thing that happens.
What was the one with Daisy Ridley?
That was Murder on the Orient Express. Yeah,
that was.
I like that one.
I like I want to see the original because I've seen comparison
videos
that make it look pretty cool, but I didn't like the new version. Really liked Haunting in Venice. Did you see that, Gary?
No, I haven't, but I will now.
You should.
Honestly,
really
yeah,
good.
I would guess that would be the one out of the three you'd like the most.
Okay.
I could be wrong though.
I really liked it.
We'll see.
I'll watch it with the missus.
Sweet.
Watching House of the Dragon need to be ridiculed or told how wrong they are.
Yeah, but there's this.
Wait. Let's roll it back here. I don't know.
Wait, what?
What was happening there?
Watch the ones you like. But that doesn't mean the people watching House of the Dragon need to be ridiculed or told how wrong they are.
Yeah. Okay, so your friend there just called us vile for disliking. I'm not going to say he didn't use any word specificity, but his reference was someone getting a fact wrong, that doesn't make you vile. That would make you mistaken, if true. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that they weren't actually wrong, because the Acolyte is so fucked up.
Were correct.
They probably were correct, yeah. So, don't be... they always try and take that sort of accolade in the, so to speak, not real war. They're like, you guys always make fun of us for liking things. Like, you guys make fun of the people for disliking it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But there's this, I don't know, I'm trying to choose my words correctly. There's this...
Go no filter, bro. Do it.
Yeah.
Tell us how you feel.
Show us some passion. Just do it. No
Ironically, I think the word he was looking for instead of correctly was carefully, but...
Yes, yes.
I guess you do want to choose your words correctly, I guess.
From your own point of view, yeah? Your own standard correct choice.
From a certain point of view.
From a certain point of view.
This kind of aggressive ownership a certain type of fan will have over Star Wars. And
if you just translate it until we care about the IP, sure.
I care about good storytelling, and I believe in the potential that this cultural juggernaut potentially could have. And
there is an element of aggressive ownership of trying to convince people who don't like it to stop watching because it bums you out.
Mm-hmm.
There is a level of aggressive ownership in trying to exclude people in that way.
Yeah, that aggressive ownership is totally okay when you bought the franchise for $4 billion, because aggressive ownership is why it's worth $4 billion.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The fans made it this fucking valuable. It's undeniable. So, and the fans are also the people that got hyper inspired by these stories, and you shouldn't recognize better than anybody as fans of nerd stuff, IPs, whatever have you, that when you've got something that really inspires you to that degree, and then someone starts peeing on it, it don't feel good. It's like, wait a minute, that actually feels bad. Stop doing that.
Some people are into that, though.
Yeah, a little bit. You got a few of them.
Yeah.
They'll come up and they'll tell you, "Hey, you having a good time? Well, you shouldn't, and here's why." And
you could.
No one's saying that.
Yeah, the boring quit having fun.
You're not the inverse.
Quit having fun, Lamau.
He's not the inverse.
Didn't they just do a thing of telling us, "Hey, you're not having fun. Stop not having fun."
You should have fun. You need to have fun.
I think quit having fun is definitely in the same category as that, yet you live in society curious. It's one of those ones, isn't it? Or, what's that one where the guy tells the person to shut up and let people like things? It's another one. What's that one? You know that one?
Well, the memes that with one word change flips the person who posted its mind. They're like, wait a minute, what? It never happens in reverse. That's crazy. What?
Yeah, like it's look around.
How do you unironically tell us to start having fun when we're explaining how it's not a fun thing, and then be like, stop telling us to stop having fun?
Yeah, exactly. It's the opposite of that. You're the mad guy. We're all sitting here having fun, laughing at the Acolyte, and you're saying quit having fun because we're laughing at it.
Yeah, I'm
That's
willing to
right.
fully. I don't care that you go ahead and you enjoy it, but it's surprising to me that you made clear at the beginning your enjoyment is dependent on not engaging in conversations about it.
That is
Interesting
That's
report
curious.
on the quality of the
Well,
material here I'm supposed to be enjoying.
It is a bit strange because there have got to be, everybody's got like something that they particularly like as a piece of media, whether it's a game or a TV show
Not
or a
me.
film, that is probably not matched in terms of general feelings about it, you know. But like how do you
Elden Ring.
maintain the
Like
I guess
Elden
that's
Ring.
that's an example of the inverse, I suppose. But how do you maintain that perspective even when a bunch of other people are telling you that you're wrong? It's like, well, I mean, how much confidence do you have in your own arguments and your own rationale for it, good or bad?
You fight people online until you lose, and when you
I
lose,
think,
your opinion changes.
Aha!
I think that's I mean, that's the reality of being described. It's like your like of the Acolyte is flimsy, because seemingly just watching some people talk about why they think it sucks makes it collapse. Because if they were all just like totally wrong, like
it wouldn't matter.
Surely it wouldn't make that much of a difference to you, right? Maybe you'd be bummed out that a lot of other people don't like it when you think it's so awesome, but like you certainly wouldn't be feeling bummed out about it actually being of low quality. That's the kind of thing that happens when the arguments are compelling, and then your opinion changes on it.
All of us talking about the Lord of the Rings extensively over decades has definitely made it lower in our estimation, right? Everyone
I
here,
sure hate it.
totally.
I hate Lord of the Rings. Boo.
Whenever I
just
find any
watched
show
it.
that I
Filthy
like,
hobbits.
No
I don't know
Tom
about you
Bombadil.
too.
whenever I find a new show that I like, I can't shut up about it to people. You know,
Yeah,
Crazy.
I think that's a
Rings of
good
Power
thing.
way more.
I want to keep telling people. Like when I
Meanwhile,
watched Black Sails, I was like, I want to keep telling people to watch Black Sails. When I watched Arcane, I was like, I want to keep telling people to watch Arcane. That's a good thing.
well, and if it's like I can't enjoy Rings of Power unless I block myself from online discussions, like
Interesting.
there might be a reason for that.
And they give all these reasons, and if I don't agree with those reasons, they go, shill, you know, like.
Oh,
well, you are sitting in a Star Wars.
You are sitting in a Star Wars themed studio.
I'm sorry. He said I like all of it. I like all of it.
Yes.
I like all Star Wars.
Like it's
and I
not
have a
impossible
vested financial interest
to authentically enjoy all of it, but it does feel a little like on the side of if someone said I despise every last piece of art that ever existed, you might be like, ooh, you're in a bit of trouble yourself. But okay, I would just need to see these arguments. He said he doesn't even have these discussions, right? He said he avoids them.
I have
I know.
Someone in Discord said this. They said that these guys rated both Arcane and Fallout a 10 out of 10.
Oh.
So if that's true, I'm not at all surprised.
See, now the fun part about that is just how much it devalues the praise of Arcane.
Oh yeah,
From
like
that
a 10
perspective.
a 10 is meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. Their review
I
is
just mean
meaningless.
this is the nature of how like toxic positivity, I guess, would manifest. When you say that one thing is a 10 that I have a very favorable opinion of, and then another thing is of equivalent quality when I think it is like basically the opposite of that, it just like devalues whatever the nature of your praise probably was for Arcane.
Let me guess. The Acolyte, they probably give like a 9.
Yeah, like they're kind of like the IGN, right, where everything skews like a 7 or above. It's nothing ever scores like even a 5 out of 10.
It's not perfect. It's like that's how they'll phrase it. Well, the show isn't perfect, as if that's like hedging their their very reasonable opinions.
And they'll say the reason it's not a perfect 10 is because I knew who Smiler Ren was before the reveal. It would have been perfect 10 if they'd hidden that better. Oh, okay.
Sure.
So aggressive and so, and I'll use the word arrogant to be like, no, my opinion is so right. It is now jumped into the realm of objective, which
you already said that about your response to people earlier. Remember when he said people are objectively wrong?
Do we need to have do we need to sit him down in the little chair like a 10-year-old and be like, yes, opinions can be objective. We need to rid your mind of this notion they can't be.
He already laid out the groundwork. He said there's people talking about the show, and then they say the show is bad because it breaks continuity, and then they'll cite examples, and they will be objectively wrong. And then he's like, it's so crazy out there. People are saying they're objectively right. It's like you? Like, what?
I mean, it sums it up.
As a
you know best. They all do it. They all do it. Every single one.
Yeah.
But they don't think
You
they
know?
do it, but they do.
It's always so great. They just pretend like they sit in their little bubbles. Like, I'm not taking part of this, but let me shit on them real quickly.
I'm above all this. I'm gonna
Yeah.
distance myself.
I'm this myself.
The final
Well, these
word.
objective nerds over
Yeah.
there, those objectivoids. Fuck those guys.
Yeah.
The other opinion is
Objectivoids.
dismissed as, well, you're just a shill or whatever, and your opinion isn't valid at all.
I mean, and, you know, I keep saying it. I don't know how much you agree or anybody else agrees, but like, we're very politically charged right now. You know, especially in the United States of America.
Are we?
because-
I'm not. I'm not.
The conversation about the Acolyte does not need to veer into the election, but
No.
okay, fine,
No,
get
it
going.
does.
I
Like,
guess.
either way, we're
Huge
gonna
overlap
like,
between Trump and the Acolyte needs
Yeah.
to be explored.
Look, I threw up my hands in the air ages ago. There's gonna be a retard in the White House for 4 years. I'm here to make fun of the Acolyte. I don't fucking care.
Woo!
Jeez, we're also politically. It's like, no, speak for yourself.
because we have an election coming up, and
Do we?
What's that got to do with the
Election
Acolyte?
You saying
It's like,
everybody's
it's the
mad.
It's
Everybody's
the bongo
mad.
card Trump mentioned. We're so close to
Is
being
it-
able to cross.
Though
that
he's
line.
right. It's,
I was
it's
waiting
a,
for that, then debate.
it's a politically charged
And the
time. This is
Acolyte.
why in the forums regarding stuff like Teletubbies, even they are incensed. They're having
And then
debates.
he's like watching the Acolyte. He says, this reminds me of the upcoming British parliamentary election.
Please don't remind me of the upcoming British parliamentary election. It's
Hey,
all
what do
these,
you mean?
these hateful, arrogant bigots who don't like the Acolyte are spreading the MAGA agenda, and it's a sad sign of the state
Damn.
we live in today.
True.
I want to hear
There's,
Trump and Biden debate the Acolyte.
Yeah.
I do too.
Well, he
Oh
fucking
my
made him
god,
into
I
a
about
bet
joke,
good point
so
for
why
that.
Acolyte, pretty bad.
like politics
like it.
and the way that you talk about things go from like we have a disagreement to if you think differently, you're an immoral thug. You know.
You called
You
people
say that.
vile. What?
You did call us vile. Also, we get called Nazis because we didn't like a Star Wars movie.
Yeah.
So I don't know, man.
Every
A
day.
lot of this is
It's-
falling on deaf ears for me.
It's so
Yeah.
unbelievable. The amount of people we've covered who have no idea the shit they say, but they'll absolutely feel it when it's said to them, you know? Like,
Dude, it really, it seriously is tone of voice. It really is like tone of voice can completely overshadow the actual words coming out of someone's mouth. It's
as long as I
crazy.
say it nicely, I could say
As long as you
any
say it in a
nasty,
nice way, you can say
disgusting
something
thing I want.
exactly. Meanwhile, somebody can actually say something that's incredibly tame, but they throw in a swear word like fuck or shit, and it's game over for them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, it really is one of those things you got to pay attention to. It really is.
Like both sides of the spectrum do this. The system's designed to keep us fighting so that we don't
Oh
unify.
my
Nice,
Oh my
nice
God,
save.
bro.
Nice save. Yeah. Okay.
We're all just waiting for how this relates to how the Acolyte is
This
shit.
reminds me, look, alright, I learned
This
from the Hunger
reminds-
Games, it's all about making all of us fight so that we don't see the real problems.
Oh my god.
God, I'm so bored. I'm
This
so
reminds me of
bored.
how it works.
Things, you know, that's just how it works. But right now we have the combination of
Oh, by the way, just so
yeah.
this is just all how it works. You could just choose not to do that. At any point, you could just make the decision. To
At any
not
point in time, you can
engage in
choose
that.
to conduct
Yeah.
your life in the way that you believe is like ethical.
No.
Is he breaking?
Even if you
Even though-
like, he's recognized it, but it's like you could just choose not to do it. At any point, you could just be like, you know what? I'm not going to be a party to that system and that culture. I'm not going to be that way. Instead of throwing your hands
Yeah,
up
you
and
need
saying,
to-
"Well, that's just how it goes," I guess.
Look around. It's like that riveting Itchy and Scratchy episode that was directed by Quentin Tarantino. Okay, where Quentin Tarantino was talking about how violence is in our society. It's like in Breakfast Cereals, man. And then Itchy and Scratchy just lopped his head off and had a dance. They decided they were mavericks. They blazed their own path.
Exactly.
I heard that because of that, Tarantino didn't want to do like a cameo on The Simpsons. I don't know if that's true though.
Hope
But that's
not.
funny to
Shit's
me.
funny, yeah.
What a nerd.
AI getting
I
very,
hope
very,
it's
very
not true.
powerful, and that is including with all technology, including
He brought in
bots.
AI, by the way.
AI now, yeah.
We're going
Or an
everywhere.
AI.
What's
How does
next?
the Acolyte affect Ukraine and Israel Palestine? I need to know.
Yeah. How about we make some NFTs about this?
Yes.
Oh
How
my
many
God.
Russians is Smilo Ren gonna stab in the jungle?
the way that
I don't know,
engagement
man.
is farmed, the way that like your aggression and the things that rile you up.
Bro, it's not that deep.
I love
the
how
show
he
is
says
just
these
bad.
things like
Bro.
they're these profound revelations when there are these really boring, trite observations. And why are we even talking about this? I thought we were talking about I was about to say Ahsoka. I thought we were talking about the Acolyte.
Well, Fringy, you're gonna feel like a really big dumb stupid head when he loops this all back around and it all makes sense in the end.
He's bringing it home, guys. Come on.
I sure hope it all makes
A few
sense
more
in the
talking
end.
points. He's got to bring in
Just
COVID
stop.
at some point.
And he just stops
You
him.
know
This
what?
is how
Look,
Germany lost World War II.
True.
Have they like used a like a Lego box and like painted it blue and done like all of the marks and stuff? I kind of like that. I'm just looking at the thing that they've got their microphones on. Like I kind of like the
it's
the
like
way that they
an
made that.
upside down, like some sort of a not like a carton or a pallet kind of thing, maybe.
It's effort.
Like a
I like
fruit.
it.
I like
it's
it.
something.
I do. I like it. I think it's neat.
They got the stands there.
Yeah.
It would make it
They got their
decidedly
space
less cool if this
cops
was
that-
something like
yeah.
Disney sent them as part of the podcast.
Oh yeah,
setup.
yeah. If that happened, then I wouldn't care as much.
It looks
but
custom. I don't
they
know.
made
I don't hate the
They made
studio.
I
It's
like
just
it.
the hosts aren't
It's
working
just
for
the
me.
people.
Yeah, it's the host, you're
There's just like a perfect storm, especially around the Acolyte, that perplexes me.
It ain't a perfect. No, where were you for Boba Fett?
Perfect
Where were you for
storm.
Obi-Wan Kenobi? Where were you
This isn't
for
a
Mando
perfect
season
storm.
3, the Jack Black episode? Come on, where were you?
The storm has passed, and we're just
This
like,
is the
man,
storm's fart.
Oh, how refreshing this light rain is from that hurricane that has since passed.
But not in that.
Well, yeah,
you know,
this is
if
like
someone
the
does-
aftershock, and it shakes, and you're like, "Oh shit!" I just noticed that. Meanwhile, all the buildings around you have already collapsed.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's peaceful
have-
now, and you're like, oh, it's everything's destroyed and everything's in ruins, and we hate everything, and it's all terrible now. But it's not loud.
doesn't like, the story beats and stuff, I'm perfectly fine with that. But there seems to be like
Okay.
a real.
Yeah, but the thing is that you don't like recognize when people are that. That's the problem. You'll say like, well, no, I'm fine with people who are like this. It's just interesting that those people don't exist. When you actually start to.
He doesn't like the
Like,
vile
it's
people,
certainly in terms
okay?
of-
Just the
Well,
vile
it's just
ones.
the thing that you're focused on is certainly not that, because you probably don't think that there are that many people who are falling under that category. They just don't like it for the reasons you've deemed as legitimate.
Agenda of animosity this time.
Agenda of Animosity is
An agenda
It's
of
a band name.
animosity.
Yeah, Agenda of Animosity. Yeah.
That I have not felt in any other point in Star Wars.
I'll give him.
really?
I'll give him that.
Uh,
People are angrier than ever with Disney for how they've
Yes.
treated Star Wars. But where have you been in terms of
Yeah.
noticing every step
Well,
along
he's
the
dead.
way?
He's not been watching. He's not been paying attention to the conversation.
Yeah,
on the
well,
internet.
stick your head
Dude,
back in the
people like
sand
that.
then, I guess.
he's lying. I
Yeah.
believe him. He
Were you
knows.
around for The Last Jedi?
That
was worse
than that.
That was a little
Animosity
while
came
ago, yeah.
from.
It's disappointing
Sure.
because, man, when I was a kid and I would leave the theater, watch an
Was
episode,
that
episode
4 years
2,
ago?
Attack of the Clones. I'm gonna go online and talk about it.
Yeah, episode 2 was really shit though. But
It is quite a terrible film.
yeah, it's not the worst of the 3 though.
Well, let's just.
And it was just all these,
Like, plenty of
Yeah.
people were shitting all over it back then as well.
primarily
bad.
older fans just shitting on it. Like, this is the worst.
That's fine. That is okay. They can do that.
Yeah.
They're
That
okay.
is very much allowed.
Maybe they should have made better movies. I
Yeah.
don't know.
What? How dare you? You take that
I'm
back.
just saying,
Worst movie ever. George Lucas doesn't understand Star Wars. No,
I mean, there's,
Well, I mean, the
doesn't.
guys
Well,
the
the thing
guy's
is,
got some opinions.
it feels like there are certain like everyone right now, even people who liked some of the new episodes of Doctor Who, have been agreeing that RTD no longer understands what makes Doctor Who work. Like, yeah. And they do that thing every time. This happens with James Cameron, happens with Ridley Scott. It's like, how could you say that about the people who made the thing originally? It's like, I don't know, I just did. How about
It's
that?
not controversial in but like any other art form. Everybody kind of assumes that bands will stop doing their best material when they hit their 30s, and writers tend to stop doing their best material when they hit their 50s. Like every other art form hits this peak point where most people who've created a thing lose the thing that made them great to begin with. Either they get too comfortable, or they try and go off in a brand new direction that doesn't work, or they don't have the inspiration anymore. Like it's all these many, many different theories and inspirations as to why that is the case. But it's not controversial to say that normally does happen. I don't see why film is any different.
I
It's
do.
not.
You know, like the arrogance of that statement a little way. Like I understand not liking something.
We've gone over this before. There are fans that
Yeah.
know an IP
Yeah.
better than the creators sometimes. It exists. You
That
should
will be-
recognize
that-
it's possible.
I'd say that's basically every IP. There is some autistic
Gotta be, yeah.
neckbeard in a basement who edits the wiki and maintains every element of lore and canon and fact and fiction, and he breathes that shit far more than the author does.
Yeah, especially if it's
There's
an
a
author
lot of
that's
people out
made
there.
many worlds, right? And then the fan is just a huge fan of that one world. The author's gonna be like, that's great, and you probably do know better than I do at this point, and I'm glad for that. Like, why couldn't you just say that instead of be like, you arrogant fuck, I created this world, you can... Vile.
Man, out of my room.
Something, but not liking something to that point, I hated that. That was the worst part, and I always remember being like, I truly don't feel like the sequels got to that point. I mean,
Really?
You
Why-
don't feel.
Do you remember the
don't.
sequels was so... Rise of Skywalker was so bad, it made Patrick Williams have a meltdown on Twitter, where he was like, fuck you, J.J. Abrams,
Well, I mean,
you
it
ruined
was
my
so
life.
bad that even the actors weren't even pretending that they were excited about participating in Star Wars anymore. They were just saying, like, I mean, what was it that Oscar Isaac said? Like, if he wanted another house, he'd do another Star Wars movie.
Distinctly
Why do you
remember
think-
Rise of Skywalker was a joke to everyone.
Everyone.
Meanwhile, there was a
Found
lot of
film.
hype around Revenge of the Sith. Like,
Yeah.
I don't want anybody pretending otherwise.
Absolutely.
There was a lot of hype around Revenge of the
Even
Sith.
the people who didn't like Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones were like, all right, well, this is the one with Vader, you know, so all right, I'll give this a shot. You know, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
And I think, if I
How
remember
about
correctly, the trailer was pretty bitchin'.
That
I think
famous
they're. I mean, just the fact that Disney has basically abandoned the sequel trilogy as like an
Yeah.
era is like, man, we're making the High
What do you mean? We're
Republic.
getting the Rey
You've
movie.
already. It's very true. I stand corrected.
You fool.
But we've squeezed all the juice that we can out of the prequels. I feel maybe if Acolyte's next or Ahsoka's next season might tap into it a bit, but I feel like that has already been like juiced for all it's worth, and they're moving on from one thing to the next. It's the meme with the Reaper going from door to door.
Yes.
Right?
Dude,
You
that
know,
guy
I
is
was like, man.
tired. He's got 1 billion doors.
yeah.
Too many
He-
doors.
He's like, boy, I mean, I love killing, but jeez.
Love the idea he
Fuck, I
opens
need
up the
to
door and
break.
it's Star Wars, and he's like, I did this one already. Like, what? It's already on the floor covered in blood. It's like, yeah, you gotta hit it again.
I mean, it's certainly louder now just because there's more people online. But the
Louder now because more people feel the same way. I mean, that's another thing I'd like to see him address. As for people who make content breaking it down, they give a voice to a lot of other people who feel it's not getting addressed publicly enough. The absolute destruction of a legacy. How does he feel about that? I don't know.
the vitriol of the prequel hate
Vitriol.
back in the early 2000s was like scary. And maybe that was more
Scary.
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 Maybe things were scarier when you were younger. Maybe I don't know.
Maybe the internet isn't for you.
It was
Maybe.
scary.
Think shit
scary,
about
okay.
something. I don't know, man.
I just like the idea
Spooky.
that he comes on to talk to you about how scary it was at a forum where someone said Attack of the Clones was cringe, and then you just come away from a Modern Warfare 2 lobby like, yeah, man. I know what you mean.
There's like 17 people who slept with my mother last night. I don't know what you're on about.
She's getting around. I don't know.
She is a
I
busy
got
lady.
called racial slurs I didn't even know existed.
That's how I learned about races, by first discovering the slur
Modern
and
Warfare
then having to
2.
track that into like, oh, there is a people. Is okay, all right.
just because of my age, but like it feels scarier this time than it had even in the sequel era.
Scarier.
I just
What
think
a
anyone who
pussy.
says that is just advertising how infirm they are as a person, and I don't want to take them seriously. Like, how are you scared by online discourse like that?
Scary.
Embrace
People
it.
don't like Star Wars, and it's
Talk
scary.
it through. Maybe convince all of us we were actually being way too harsh. Or maybe you'll find some insight and you'll decide, you know what? Yes, Star Wars is going in a horrible direction and we shouldn't encourage it. How about that?
Yeah,
For me, I don't
sure.
know. I'm not really
That's
sure
insane.
why,
Take it back.
but I mean, I am sure why. Just because like you're getting all of these buzzwords and all of these.
Yeah, because you guys never use buzzwords.
No.
Vile,
That would
evil,
never
Oh,
hateful, racist, fascist,
buzzwords.
troglodytic, homophobic, transphobic, etc., etc. All those
Vile.
people are mean to me. Fuck you.
like ways of speaking that you generally reserve for more objective discussions than you do.
I thought you said there's no such thing.
You don't know what it is.
What?
Yeah, it's just all opinions. There's no such thing as objective opinions. Like an opinion can't be based on some matter of fact that exists independent of minds. It's madness.
Something like art, you know, and it's real strange.
Sure,
I'm just really uncomfortable right now as a fan.
Well,
Maybe
okay.
You shouldn't be.
No, you really shouldn't. You should be more than comfortable being like, no, the Acolyte's bitching, and here's why. Because I break things down for a living. I know why. And other people are getting these things wrong. Here's why. We covered John Campea. He thought he knew why people were wrong. He was wrong, and that's okay.
he had the confidence to go to Campea's class or whatever and break that down completely wrong and then contradict himself. But man, he had the confidence to do it. God bless him.
So why
he
would
doesn't
you
even have a Star Wars themed studio?
Why would you even be uncomfortable if you don't engage with all that stuff anyway? At least according to your own words.
He dipped his toe and it scared him. He's going to go back to not doing it ever again, probably.
Okay. Well, fine. Then tell us why everything is so amazing and great. And,
why can't they just like? Then why are you even online putting your ideas out there into the world then?
Because he thought this was a nice, happy flower place with pixies and bunnies, and you ruined it,
What a
Theo,
fool.
with your Elden Ring takes. You made it scary.
Oh god,
My
Theo,
bad, I guess.
Theo, destroyer of everything.
Yes.
I mean,
you might
I'm
be
sorry
worse
I
than
like
Joel.
hating so much.
Listen, all of them were warm-ups. Now we're on to the main event. We got some Red Letter Media opinions to check out.
Oh god.
Oh, have they been doing the thing again?
Yes, they have.
Fair warning, some of these will shock you. And I want to go into this saying, everyone's always like, oh, you disagreed with them again. It's like, yes, I also really like their channel, okay? It's all right. Yeah. It'll be fine. I want to explore some of the things they talk about, because I have opinions.
It's been confirmed in the credits that it is Coyote Mundi. He's probably can live for hundreds of years. He's much older in the Phantom Menace, and then he gets killed.
He's like a Spock.
He gets killed in Revenge of the Sith and during the Order 66. And so they're like, Coyote Mundi's like, the Sith have been extinct for millennia, you know, in the Phantom Menace. When Qui-Gon's like, I think it was a Sith Lord that attacked me in the desert. And, oh, they've been extinct. Well, no, they haven't. They're talking about it in this room.
They're not talking about a Sith Lord. They're talking about some kind of non-authorized Force user.
And it might turn out.
This didn't age well.
Sorry, it didn't age well, but you didn't even need him to explicitly label himself as a Sith in Episode 5. You don't even need that.
Like, why are we trying to like carry all this, you know, for that? Like, it's just clearly like,
well,
the
it's
stretching and the jumps. Like, why this?
It's rich that Mike will get that tedious about Star Trek and then go, look at the
Star
Wars guys. It's like,
Gary,
bro.
We'll get there. Because as an avid, I imagine, Rags, you're the same, avid enjoyer of their Trek breakdowns, even when I haven't seen the shows they're talking about. They went through all of Picard season 1 and 2 and 3, right? I believe.
Yep.
Season 1 and 2.
Did they do 3? I thought they did 3 as well. Yeah.
Did they do 3?
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Yeah, they liked it.
Mm-hmm. Keep that in mind.
Out to be not a Sith. Who I don't know, but then there's controversy over his birth year, and Wikipedia, the Star Wars Internet database, changed his birth year in the canon to reflect
the
show, and then people are like, well, his birth year was established in the books, not the Phantom Menace, and the books are not technically canon. I was like, oh. I mean, there's people starving around the world.
Yes, there is.
And here you are talking about the Acolyte.
So this is a really awkward place to be. You should never, as people who spend all their time ripping apart B movies from the 80s,
who made their channel ripping apart the prequels.
Telling people they are cringe
and the inconsistencies,
but caring about a Wikipedia entry when you're talking about them talking about the Wikipedia entry. Like, what?
Come on.
The amount of care that if this was Star Trek, they would be having a fit about it and talk about how terrible the writing is. If it was Star Trek, if it was a thing they cared about.
They don't know why it's annoying people beyond a simple number change on a Wikipedia site. Like, they don't know the broader, it's what Gary was mentioning earlier, right? About how it reflects the race, And then, of course, the wider implications, why did his age change? Because they had to drag the guy who made that statement back in time to be a part of what we assume will be the cover-up, quote-unquote.
Mm-hmm.
They're busting lore everywhere to be able to tell their little fan fiction. That's why everyone's annoyed, and it's something that if it was done to Star Trek, they would be making all kinds of points about this.
Oh,
yep, they'd have their notes out, and they'd be talking about that one episode in season 4 of The Next Generation where this one character has a cameo and says this one line that establishes this thing, and they'd know it because they really care about Star Trek. And if it's a thing I care about, well, that's fine though. But Star Wars, who cares about Star Wars?
It's fine to not care about this, but to go as far as saying if you do care about it, you shouldn't because there are kids starving in Africa. You're like, oh, jeez, all right, what the fuck are we doing?
Come on, really? Are you gonna do that?
Site error, god damn,
they were quick to get on that one.
Jeez.
Yep, here comes this.
Yeah. Wow.
Yep.
Look at that, boys.
Someone get in there! We have to update it to Leslie Headland's shit lore that she just created and manipulated.
Then you scroll.
Wow. Okay. I could cut this to all the Mr. Plinkett's videos, all their Star Trek videos. I can do the same fucking thing.
This video, the one they're doing right now.
Yeah. There's crackheads in LA.
Why are you on fucking
Why are you
YouTube?
talking about Star Wars?
Yeah.
Get out there.
Look at the crackheads.
Well, so because I hadn't seen the video, and I saw someone say they made fun of Theory for caring about Star Wars lore and compared the nature of starving children in Africa, and I was like, no, they didn't. That they wouldn't. They no. And then I saw this, I was like, oh fuck it, hell, damn.
Was born prior to 132 BBY. Huh? I don't understand. How was he born before 132 BBY? But here they say
that's
93
awkward.
BBY.
It really is. I
might have to make that video now.
What
tasteless.
Yeah.
What's their proposal of what should be done? What would you like?
Well, Theory
me to
shouldn't
do?
care. He should move on.
He should care about the starving people in Africa.
I don't know what the fuck they're
and
saying.
only the things that I think are important.
I just don't really care about starving people in Africa that much. It's just, it's like I'll make donations and this and that, but it's just like, come on, you can't stop. How much do they care? What have they done?
The problem
they're
is
they're using him for an analogy.
It's an impossible standard to enforce. Every single person will always have these individual things that they get more focused on than like big global problems that exist in parts of the world. The idea of just throwing this up, especially when it's something that they do, they talk about movies. So how can they do this? How can they?
The movies they talk about.
I'm not using. Say what you want, but I'm not using starving Africans as like a weapon to attack other nerds with. Like that seems
the weirdest thing is their arguably primary sort of series they create is looking to make fun of things people made ages ago for low budget. Like the whole idea is to be nitpicking things that people worked really hard on under a low budget with low talent. I know that's not me denigrating the show at all. Best the Worst is really fucking funny. But how can you put yourself so far above Theory caring about lore being accurate? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense, and I think a lot of people will be like, "It's just a joke." It's like, well, but like, how does
it isn't?
It
isn't just a joke because
they think that like Star Wars Theory is basically wasting his time, and that what he's doing is pointless and stupid and selfish. So it's a joke, but like
if the context is why do you care about this, then the joke is technically a kind of argument for that position, which is just cheap and silly.
Also, the joke is trying to
Theory's
say
in a
something.
way better position now to actually donate money to help people in Africa because he cares about Star Wars lore, because he's made some cash doing it. So, he could be doing both.
Why? Because they just manipulated the system because of a shitty show where the showrunner has no idea what Star Wars is.
And this is what, and then, the counter argument to that, well, it's like, well, you don't love this franchise as much as we do. Don't laugh at us. You'd be mad about Star Trek if they fucked with.
Yep. So this joke is a very weird joke when he's talking about the counter argument to the argument he just made.
Yeah, I'm confused.
What a strange joke that he would need to supply the counter argument. Be self-aware enough to know that everyone would be like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, why would you ever make this point?"
They think about this a lot. they think about it a lot.
And Kirk, and we were, you know.
Yeah,
And they were very
Oh,
mad
okay.
at every small
Well-
change ever made to Star Trek's lore that fucked up things that came before, as they are welcome to be.
Yeah, but
Yep.
they just said, and we were. Are they just gonna move on? Is that them? Is it basically lampshading the whole thing here by being like, and we were moving on? Well, no, that makes you massive
Also,
hypocrites.
Anybody who's unfamiliar with the lore of RLM's channel, they think it's much fairer to care more about Star Trek because it's more of an intellectual IP versus Star Wars, which is more of an action adventure fun. We mess around.
Wait,
Things
really?
can be yeah, as far as they're concerned, Star Wars has more flimsy rules, while Star Trek's rules need to be rock solid because a lot of the primary storytelling is based on it being rock solid. When you know the counter arguments to that.
Not fair, is it?
How long does Star Trek need to be like floopy and shit for before that starts to eclipse the idea that Star Trek should be like rock solid in terms of its lore? How many bad Star Trek shows would it take before the standard flips?
As someone who's seen a lot of Star Trek now, or at least enough to speak on this, I think it's a sort of miscalculation. Star Trek very much pays attention to its rules constantly, and moving things out of place will have severe repercussions, but Star Wars is no different than any other story like Star Trek, where if you move the right thing in the right way, you fuck up a shit ton. It's how it always works.
Exactly.
I'm also not sure, like, just because Star Trek obeys more rules, that makes it above starving Africans.
Yeah, right? It does. I mean, it's okay to exploit starving Africans to make a joke. So why not?
As long as the joke's against the other nerds.
Star
that
Wars
we
fans, yeah.
are, but
Those dumb nerds, you know.
Yeah. Those. Yeah.
Don't you understand?
Yeah,
They hang
yeah.
out with Macaulay Culkin now. So they're cool.
Yeah.
I don't think Cootie El Mundi is quite up on the same pedestal that Captain Kirk is, but yes.
Well, I was happy to see Kai Adi Mundi.
So it's not the principle of it. It's just, is the character famous
Important enough. Which,
I mean,
I'm guessing they couldn't get Yoda, so they just threw him in.
I was convinced that they chose him specifically because of the line. We're going to see it in the next
Really?
3 episodes. There'll be a reason, like he's going to be a part of the cover-up, or he'll have a line that will recontextualize his line in Phantom Menace. It could be as bad as, if anything like this should ever occur again, I will have to claim that we knew nothing of this prior. Or something like that.
We need to be very careful not to give this show too much credit. I mean, I've been guilty of that in the past.
I get it. I'll happily
Yeah.
concede I overestimated it if it happens, but that's my assumption for now.
Because I was just like, oh, that's that guy. Because you know what it did? It wasn't like, here's the scene. It's like they're all talking, and we have a special Jedi who's coming in today to discuss this situation with us. Who is it? Camera pans up, music swells, the door opens. Jedi Master Kai Adi Mundi.
So what he's talking about, and I'm inclined
key
to
jangle.
Well, what I'm being relative, what he's saying is really annoying when characters who aren't super duper baduper important, but in the story, but are important to fans, get crazy intros because it's like meta bleeding into the story. I can get behind him somewhat on that, but my whole frustration, as is everyone's, is with how they're handling Ki-Adi-Mundi's role in this. Like the writing of it. Whether or not they give him a grand intro is really not relevant compared to his role in the story, I think.
I mean, look what they did with, Mon Mothma in Andor. Like, she's a pretty minor character in the original trilogy, and then they've done so much with her in Andor. It's like, oh, you're taking this minor character and like really fleshing her out in a very interesting way. Like, oh, interesting. Now, all right, that's one way to do it. Very interesting.
And look what they did to her in Ahsoka.
Yeah, well, that didn't happen.
Oh,
I'd rather
I
not.
agree, frankly.
Theo, there are starving Africans.
True.
All right, across the ocean.
I guess there are. I
don't think
Muller
they
makes
would be very
analysis before hearing the sentence. Let the man finish. I just defended him before I let him finish. I didn't even attack. So.
Well, that's weird because that chat was like, but you had finished, and they still got it wrong about the. That's.
I do find that. I always find that fascinating. Every time that happens, it's worth recognizing that you're probably like showcasing a bias for whichever creator's being covered, because you just see less of that when it's some rando or somebody that we've covered a few times who at this point you're like, oh yeah, that guy's a clown. But like whenever it comes to the one that you like, then it'll be like, let them finish. I just find it funny.
It would be my bet that person didn't have any problem with us interrupting the prior 3 people we covered.
That would be my guess.
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where you're supposed to get, I got chills on my spine.
The chills.
It chills. It's Coyote Mundi. I cried. I cried butterfly tears.
Here?
No.
Can we just not
like I said, he's talking
recognize the
about-
obvious issue, which is that we just don't like it when people don't adhere to the lore. We'd like the people who make these things to have a bit of fucking respect for the fiction, if that's all right with you guys, if that's not too cringe, if enough Africans haven't starved yet, we would like to show a little respect for this work of fiction. If that's okay.
The point he's talking about, like I said, is something that I do think we all agree with, but it's just not that relevant to the conversation, that characters that are important outside of lore... Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure,
it could have been.
He was just there, and he was just talking in the background, and I'm like, oh, okay, that kind of connects. It connects the...
The funny thing is, it obviously doesn't. That's the whole problem.
It doesn't.
He shouldn't be
Well,
there.
yeah, because like, if you're talking about the idea of it could have been more of like a overt that he's being imbued with greater significance than he should because of the meta, none of that addresses that he shouldn't be there because he wasn't born yet.
Yeah, it's totally irrelevant.
The prequels and this, so just very subtly, no one made a big deal about it. I was like, okay, this before in some sort of product that we released on the internet.
Yeah.
I've always wanted this to happen with lightsabers, and I always thought it was the case.
So you'll understand what's happening here in a moment, but this is just a
I was
section
about to ask.
where Mike is talking about his perspective on lightsabers, and a certain edit has been made by myself that I feel is pretty obvious.
Because any old Joe Schmo could get their hands on a lightsaber and swing it around and fucking destroy tons of people.
Well, yeah, with how often they leave him just lying around and never pick him up. Like, yeah, a bunch of Joe Schmoes do just...
As though they're
have 'em all
fucking
over the
cereal prizes, that they're not worth a shit ton of money.
When you walk away from a bunch of dead Jedi in the middle of a forest, I mean, no scavenger is going to find all those lightsabers. And their
Well, remember,
communicators
what's-her-face? May didn't take Trinity's lightsaber. He just left it on the ground.
Yep.
God
Some
knows
kind of
has
bar
that
just
now.
has it now. It's like,
Well,
ooh,
yeah.
nice.
We talked about this before, but the idea of like a lightsaber is one of the most sought after objects in all of the Star Wars galaxy. At least it should be, because like only the Jedi have them, which means that a Jedi had to fucking die to leave this, ownerless, and we have it, and it's like contraband. Probably the Jedi are probably like, no, you can't have those, almost certainly. So people who have them, it's like a black market secret. Like, ooh, we have an actual genuine lightsaber. Like, oh, that's a big deal. And to the point where it could be like a really cool plot point. You could have had it in this show where part of the mission is you have like, oh, we have rumors that someone is selling a lightsaber. It's like, well, we got to go track down this lightsaber, make sure that we get it back. And that's like a plot issue that maybe is a lead that takes them somewhere. The idea that we're trying to reclaim a lightsaber that used to belong to a fallen Jedi.
Crazy.
Of awesomeness.
Wow. Yeah.
When Han Solo turned on Luke Skywalker's lightsaber on Hoth to cut open the belly of the Tauntaun, he was a little awkward with it.
Yeah.
The lightsaber is just like pure energy.
Yeah.
And in order for something to be so powerful and cut through anything, it has to have a counterbalance.
Like a Desert Eagle.
It has to be
true,
extremely weird and heavy and awkward to use. Like a normal person turning on a lightsaber.
Heavy. I don't know about heavy.
So
Weird and awkward.
Like I said, this section is about
Sure.
him talking about his POV on lightsabers and why they should be almost a Jedi-only thing, that you require the Force to properly wield them. It's not a perspective I've not heard before.
Right.
And it's a way, people found it interesting as an item that Han turns on the lightsaber when he's not a Jedi. Like that's like definitive proof that anyone can. Obviously, at this point, anyone can, for sure. But like he's kind of awkward with it, like he said. But it's like, well, that could be answered by the fact that he was fucking freezing.
It's just got a button on it that you click, and then it's a piece of technology. I would imagine that a lot of the association with Jedi comes from the fact that the Jedi specifically trained to use these and are instructed by people who already know how to train these. So there's a very clear like lineage of trainers and trainees that the Jedi are almost exclusively. So you can't just like teach yourself.
Yeah, for the record, I
use
think
for anything
Jedi
other than a tool.
make use of the Force to assist in like the dexterity and
I can believe
anticipation
it, yeah. I
of
can believe that.
moves and stuff. Yeah, but as for being able to hold it, turn it on, wield it relatively normally, I feel like most people can do that.
Yeah, to use it as a fairly like a very good utility, then yeah, I think most people would be able to. You know, in the same way that you would use a jackhammer or a power drill. You know, it takes some level of learning and understanding to master its use. The lightsaber would be the same way.
It's so powerful. Let me finish.
No,
Shut up.
You can't. I'm letting you finish.
Let me finish. You turn it on, it's like, and it's like, oh God, it's like trying to lift up Thor's hammer, right?
Uh-huh.
And it's, oh, well, fuck.
Oh,
and
Mahler.
Unless you're a Jedi.
Are you being sneaky?
That's mastered the Force, which is things that you move with your mind. That's when you're able to wield it with perfect precision and accuracy and fight with it.
Interesting.
Hey, it's just a joke.
Interesting.
Like, I ain't making any point, okay?
Hey, I mean, turnabout's fair play, as has been stated by people before me.
And that's what makes you special. Or else any old asshole could pick up a lightsaber and slaughter anybody with it. And you wouldn't need... I could pick up a lightsaber.
No, you couldn't. You pick up a lightsaber and you go attack a troop of trained Navy SEALs. Tell me how that goes.
I really like that counter.
I mean, yeah, it's like, what are you going to do against bullets? Because we don't talk about bullets.
Shoot your ass.
Okay, maybe the blocking.
That's the thing. If you can't block with the lightsaber, it's fucking useless.
No.
I wouldn't go as far as useless, but
severely diminished in its potential, I would say.
Here's the thing,
Still
though.
very useful, though.
Well, I mean, it's incredible, the power of a weapon like a lightsaber.
Laser blasts go at, like you could physically see a laser blast.
I fucking hate that show.
Go with your eyes. So, you know, it's like, remember in Star Trek The Next Generation when the guy fired a phaser at Picard and Riker in the episode with the space bugs?
Yeah.
And they go...
Okay.
And they jump onto the...
That's a shitty episode.
Just be clear.
That's not the response. That's a shitty episode.
So a blaster's moving really, really quick. And they do move quick. Like the precision of lining up the width of your lightsaber to the width of the blaster bolt and angling it in such a way that you can specifically redirect it like you're hitting a what would even be the analogy? You're using a stick to smack a marble back at somebody else specifically. Like that takes insane amounts of coordination. That I don't believe that.
And I'm happy to believe that is the
person,
Force element of a Jedi that helps them sort of maintain
I can believe that too.
Accuracy. Yeah.
That is not something that is not something that a normal unassisted human can do. It's just unless they have like insane bionics. Like maybe I could buy that Grievous could do it, maybe. But like you'd have to have like cybernetics and be special if you're not specifically using the Force for that, I believe.
Fire a machine gun at a Jedi, they ain't hitting that. You'd have to move faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry,
Well,
Rich.
that's when you use the Force to rip the gun out of their hands, Mike. They got you covered. They got all the bases covered. I'm sorry.
Like Lord Vader did with Han Solo.
Yeah.
Or you do a Neo.
I think it's kind of funny you called him Lord Vader.
Lord Vader.
Yeah.
Lord Vader.
Lord Vader.
And you can stop all the bullets in the air.
I hated that one. They did that in The Force Awakens.
They did?
Yeah. Kylo Ren did that.
Oh, he grabbed the laser bolt.
Yeah.
That was okay. That was cool.
Anyway, next.
Everyone's mad about the lesbian space.
I've just like flushed away so many opinions I have about those movies to cleanse myself. I don't even know how I feel about that anymore. I don't even know what my original opinion was. I don't even know, and it's kind of nice to not know. I got to make room in my head for more Acolyte episodes. We had to get rid of Kylo Ren. Kylo Ren is yesterday's news. Smilo Ren is on the menu for today.
Exactly.
Yes. Everyone was mad about the lesbian space witch episode, but that was my favorite one.
Okay, what?
Yeah. Well, tell me why.
Do tell.
Oh,
Because, like you said,
Star Wars has the worst parents in the world. Can I say this? You can't let your 8-year-old decide for herself that she wants to go off with the creepy monks. I'm sorry.
And when you say the creepy monks, which side are you referring to here? I just
be either,
to be specific,
be either of them.
Yeah, well,
because if anything, I'd be like, thank God the Jedi are here to get me out of this freakish lesbian cult.
Kinda. Like, what? Because she was born with the cult?
Unironically,
she should
yes.
stay with the cult?
Get
Is that
me
how
out
that
of
works?
here.
They are, they're doing some weird shit. They prayed to the double moon of death. Who knows what they're up to?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, she said she wants to do that. She also probably wants to be a pirate on the sea. She's 8 years old. She can't make those kind of decisions for herself yet.
Well, they're forcing her to be a witch in the coven. You know?
Yeah.
Well, this is
all right. Moving on, I guess.
Pretty good counter. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure he liked the co-op Milat in Picard season 2. Oh, he didn't. Which was a Romulan warrior space nuns, basically.
My favorite.
Yeah.
Guarding the secret of the tentacles coming out of the space butthole. Yeah.
They
Good
should get that
stuff.
checked at.
Yeah.
Star Trek's a little different now than it was, you know?
Yeah.
Not the same.
Yeah.
Not the same. I feel like something was something is not quite the same.
Parents in the world, sure. But so they do. Well, first of all, they're forced children.
They were conceived in the same manner that Anakin was.
And,
No.
and to me, that's like, yeah.
No,
after
no, they were
Yeah,
not.
I don't even.
No, they were not.
That was not.
No,
how
they
it was.
were not.
You say that so confidently, Rich. Tell me what you know, because I don't fucking know anything about what's happening anymore. But you say it so confidently that it's just like Anakin.
There's
I
always
actually
been
thought the
lesbian
theory was-
space witch.
Sorry, after you.
Oh, I was going to say, he does say there's always been lesbian space witches in Star Wars. Not space witches. He says lesbian. Rich does.
Good.
I mean, maybe statistically, the inevitability that someone with the Force could be considered a witch and is a woman who likes other women. So maybe statistically speaking,
Maybe.
Maybe
Individually,
there was
sure.
one, yeah.
Now it's a big galaxy.
By sheer weight of numbers, you know.
I sit corrected.
It's a statistical anomaly that we are getting lesbian Space Force witches.
We're gonna say some in their platoon.
Oh no, I was interested. Like one of the theories I have heard for why it doesn't trespass on the prophecy with Anakin is precisely that they were not conceived in the same way. That's sort of one of the preemptive coping strategies that's been made. But it's also it's like at least semi-defensible, right? Like we don't know where Anakin came from, and the argument has been, well, he was conceived by the midichlorians themselves without any outside influence, was one of the theories. Whereas we know with the twins that was the manifestations of lesbian sex drive. So like they are very different things.
Yeah, which is
probably.
weird considering that they said specifically that we don't control the Force like a power, but like you made someone with it. That's
no, it's not a
weird.
force that you wield. It is a thread that you pull, and that's the difference.
Yeah, we pulled the thread into we pulled that thread all right.
Kind of all this, like, they were talking about the thread. They're like, ooh, it's like yes, okay, the Force is a thing, and these witches use it in a different way, and they're like ostracized.
How do they use it in a different way? They're like we talked about episode 2. Anakin can float a fruit. They can float a fruit. What's the difference?
Well, they made it clear, right?
We don't know
They said
anything
the
about
Jedi
anything.
view it as like a weapon when it's not a weapon.
Yeah, we just use it to float flora and create life.
Well,
and it's not like
and then
those
of course attack people, but it's not,
and then to torture Torben. You know?
Yeah, different.
Sized, and they're hiding, and they're like, because the Jedi have said no one in the universe can use the Force but us.
They want a monopoly on Force use.
Yeah, or I guess they're just trying to like make sure that nobody does anything.
The amount of speculation we have to do, and this should be like the show really exploring this, and everyone's like, it's because the Jedi want to do this and that because of this. It's like a lot of this is just like, it's it's in varying degrees of reasonable conjecture, and we still don't know why. We still don't know why is this the case. What would happen if they didn't? None of this is explored. It's like sort of stated, kind of in some aspects. But there's so much that's just left unsaid, and we have to be like, well, I guess it's the ABC.
Things super bad with it and becomes like a villainous monster.
Who gives them the right to decide
exactly
what is a good or bad use?
Interesting.
Well,
I wish the show would
I
have
wish
made
the show
this,
would talk
got
about
into
this.
that to
I was gonna
any
say,
degree whatsoever.
This really is. This is everyone else's work. This is not the show's work at all. Everyone's like,
No.
Everyone already knows that that's kind of where the show may be going, but they haven't done
Also,
anything about it
look,
yet.
okay, look, all right. In the prequels, the first big old guy that the big bad, all right, of that
Sebulba?
story, the guy opposed to the Jedi screamed unlimited power as he electrocuted a guy to death. All right, I think we have a general sense of who, what the concerns might be of somebody who decides they want to use the Force for evil.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing. We dismiss any legitimacy to the Jedi's concerns about Sith users because who gives them the right. But then it's like, you've already said more than what's in the show.
You have,
Yeah.
exactly.
How come I can't have a nuclear weapon?
I don't know.
Who give them the right?
They give themselves the right.
Exactly, Mike. Exactly.
But careful. I thought we don't want politics in Star Wars. I remember that politics in Star Wars are bad. So I don't know. I'm getting mixed signals here.
He did go back on a couple of those things, including recommending J.J. Abrams take control of Star Wars. Some mistakes were made. It's okay. Mistakes were made.
Jedi are kind of the ones dictating how the Force is utilized. And so I think it's so fascinating for there to be this introduction of this character who utilizes it in a different way and comes from a different...
Yeah, for evil.
How is it different?
For evil.
Oh my God.
That isn't even different. We've seen this before. That's arguably why
It
the
does
Jedi
feel
want
like one of
control.
those times where you do need to remind people. It's the George Lucas thing where he explains like the light side is balance. That's the point. The balance is not, we need about an even amount of light side and dark side. The light side is the balance.
They didn't use it for evil. They just tortured someone. That's different.
If you torture someone for justice, then
I think what annoys me is like there really is, and it's something that has been absent, particularly in Disney Star Wars, of like a meaningful exploration of providing like real like different developed perspectives on like the Jedi and the Sith, right? Or you could have like different attitudes on what the nature of the dark side is rather than what you typically see, which is power, woohoo. You could have somebody who is more pragmatic, or they believe that essentially any morality that people attach to it is arbitrary, and that's like their perspective, and exploring it in that way. But like we get the way more boring one of, the Jedi, maybe they're not so good. It's so boring.
I think they've also foreclosed the chance of actually doing a more interesting thing with it as well, because you have Smilo deliver the line, "I've embraced my darkness," which basically is the villain telling you, no, I am a dick, and I'm fine with that, as opposed to him genuinely having a different moral point of view with the Force, which would be interesting. I would like to see them at least try and do that. Yeah. But if he's now telling you, no, I'm just a villain, then they're saying, well, how much can you do?
We memed about Carl Jung, right? But you could do something about some guy with the idea of like integrating the shadow or something as like his interpretation of the nature of like being a Sith or something along,
There is something interesting to be said philosophically about the Force, that the dark side can exist, that it is something that exists within the fabric of the Force. It is real.
Exactly.
And it's what I'd assumed they were going with the dyad situation to begin with, and I think that is an idea that they would have been pinching from Star Wars Visions when they also create another Force dyad. They attempt to create a single vergence in the Force, and it creates a light and a dark side aligned person, because that is just the natural way the Force seems to operate now. So I wouldn't be surprised if like that's what they're doing with May and Osha, for example. I don't know what Smilo Ren's backstory will turn out to be. I wouldn't be entirely surprised if he turned out to be like the secret third child that the witches were hiding. And they were so terrified of it. Because there is a scene in episode 3 when Osha, the younger version, says, "It only feels weird because we're the only kids here." And the two women like doing their hair look at each other suspiciously. And I'm pretty sure like that seems more important to me now than it did at the time. And so if he turns out to be secret third child they hid because they were terrified of the darkness within him or whatever the fuck, tried again, but the Force keeps creating a light and a dark side bifurcation. Like that would be predictable. But then again, it wouldn't be the worst thing they could do, so they probably won't do that.
What you're missing what actually happened, which is that they tried to conceive a child out of pure Force. They created a boy, and then they were like, "Oh fucking hell!" and they kicked him out into the woods. we fucked
him off a cliff.
Try it again.
Oh, maybe that's what Smilo is.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good theory. We'll see.
It's a different spiritual community, and
it's new politics, Rich.
It is the new politics, but it's why I'm fully on board with that. They're assholes. Well, I'm sorry, they're just assholes.
What?
Why?
Is he saying the Jedi are assholes?
Yeah, but why?
Yeah, it's good and evil are subjective. And are the witches evil?
From my point of view, it is you who are evil.
Right.
This hasn't really been discussed in the show at all. Like, all we had was the Gooba scene where they said the Jedi are good, the Jedi are evil.
Which is, I'm sure they made fun of from my point of view, the Jedi are evil. Like, surely they made fun of that. But I guess...
are lost. Which was very true and based of Obi-Wan.
In a galaxy where sort of every choice is made by light or darkness, your character really encourages individualism, and I think it's really cool to see that.
That belief that...
What is that?
Wait,
I don't even...
Individualism.
She
What's individualism about this?
How does individualism even address the nature of the dichotomy of good and evil? Like,
but it's not even what they do. She
It's not what they
grabs
do
a
at
child
all.
on the head to ascend her into a lesbian cult. That's not individualism.
How can this be the analysis? It's a cult. It's a crazy cult.
The entire thing they were doing with the twins as well was about de-individualization because they were being just made clones of each other.
Yeah, and remember, she didn't say, yes, you can go with the Jedi. She said, I'll talk to them about it. That's the best she got.
And also, my guess is the reason why he said it is because there was that one line where she said it's not about good or evil, but it's about power or something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's why but like that's one line that doesn't even like really mean anything on its own.
It's just...
By the way, kids, if an adult ever tells you that, run away.
Well, remember, the thing she says is it's about power and who should be able to use it. It's like, okay, well, the basis on which you're going to decide who should have power is probably going to be morality, right? So good and evil, right and wrong.
Pretty much. And
these stories are really badly written. Like, they don't have, development. Yeah, anyway.
Her first reaction to the notion that anyone in this cult wouldn't want to be a part of it is, oh, you'll grow out of that perspective. You're just wrong.
Yeah.
I remember when I was an individual like you.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, you're all individuals. I'm
not.
Yes, we're all individuals.
Fucking love that scene.
Because Life of Brian is funnier than the Holy Grail.
I don't know if that's controversial or not.
I don't know either.
I don't know either. I don't know.
You're not just one thing, But I also think, Mother Anastasia
What are you wearing, woman? What is going on here? What is this?
We've come across a couple of ice cream cone
pretty
dresses
wild.
before.
This is like something you'd see in a Hubble Space Telescope photograph. This is what is going on here?
Wearing a
It does
nebula.
look more like a weird, sci-fi space witch in real life than she does in the show with Blazeman.
Well, she should have worn the costume from the TV show, and I've been like, yeah, that's a thing. That's a thing people wear in California or whatever.
A lot of people
They
said
just
Hunger
dress like
Games.
that
She
over
does
there.
kind of match Hunger Games.
Yeah, she does.
But I also
This
think
is she's wearing one of those battle pass outfits.
A Fortnite deluxe skin.
Pre-order Acolyte to get.
The lady on the left,
Junji Ito dress.
This is the difference between a free player on the left and a premium battle
Yeah.
pass player
Yeah.
on the right.
Yeah.
They got all the bling.
And you're like, what can you do on the left?
lesbian
She's like, I can
headlamps.
change this to a darker
Right.
color if I want. That's about it.
Like dresses in real life versus dresses in gacha games,
Yeah.
Mother Anastasia represents a philosophy that is more about connection to life and less
More about connection to life than the Jedi?
it's
Huh?
about
What?
connection to dogma.
More about connection to
What?
life than it is connection to dogma, says the cultist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like they
the Jedi.
scream evil cult.
This is
They
unreal.
just scream evil cult.
The lack of self-awareness is fucking baffling. I just don't get it.
Says
There
the
is that
cultist to the
line.
Jedi. I'm losing it.
Yoda actually explicitly states in Empire when he's teaching Luke about the Force, the Force is connecting you to every living thing,
Yeah.
the tree, the
Yes.
rock. He just goes through the long list of things he can
Remember what
see
Obi-Wan
because
said?
the Force connects you to everything.
This is like
Everyone's got all description
that's
of
why
the
when the
Force.
Jedi show up, the kids are like, "Oh, thank God, you're somehow less
Help
freaky and
me.
weird than these people. Like, take me out of here."
You gotta wonder, how did especially if you got people who are essentially, newcomers to Star Wars, who, in certain cases indicate that they basically don't know anything about it at all. Do they ever wonder why people like Jedi so much? Why it's people are big fans of Luke and Obi-Wan and Yoda, Like why they like these
knowledge,
characters.
defense, skill,
If it has anything to
talent,
do with their
excessive
philosophy.
training,
Yoda's,
achievement.
Yoda's awesome, man. Like
Yoda
Yoda's
is
so
awesome.
great. I love
Mm-hmm.
Yoda. If it was like the
element-
perfect encapsulation of what the Force is, or like the Jedi's attitude on the Force, that even this small little fella, you know, being the most powerful, wise entity like in the world. And meanwhile, you've just got people saying, "Oh, well, you know, like what we've got with our character, it's like, oh yeah, it's you know, it's really like a positive thing, not like the Jedi with like their negative things." And that's like the
with all their
extent of
death
the
and stuff.
analysis.
Yeah.
The Jedi are so far removed from their inspiration that you can't even draw the lines if you didn't already know that going in.
Well, part of it is that they don't, you know, like it comes down to as simple as, you know, like the idea of, oh yeah, balance of is when you've got like the same amount of good and evil, the same amount of light and dark, as opposed to the idea that like the attitude that the Jedi have is the aspirational one. That's the one to pursue because it's like peaceful,
it's
balance,
mastery
you know?
over yourself and you know,
Exactly.
diligence and determination and discipline, being able to rise past your more basal instincts to be the most like self-controlled and you know like best version of yourself.
Well, the idea is it's harder to be Yoda than it is to be Palpatine. Palpatine's is like the path of least resistance, direct path to power.
Anyway, they're a cult. Meanwhile, these guys are all about life.
Yes, they're a cult. And isn't it weird? Like nobody mentions why aren't there any men? And then when men show up, that would be kind of weird. Like what's that? What's that thing right there?
What are they doing?
You know? Nah,
And
it's just accepted.
Why would the witches be evil? I don't know.
They torture
Did you
people.
look at them like I hate to
indoctrinate
say
people.
it, but like they don't even pass the vibe check, man. Like
The
just
Jedi
look at
showed
them.
up and they were like, "Hey, what's up?" And then they like mind control stunned like one of the Jedi. Just
Yeah,
because
you
they
know
were
what?
there.
Didn't one of them say, why not just kill him? Who's gonna miss
If,
them? I mean,
because I want to be fair, right? The Jedi apparently broke in. Okay, if
They
you had done the mind stun on sight and then said leave now, like you were trespassing, blah blah. That's not what happened. They walked in and they had themselves a chat, and then they were permitted the ability to see the kids and to speak to them. And then Sol was like chilling out with it was Osha, right? And then it just cuts to her being like, "I'm a tortured Dorbin now. That's what I'm gonna do." It's like, oh, okay, that seems pretty dark-sided
That
of you.
seems, yeah, I was about to say, yeah, like that's awfully dark of you. Interesting.
If anything, it was really annoying that all the Jedi reacted to that kind of Like Kel Nako looked a bit worried, but that was about it. It's just like, damn, I think I would have had a bigger reaction to them torturing one of us, but yeah, okay.
Why would the witches be evil? I don't know.
Because they're using Force in an unsanctioned way that the Jedi's don't approve of.
There's probably a good
They
reason
just
it's not
don't care
sanctioned
anymore.
to torture people with the Force, just FYI.
Just torturing people in
How
general.
casually-
Yeah, they
like
might
that.
have just
I meant that.
sanctioned
Pretty
no torturing in general.
Did
Yeah.
they do
Not
it-
under their thumb.
Did they show them doing anything particularly evil?
They
No.
do.
Yes.
The torture, the torturing of the guy and basically the brainwashing of children into the
Yeah.
cult.
Yeah.
Do we know the implications of using the Force to create life?
Yeah, do we-
Influencing the midichlorians, if you will?
Yeah.
It doesn't
How
surprise
are
me
you
that
going to get a
Jedi
social
are
security number?
invested. If the history for the Jedi is their knowledge of crazy Force users that cause immense damage on a massive scale, and they want to make sure they catalog throughout the universe Force users, you can leave the Jedi Order as a Force user.
I mean, let's because you just extrapolating on what we've already seen in the Star Wars, just the movies and the shows, the kind of shenanigans and crazy shit you could do with a disciplined control of the Force. That's it doesn't take a lot of imagination to think like, oh, maybe there's some like reasonable aspect that the Jedi have of why they feel like they're justified in having control over it and why they want to have anyone who's sensitive to the Force being a part of the Order. At least on the books, because Osha was able to leave voluntarily, which is like, oh, okay, that's a thing you could do. You could choose to voluntarily leave. At least they have your name down as like, okay, Osha, last name, you are, like, you can use the Force. So, okay, we know that, and we have reason to believe you're not, like, evil or terrible or whatever. your reason for leaving the Jedi is, not like it's like being honorably discharged or whatever. Like we don't have to worry about you, but you can't be part of the organization.
What's so weird to me here is the amount of criticism we're levying against the Jedi and how they function when we've got a clearly worse cult by comparison right next to them, and they're just like, no, these guys are chill. Let them do their thing. It's like, did you watch the show?
So like, when Mace Windu went to get Palpatine, would they be like, well, what, who is this guy, right, to impose his will upon Palpatine? He's just exploring the Force in his own way.
Yeah.
Why are we doing this now?
I don't know.
Why are we bringing up
I'm stuck on the part where the guys who ripped apart the prequels and Kurtzman Trek are okay with this. I really can't get past that.
Yeah, I don't
There's
know.
a little bit of an inconsistency here.
Just a lack of interest. Like, it's not particularly engaging or interesting to them, so they're not really...
Well,
I don't know. I just get that sense. They're not very
we
interested in
as
talking
people have
about it.
mentioned, we did cover their coverage of Obi-Wan Kenobi. They liked it. They defended it as good stuff. It was fucking abysmal. It's often cited as the worst thing Disney did.
Episode over it.
It has been a bit of a strange thing to watch, as there are strong reluctance to say that Disney Star Wars has delivered anything worse than the prequels.
Yes, they've got a big chip
been
on their
very
shoulder about the prequels, which is interesting because
all right, but
we have happily entertained plenty of criticism for the prequels, but it's just like I'd be lying if I said the prequels were worse than the sequel trilogy.
The
I just
prequels
would
have
be.
more merit than the sequel trilogy.
By
They have
far.
more merit.
Absolutely.
They have
Yeah.
better qualities on their own, and of course, in terms of rich ideas for like for an era of Star Wars, like god damn, the prequel era was like ripe in terms of the adjacent stories that were sort of being developed and all of these cool new locations that we got to see. Like, the idea that the sequel trilogy or these shows are better quality than the prequels for all of their many faults is like, that's crazy to me. But
For me,
yeah,
it's enough. What they did to Han, Luke, and Leia is already enough to put it below the prequels.
that's already enough. And they did more than that.
They did way more than that.
Actually, Aiden Paladin actually in the chat has reminded me of in Dragon Age. You guys remember Dragon Age? But in Dragon Age, you have the Chantry, which is essentially this organization that takes all the people who can use magic, and they say you have to be a part of this organization and go to the towers and live within these sanctioned areas, and we kind of like control you basically because of the potential destructive power that magic has, and summoning demons and fireballs and lightning and all the crazy stuff that magic can do. And the Chantry is they kind of have like a almost literally like a leash on all of the mages, to the point where they have like phylacteries with blood samples of all the mages, so you can't escape and they can always find you using magic. And if you do bad stuff as a mage, they like essentially turn you into like kind of an emotionless zombie who just like does stuff for them for the rest of your life. And you're not allowed to be a mage, a magic practitioner outside of their organization. You're not allowed to do that, and you're going to get captured and whatnot. And that's like, it's a really oppressive kind of system that ultimately does a thing that has, potentially, or that fights against the very, very negative potential consequences from people who can, summon demons and all that sort of stuff. So, at least it's something. And that would sort of be like the super authoritarian leaning version of the Jedi that we've seen in a fantasy setting. But to be able to compare them to the Chantry and the Dragon Age lore would be, well, it would require them to actually study the Jedi and their rules and their way of teaching and the potential side effects of what the Sith are capable of, which they just haven't really done at all.
They do not.
So they do this ceremony.
The impression I get is very much that the Jedi just don't like anybody using the Force, which seems to be pretty immoral. That they're deciding.
Can we be a little bit more
can't believe
charitable
it.
to the
Like,
Jedi?
yeah, why might they not
the
like
concern
that?
of the Jedi,
Maybe they
is
just
that
don't want.
they're worried about people like Palpatine and Darth Vader.
Yeah.
In the Acolyte
want people-
show, Osha is released from the Order, and she's gone off to do her own thing. Do you think they know whether she's using the Force on a day-to-day?
She probably is.
Remember, she's trying to
also,
use it
like-
in the prison capture ship.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Remember, this is like, we're talking about reading people's minds, controlling them, telekinesis that's basically untrackable.
And
Like,
then
it's
in the case of dark side powers, electrocuting people,
Yeah.
choking them out.
I'm not even. I don't
Like,
even
And there
say
was
I
that whole
agree or
Sith
disagree.
thing 1,000 years ago,
Didn't
or 900 years ago in this.
Didn't Count Dooku leave the Jedi Order as well?
Yeah.
He was pretty
Yep.
fucking powerful.
Mhm.
Yep.
And they let him go.
But I think it's just annoying to me because like it's almost as if the explanation for why the Jedi would want to oversee the nature of how the Force is being used in the galaxy is so obvious that it's almost like it's like disappeared from the conversation. The Jedi don't want Sith going around
They're just
electrocuting
bad.
people, like
They
choking
just want to
people
control
out, taking over the
people.
galaxy.
They don't like freedom.
This is the
Which
thing
is like,
too.
show us
Are we all
mature
forgetting
enough
the
to
line?
make
The awkward as fuck line that felt like it almost didn't belong, but is still there. We will test your children. You know we have the right to do that. With your
Yep.
permission.
Well,
With
we
your
have the right-
permission.
with your
permission.
It's so clunky because it's like, oh well, that makes it way less bad now. Like if you had just said we will take your kids and we will test them, it's like, oh. But when you say with your permission, it almost makes the rest of it sound a bit weird.
Yep.
It does. It almost seems like it was tacked on.
It almost seems like it was ADR. Yeah, it might have been. Who knows?
Moral
With
that
your
they're
permission.
deciding other people can't use this thing that binds all life together, Mike.
I think it's sort of like the U.S. government doesn't want you making your own medicine.
It's more like the Christian.
Okay, but do you understand? That's not a terrible parallel, right? There's a reason why a government wants to make sure that people aren't just selling medicinal homebrew stuff to people. Like, can we extrapolate that to what's the comparison with the Force? People just using the Force, training with the Force, and what that could cause for society at large.
Yeah, it depends on what we're talking about. Remember in Batwoman when the fucking girl had her own full-on hospital versus someone just
when
doing,
she was running a yeah.
you know, like
Yeah.
someone doing like bandage or whatever because someone's hurt themselves at home. It's like, of course you don't need government approval.
And like
to...
that woman doesn't want to deal with the nature of okay, what if she makes a mistake and someone gets seriously hurt or dies? What's the
Yeah.
legal remedies for somebody who suffers like
can't
any
have-
like mistreatment by her hands?
We
Yeah,
can't have
in the
legal
same way
repercussions
that-
from Hero, though. That would be cringe.
Putting a band-aid on somebody unsanctioned is totally fine, and that would probably be like using the Force to like, there's a fork over there and I need it to eat. Voop, telekinesis. Now I've lifted the fork into my hand. No one cares about that. The hospital in Batwoman would be like, I'm going to mind control people with the Force. I'm going to read their
scaled
thoughts
up,
against
yeah.
their will. Yeah.
Well, someone just super chatted as well, saying there was a debate over whether or not to even accept and train Anakin. Yeah, the guy with the highest midichlorian count in history, and they didn't
Yeah.
even.
Yeah.
God, what they're just fucking up their whole cult point of view here, the Jedi, aren't they? They're not controlling Anakin. They even said they kind of want him to go. Like none of this.
And also that people can just leave.
This
You
is
can
what I
just
mean. It's
leave whenever you
bullshit.
want.
They can't. They were told they
What are we
can't
talking
leave the lesbian cult. What?
And then also
Interesting.
just the nature of the difference between them is that the Jedi as an institution has accountability. You know,
Yeah.
they are like accountable to the Republic. They are an institution that has.
There's a building with their
a
name on
notion
it
of-
you can go to.
Well, it's just if they screw up, they have to answer for that. That's like the nature of the way that the institution exists, where there is no such thing for the witches.
They
certainly not
signed
for
the
Sith.
Sokovia Accords.
Yeah,
There's
the
also
witches could
the strong
theoretically.
implication that the witches do the dark side as well. So that the witches have already, we know they have fled galactic space. We know they were hunted down. Mother Anasai, whatever her name is, drops in the line about people being afraid of their power because it's unnatural, which is of course a reference. They have been experimenting with the Force. It's that they are teaching children something, not that the children are Force sensitive, that the Jedi are alarmed about, it seems.
In front of the bottomless pit. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's bad vibes, man.
Well, and I think it's worth inspecting that this cult is generating Force-sensitive human beings from thin air. That's that is something to inspect, I think.
This is
Mm,
this
yeah.
is like
Hearing
the,
that.
this is the Dragon Age demon summoning thing. Like with the different coat of paint is like you guys are just summoning demons. Like yeah, they're nice. They're fine. We get along.
Determining they're the
Oh, and obviously all of this analysis is done well before they've shown us the retarded episode where all the Jedi do go crazy or something.
Yeah.
And
No.
kill everybody. Because we're judging this strictly from what they showed us in episode 3, which is what everyone is judging this from, which is why I'm confused that RLM have come to these conclusions.
the only ones who get to determine what is the proper sexuality people can have, and you can't be gay over there.
Maybe.
I don't approve of that.
Maybe. Or you can't
Whoa.
enrich uranium on your own.
So do you agree or not? Because it is dangerous to do fucking uranium in your back garden.
Wouldn't recommend.
That's against the law, probably, right?
The Jedis want all the guns. The Jedis want all the guns.
They don't want a fucking super weapon to poof out of thin air. It's like, hey, we made this person. By the way, he's like super evil and can destroy worlds with his mind.
It's so funny, right?
Maybe we just want to
bad argument because there is guns. Everybody's got guns. You're trying to make a bad analogy.
The Jedi
here.
are not the sole force in the universe.
Yeah.
Like obviously you could say they have a monopoly on the Force, but they aren't the army of the Republic. Like they're
the cops. Apparently, they're the cops now because they read Miranda rights.
Well, so this is the part that's confusing me is that Mike's suggestions. I'm like, so you saying what the Jedi are doing is good or not? I'm not sure. Rich is clearly saying it's bad, and the confusion I'm having is obviously if the Jedi's worry was that some guy who gets to use the Force without understanding it properly and gets a bit mad and goes crazy and does dark side stuff. He could maybe kill 9-ish Jedi. One of them being someone called Jackie. One of them being someone called Yord. Maybe that could happen.
That'd be crazy.
What's to stop them from going down to the bazaar and just snap necks? Just like boom, 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 just snapping necks everywhere he goes.
I'm just saying we've seen all the evidence we need to see that the Jedi have a reasonable position somewhat before we find out anything else.
And how reasonable is up to the show and the discussions they have in the show and the things we learn about the Order, what they teach and how they execute this, this authority that they have. And that should ideally be a central core concept that's been explored. But
and the only thing that's been explored in the show is there's a bunch of women trying to indoctrinate their made-up daughters and singing badly on a planet. That's the only thing that's the only thing that's been established in this show. I don't know how you could get anything, but this is the worst Star Wars ever made out of episode 3. I just don't.
I can see that is what they will probably try and do when Smiler gets to give his point of view, is that they will go back in time, we'll get another flashback sequence where we see that it's the Jedi who are responsible for turning mere dark side users who are not evil into evil dark side users by their attempts to control what they're allowed to learn. I think that's the critique it will leverage. I don't think it will be satisfying, but I can see them doing it.
In a well-written show, that could be an interesting premise.
Mm-hmm.
We won't see it.
Nope. Be 27 minutes long with 6.5 minutes of credits and a minute and a half of intro. And all will be revealed at the end of episode 8.
Thank goodness.
Ooh.
Guns. The Jedis want all the guns and nobody else can have any. The witches, the lesbian witches.
How do you make sense of that when they allow people to leave the Order and do whatever they want?
You could leave and you could take your gun with you.
Yeah, you have your gun.
They're just like the militia.
The show's kind of weird on that point, actually, because for some reason they have actually decided in the Acolyte that civilians are not allowed to have guns. Because Yord keeps telling her to give that stun gun back because she's a civilian. And civilians aren't allowed.
But he doesn't. But he doesn't
Star
take
Wars
it
universe, and they're telling us that civilians can't have guns.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's just hilarious.
The lesbian witches, they're just like the militia out there.
I suppose. I just see maybe they. If you fuck around with the dark side of the Force, yes, you could become something really bad and become a danger.
Yes.
Wow, you're almost
is
there.
this a Waco? Is this a Waco analogy? Is that where they're going?
I don't know.
That's the kind of the point I'm making. So
everybody died in the
Terry,
fire.
authorities tell us that the most serious or perhaps the most dangerous kind of devil worship comes in the form of underground cults. Most of them are very secret.
You mean like the lesbian witches?
Usually organizing clandestine rituals in the dark of night.
My God.
That's interesting. It's the most interesting.
No, but it could be. It's not.
Yeah, I was about to say it could be, but we don't get anything.
Yeah, we barely have the shadow of the premise. Like, let's not pretend it's anything more than that. The idea of an idea.
It's so weird how much people do so much work for the show. All the stuff they're saying is happening wasn't in it.
As if the show is not the responsible for doing the work.
That's Star Wars now. I mean, they conflate so much of the EU which doesn't exist in Disney Star Wars. Okay, they got rid of all of it.
They pointed out that doesn't exist when people were trying to cite it for Ki-Adi-Mundi's age.
They love decanonizing all of it and then just randomly using some of it. They love just taking bits out that they want.
This does not belong to the Acolyte. Like, meaningful deconstruction, observations, potential criticisms of the Jedi, and more compelling arguments trying to be made in terms of, like, understanding the nature of the Sith, or, like, characters creating their own arguments that they believe are, like, internally logical for it. That exists in other stories, many of which are no longer canon, of course, because thanks to Disney. It's not stuff that is present in this show. Like, all of the stuff that you do after you've watched it, and you know that it's something that the writers have said in interviews or whatever, like writers, directors, and actors, and that it's something that is clear that they're attempting to explore that idea, but not doing it very well. When you go off and have your own conversations on streams and stuff, where you start adding all this stuff in, you have to understand that this is not part of the show that you're talking about.
Yep.
This is stuff that you've added, but you're using it to complement the show when it's not present. The show doesn't make arguments.
You gotta have a moment of thinking about if all the information you got was from interviews, from promotional material, and then your own interests, and then you're using it to say it's what the show's got. Like, you're the ultimate sort of mark for the show.
I mean, it's essentially, it is, you know, we've talked about it before. It's interesting to, it seems to not work as well anymore, but like, you notice it with Marvel projects. I'm going to sound like a broken record on this, but I do find it fascinating that, like, usually a Marvel project will lead with Marvel essentially setting the agenda for what that project's going to be. So you remember that with Secret Invasion, it's gritty, it's grounded, and then you started
Winter
seeing that in
Soldier.
a lot of, like, reviews. Oh, it's gritty and grounded and everything. And then the Marvels, it's fun, it's a fun time. And then you see reviews like, yeah, it's such a fun movie, it's a fun time. These sorts of,
like, they copy and paste just what they said in the beginning in the advertisement, and it's like, let's do this. This is my review. It is quirky and funny.
Well, the Secret Invasion one was crazy because by the time we got to the last episode, someone was goofy shit in all of the MCU.
Yeah, and yet they tried to market it as being gritty. But, like, at the end of the day, none of these things mean anything. Like, it's just badly written. But, like, it's worth recognizing how the agenda is being essentially set for what you're going to be focusing on, and not just going along with it because they said that that's what it's about. They have to work harder than that. If they want their story to be like a gritty, grounded story that makes you think about, like, the current zeitgeist or whatever, then that's something that they need to do for themselves. If it's going to be fun, it should be fun self-evidently, not something that needs to be told to you constantly.
Right.
And in this case, the idea that this is going to be deconstructing the Jedi, when thus far it's just been completely hapless and stupid, the idea that the show should get any credit for it is just ridiculous.
Thing to come out of Star Wars in a little while is like the ethics involved in who can use the Force and who can't, and blah 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 blah. And
there is no exploration of ethics.
No,
that's the thing.
it doesn't exist.
So present.
Tell me 3 differences between the Jedi and the cult. Just like tell me 3. Just to give me 3 differences that aren't just purely aesthetic, right? Tell me anything. Tell me the biggest difference between the two, other than, you know, like why should one have it over the other? Like,
well, give me one example. Give me one example in the show where they debate the ethics of using the Force. No, they just state, like, they don't let us use it. They're dicks.
There's nothing to explore. You'd have to just make stuff up. There's nothing in the show. There are no lines you could point to that are substantive in any way. There's not there's no dinner scene. There's no scene where they go back and forth and each give their perspective. It's just
where Soul sits down with Osha and breaks down, like, hey, this is why the Jedi feel this way about the Force.
Here's
like
what we think.
Here's what we think.
Our general philosophy.
Someone said RLM never said it was good. They've described things in the show that aren't in it, and if they were in it, it could very well be an interesting, good show. That's the issue. A lot of people are inventing shit that's in this show because it's so awful.
Yeah.
But like
they haven't said it's bad either. They've literally just said there's things that work for them.
Yeah.
In this. And that's their prerogative.
Besides,
absolutely.
I'm less interested in the, broad statement. I'm more interested in the working. And the working is bothering me so much. Like, man, there's such an interesting approach to do this. And it's like, what scenes are you referring to? What do you think you're talking about? Give me a line.
If we're headed towards episode 6, and if we're still waiting for one effing thing to work in this show, by the way. Things should be working by now. Like some things should be working and they're not.
Involved in who can use the Force and who can't, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, yeah, what they just show up. It says they're like stationed on that planet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what they do there on the others.
They're clearly there to harass the witches, Mike.
They're clearly there to harass witches.
They're not doing a very good job if they've only shown up once, and that would have been the final time.
And they thought it was
taken,
uninhabited, or they
and they would
lied.
have just left in the morning. They didn't do a very good job harassing women. EFAP, we can give them some pointers.
We can give them
for how to harass women. Yeah, we're experts at it.
Yeah, they're not doing a very good job, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
2 out of 10. Very bad at harassing women. Definitely needs some
Back to harassment school for you.
Yep.
I mean, that's clearly their motive for being there.
Such a okay. Like the only it's funny, we haven't even been given the Jedi are evil episode yet, but we've already we're just going with it. It's like, all right.
Yeah.
Did some kind of like toxic gas explode and kill that? Like, how'd they die?
Yeah.
And I certainly hope that's resolved.
I think that's going to be like the end of the season.
Okay,
We're going to
then-
find out. That's going to be the major thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if they committed mass murder.
And there's a reason that the Torben guy killed himself.
Okay.
Which would be,
that-
and I think that their explanation of that is going to be like
Not
terrible.
great.
I just don't see how
I haven't
you could
included.
possibly go. And
they had a whole bunch of speculation on who Smiler Ran was and how the story was going to unfold, and they actually put a tweet out saying, "Well, we were completely wrong," which is fine and fair.
Yeah.
Everyone has
That's good,
speculated
right.
different things. We can't all be right about this sort of stuff. The show itself is so nonsense that mostly anything can happen.
It's got to be related to this.
I mean, really, there's not too much to talk about with the story because we're only 4 episodes in.
We're only halfway through.
Halfway through a
season.
There's plenty of
Imagine.
I'm not even
things to talk
kidding.
about there.
Like that's
4 episodes into House of the Dragon.
There's not much to
We're
talk
2
about because we're halfway through a season.
We're only 4 episodes into this 8 episode.
How much has
season.
happened in
Wild.
two quieter episodes of House of the Dragon?
I know.
Smaller.
So many things happen.
So many things.
Every episode is just like this happens and this happens and this and that and this and that.
It's the kind of thing Fringy always talks about. It's writers who are interested in seizing opportunities rather than just like being completely uninterested in writing whatsoever.
And then
The House
filling
of-
the time, essentially. It's like, well,
Yeah.
shit, I mean, I got a TV show here. I guess I got to fill it with stuff to do rather than, holy shit, I got an hour to play with here.
Yeah,
Awesome.
damn.
You know,
in these episodes, they did there's so much things where it's like, wow, this is nonsense, and also I don't need this. And then they have like these long panning shots. It's like, you have like 20 minutes left. Do you want to use that for like character development or? I keep saying it like this. They have this thing where they have the shortest episodes in TV right now, but they still feel too long to me.
Yes.
It's
Episode
fucking
4 in
insane.
particular was that one.
Yeah,
Nothing happened.
it
They
feels
walk through
too
the
long.
forest and a guy turns up, and that's basically it for one episode, an entire episode where nothing happens. And
And
you
the-
can't really get away with that. If you're now saying there's not enough story to talk about, that's the reason why. The only funny, noteworthy thing about that is that Jackie has the line, "You've experienced more death than I have."
Oh my
Lol, not anymore.
Dude, in the last episode, they cut away to May stealing Kilnaka's lightsaber and cut away again. That's it. From a fight, they cut away from that. And the first fight between Sol and Smilo Ren gets cut away from 2 times, like after they speak 2 lines and take 2 hacks at each other.
The wipes, they spam
Padding
the
time
wipes.
and the wipes. Yeah.
Well, let's look, remember in the episode 4 where we have the little bugs, we have the bug set up.
Yep.
And the bug payoff was like pointless, and like when we finally got the payoff for the bug,
dragged him
the
away.
bug trees, it dragged him away, and that was it. That's how they get away from him. They decided to have that be.
Oh, you
that
know
was
what it
the
reminds me
payoff.
of, Rags, is TFA, the end of TFA. The world splits in 2 to separate
Oh, yeah,
the
to
hero and
stop the
villain
fight.
in order to prevent like story from continuing. It feels like
I mean,
we're just going to
sort of.
drag him away so you don't have to decide anything further, okay? You're like, all right.
It would be, it's mostly that you have these already short episodes. So much time is spent on a setup that was completely pointless and like weird and bizarre. It's like, oh, we have to set up the bugs so when the bugs carry him away in the next episode, it doesn't come out of nowhere. So that people will say, oh yeah, they set up the bugs.
He got carried away by bugs. That's a real thing that
It's
happened.
so fucking
He
funny.
got carried away by
You know,
bugs. The bugs put up more of a fight than the trained Jedi Knights.
I
did.
know.
They really did. Yeah, Mel was just
Like, what are
saying
we
like how
doing?
it's actually remarkably small for TV show episodes, and yet they go on for so long. I was just thinking about the first Smiling Friends episode, like the pilot, the 10 minutes. How long you can talk about everything they achieve in that 10 minutes, and all the different forms of jokes, different styles of animation. Is unreal. And this is reminding me of what Theo was saying at the beginning, right? With and this is something I think I said in my video about approaching Dark Souls 2 with metal. You don't want people to think it's their fault when the game is fucking them over. And in the same vein, I don't want Mike to be saying, "Oh, it's just 4 episodes. We can't really talk about 4 episodes." Like, no, you should be able to talk about 4 episodes. That's definitely something.
Do you remember what happened in 3 episodes of Arcane?
Oh,
yeah.
Remember what happened in 1 episode of House of the Dragon?
Right. We talked about it for 3 hours. I don't think we can.
Yeah, imagine we had said
Wow.
like, "Oh, it's only been 4 episodes."
happened in the show.
You fucking loser.
Yeah.
Like, that's one of the things you say, and you catch yourself when you say, "Oh, we can't talk about the story. We're only 4 episodes in." Like, motherfucker, what have you been watching? What do the moving pictures mean? Are you just sitting there in a drug-addled haze with drool coming out of your mouth?
And you know, if you
last segment
turn it on and it annoys you or you don't like it, stop watching it.
Oh, come on.
Okay, Star Trek. You covered this.
So this is
Yeah.
the thing. The reason this is at the
Well,
end
yeah.
is because I never thought I would hear this argument from them, and it's really sad
Yeah.
because it's a tried and tested crappy response to a situation. And you know, before we get into the hypocrisy, of which there is plenty, it's such a shit argument. Why are you even making it? What's the point?
If you don't like bad movies, stop watching them. Oh,
They
wait, they
have
review
a-
movies.
They
Yeah.
have a show that is designed to find and make fun of bad things.
Yes.
Yeah.
They covered the fuck out of Picard, even though they despised it.
Yep. And said they were going to stop, and then went ahead
didn't.
and did it. Yeah.
They had, remember the thumbnails? It's increasingly like their heads are exploding and lasers and blood are going
Yeah.
everywhere. It's this
And
is
they
what I
were
mean. It's
funny.
like, what happened, guys? You used to fully understand why when they do this. You guys are famous for the memes. Being like, how does it feel to watch all of your favorite franchises go down in flames? Like, why are you now pulling the card of, hey, if you don't like it, just don't watch it? So what's going on?
They don't want to be
Yeah,
part of the
What do you mean
discourse.
watch them
They don't
go
wanna-
down in
yeah.
flames? Why would you watch
Yeah.
them go down in flames?
They-
If you don't like it, don't watch it. You don't
What?
believe that. Like,
If you
come
didn't
on.
watch this video, they spend most of it distancing themselves, showing all the discourse, then distancing themselves from it before they even really get into a review of The Acolyte.
Yeah, we're
It's
not like those other channels who just
Yeah.
thumbnails and da. We're not like them because starving Africans or whatever. No. We're really gonna address the show and talk about it or something. Ugh. Terrible, shitty coverage. Waste of time.
That's
Yeah.
the beginning and end of it.
Yeah.
Like, we did that. We gave Star Trek Discovery a chance.
Yes.
And it started to really get on.
I'm glad you picked Star Trek Discovery as opposed to Picard because you had no fucking argument there. Like,
Yep.
Whoops.
Fucking the Strange New World's a chance, and it got on my nerves the first like 2-3 episodes, so I stopped watching it.
And for the record, there are several shows each of us have not seen through fully to the end because they're shit. It happens.
Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah,
I gave up
was
after
gonna say,
season
who even
3.
watched season 5? Anyone? Like in the
No.
world? I don't think so.
And we stopped watching. I didn't watch the last 2-3 seasons of Discovery. And you know what? When you start something,
So you watched the first 2.
You watched 2 seasons
Did
of
you-
something that was bad from the
Yeah,
beginning.
you telling me you thoroughly enjoyed the first 2 seasons, Mike? Is that what you're saying? I'm gonna go ahead and press X to
you
doubt on that
like
one.
The Acolyte?
Yep.
Are you gonna finish the Acolyte, or are you gonna stop watching? What's going on?
Yeah, just watch
What's
it all.
gonna happen?
something.
I'm surprised they talked about it at all. To be honest with you,
I am
I was a little surprised to see that Acolyte video drop at night. I'm like, what's this about? And then I saw.
You watch
I was
20
surprised
minutes
to see
of
the
it.
Andor one.
Yeah,
The Kenobi one that did it for me. as well.
I think it was Chris Gore said this. Red Letter Media, like I love their channel and I still watch their stuff. Right.
Yeah, same.
But they like with this, a lot of stuff, they want to be the final word. That's why they wait a little bit. You know, they want to be the final word. And believe me, they will be back for the end of the series. Promise you.
Like I watch their best of the worst, but like I'm not really interested in their sit downs for a lot of stuff. Like a review on an old movie or something like that. Those can be good. But I just like they're compromised in a sense. It's like whenever you talk about Star Wars, it's like, oh, I liked your Andor video, but you guys like filleted Kenobi. I have no fucking clue what's going on here. Is it just like scattershot with you guys? Like I feel we should be way past that. You should be good at this, not like terrible.
Well, do you remember the thing with the
supposed to be
TLJ
the best.
video? It was like Mike was sort of rocking back and forth, ready to just rip into TLJ, but Rich was kind of chill with it, and Jay had plenty of compliments. It's like an awkward video to watch because Mike is clearly very upset with TLJ. It's like, it's they have a really strange relationship with Star Wars. I don't know what else to say about it.
Something, and you watch 20 minutes of it and you stop it and you never go back to it, that algorithm knows that you've done that. And that algorithm takes note of how many other people have done that.
Then why did you keep watching Picard season 1 and 2?
Watch seasons.
If you believe this, if you truly believe that we need to do this in order for algorithms to recognize we're not interested and for the shows to ultimately fail, because as you guys know, all the coverage of Willow got it a second season. In fact, they're still going to this day. They're on season 3. It's unbelievable. You've got to stop reviewing it.
Willow.
Remember Batwoman? The sheer coverage. We generated a practical fan base combining Jay Longbone as ourselves. Then they're on season 8
We are the largest
now.
online fan community of Batwoman.
Yeah, they didn't get cancelled. They're still going.
Amazon definitate didn't spend a huge
Batwoman
amount of
is really
time trying
going
to
on?
stop people criticizing Rings of Power, for example.
Right.
Like, that's just. It's just like the hate argument from hate watching is bullshit. There is one way Disney can make money back on the Acolyte, and that is if people pay money to subscribe to Disney Plus to watch the Acolyte. The algorithm is, which they're not going to do, obviously. You know, the algorithm telling them one thing or another is not going to convince them to renew if they're making no money from doing it.
Exactly.
You know, and if you don't like the content, just pick a different content. If it's unsuccessful and nobody watches it, it goes away.
Yeah.
Not how it fucking works.
The Acolyte.
At
Do you
all.
think, like, how is this one right now that we're all watching or taking a part in, how is this generating revenue for Disney?
He just talked about Star Trek Discovery. It made it to 5 seasons. People weren't even fucking watching it to hate on it by the time it hit season 4.
Yep.
They still
People
got
be
their 5th
surprised that
season.
it got seasons.
This is what I mean. It's just like, why? They know this. They know better than this. It's so weird to see these points coming from them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a bit, I don't know, weird.
I don't know what it is, and I do think a little bit of it's a bit of a reflexive sort of I want to distance from almost everyone. Like they want to be on a little bit of an island, which I understand. I guess you don't want to deal with all the drama.
You know how you do that? You just review
By
the
having
Acolyte.
interesting and insightful things to say about it while having interesting and unique personalities.
Yeah.
And then the division will be made clear. You don't do it by going out of your way to make sure that despite how you might really feel or compromising on your ability to be objective, you
you don't pad your Acolyte video with clips of Star Wars Theory or me or anybody else in their thumbnails. You just review the Acolyte. That's all you need to do.
I just don't understand now. Anytime in the future that if they release their full season of Acolyte coverage and they hated it, why can't we just pepper the whole thing with pictures of Africa and stuff? You know what I mean?
I know, dude.
Why did they stop watching? Pretty disappointing. Pretty
A little
disappointing.
bit. Like I said, never wanted to hear that argument from them. The if you don't like it, why
no
watch it?
self-awareness. None
No,
whatsoever.
well, I'm sure they tell you. Well, no. To be fair, with Star Trek, we were trying to break it down. We wanted to make sure, but like they would just come up with some random excuse for why it doesn't apply to that. Like,
But you
sure.
didn't want to break the Acolyte down, or like
Well,
what are you trying to tell me here?
The fact that they would have to have a built-in excuse for stuff like Best of the Worst, they would probably say, we have a lot of fun doing it. And they'd be like, you know what? We have a lot of fun breaking down the Acolyte the way that we do.
Yep. Exactly. I love their Star
Even
Trek stuff.
Babylon's
And there's a
fun with
lot of
friends.
there's a lot of Star Trek clips in their Acolyte video, by the way. A lot. A lot of references to Star Trek Discovery in that first hour, by the way.
Not a surprise. And yeah, I enjoy listening to
Not
them
a
talk Star Trek because you can tell they're very passionate and knowledgeable on it. They like to break it down even to the point where
Dude,
it's
I love their
consumable.
trivia videos. I thought
Yeah.
those were awesome.
They're very fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, really fun.
Despite the African blood on their hands, I really enjoyed watching those.
Not
videos.
thinking about the
It's,
starving children while they're doing silly Star Trek trivia. Yeah.
Yeah.
What
It's a
about the
shame-
Ukraine guys?
Yeah, it's a shame all those all the bodies in Mogadishu, but you know what? We got some good Red Letter Media videos for it. So hey,
I think people might have
take the bad
died
with the
while
good.
they were recording the Star Trek trivia video.
Wow.
Oh my god.
It's very shameful.
Shame.
Well,
Shame.
that is the Fleam Brigade. We got a good
The
look.
Fleam
Flame
Brigade.
Brigade.
The Acolyte is a fascinating event. This is definitely the Acolyte arc for EFAP at this point. We've still got 3 episodes left. So
Boy,
who
oh
knows what will
boy.
happen. But for now, I was going to say, Gary must head out. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us.
Hey.
Bye,
I'm sure you
Gary.
enjoyed all the references you get to have. All your thumbnails making it into so many videos. Look at you. You're famous.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like second time. It's like Jesus, catching strays from
Right.
Mr.
Red
Big
Letter
Shot
Media.
over
I'm
here.
just
God.
waiting for when
Money's
you.
worth on those thumbnails.
Yeah,
I assume you got to go to
Well,
work
yes.
on that Bluey video. You got to get on that.
I do right now. Yeah, the woke intersectional feminism of Bluey. that's my next video.
Destroying the
Yeah, it
West.
makes sense. It all makes
It's
sense.
destroying
now.
Western civilization.
Very much appreciated,
guys.
dude. And hey, just before you go, let people know what's happening. What are you putting out? Where can they find you?
Well, unfortunately, Az has died, so we
not
had to
again?
replace him.
That's
Yeah,
a shame.
again. Yeah. So we replaced him with this brew, and I am gonna go. A very busy day hanging out with my kid. We're gonna watch Darkman. So
Hey, cool.
there you go.
Well, all right. Well, just so people know, you run a nooner. You got regular
Oh,
streams
yeah.
on. Is it Monday for you? It would be Monday morning, right? For the House of No, Sunday night
That's
for
gonna
you,
be
right?
Sunday night. So I got my Forbidden Frontier, woo woo, ancient civilization stuff, and then after that, I'm with you and Ryan and Fringy this week.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about House of the Dragon episode 3, and I can't wait. Freaking can't wait.
Brilliant.
Oh, man. Put it in my veins.
Nom, nom,
Yes.
nom, nom, nom.
So,
Yeah.
always a pleasure talking to you guys. Thank you very much.
We appreciate
have,
it, good
Have a
sir.
good show. Thank you, chat. Have a good day.
See you around, dude.
Toodaloo. Bye bye. We will see you later.
Toodles. What a very nice man. It's a pity he was labelled as vile and disgusting by all of those videos. It's just ridiculous. You never know what to expect.
What a gross man.
I suppose now we can bookend the stream with the other half, so to speak. Of any, is there
What?
anything else that you'd like to talk about Elden Ring, Theo? Since so
Oh, man.
awkwardly this was placed into this episode.
Man.
Wow.
Jeez. Where do you want me to go, man? Like, I
Well,
don't know, dude.
If you're not feeling it right, then do not worry about it.
I just think it's it's hard to, because I think it is so comprehensively broken. I think it is like I think it is really, really non-functional on pretty much every level. And okay, I guess there's one thing I can tell chat. I don't know if you guys are going to be willing to listen to me.
No.
Souls combat is not deep. Okay, need to understand this. It is the game in which you press the circle button until you're allowed to press the R1 button. This is why combat is going the way that it is. Difficulty has to increase somehow. The way they found is through delays, unconventional telegraphing, adding extra AoE effects and whatnot around attacks, so on and so forth. That's a reality of the games, and we're seeing the rubber band stretch further with every installment. I didn't think it was going to break so soon. Eventually, it's going to break for you too. Okay?
Well, all right.
Sounds bigoted. I don't know.
Why do you think, Theo, that the DLC has been so exceptionally well received?
Jesus. I think honestly, because it plays into FromSoft's crowd-pleasing aspect, like it is a huge spectacle. Like I said, basically every boss has some huge spectacular thing they do, usually at a phase transition, and then they will have some other enormous combo anime move that they do after that that's really, really visually impressive. Because if there's anything that FromSoft still has, it's a lot of skill in terms of presentation. It's not presentation I'm personally interested in. I think it's very gratuitous for my part, but they can sell a scene and they can sell the weight of a swing when they're not actively distorting the rules of animation and physics in order to make that swing delayed. So I think it's just a lot of those things. It gave people a lot of what they wanted.
So I think one could believe, because I think a lot of people could agree with that who do like it. They'd be like, I do like the process of gradually figuring out a boss. I do love the spectacle. It makes me feel like I'm in the fight. And even, I suppose you might try and argue to them that what they're defeating... It reminds me of, do you guys remember Super Meat Boy very well?
Yeah,
is that
good.
boss that, I forget what, he's a big block of meat, and he's gonna... I remember taking serious issue with it when I first played, because he's either gonna slam his left fist, his right fist, or his head down, and to avoid those, you need to be in either of the two slots that he's not hitting down. And there's probably some level of indication, but if they were not in any way, shape, or form, then that is literally, like, unstoppably either going to be luck or just trial and error. That's going to be what's happening there. And it seems most people are susceptible to, or like they'll understand the argument that trial and error is not what we want. We want, because something I picked up, and I did speak to Theo about it, and I think Metal's on a similar position. It feels as though as the games have gone on, that the enemies have lost a lot of their physical presence in the sense of being susceptible to gravity. They move in such ways now that they are no longer... There's nothing that you can draw from them as existing units in the world. They could act in any way because they're magical beings of all kinds of different things. So, jumps up in the air and just whoosh, 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 attack, 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 attack. And you're like, now's my chance to go, no, attack, attack, attack. And you're like, okay, fair enough. And you go back. There's memes about this online for people who love the game. They're saying that when is it my turn to attack, motherfucker? I saw that about the big floaty lion man. And I think a lot of people would be like, yeah, you got to figure out where it is. You can't just be handed it. And I think there's a piece of nuance in the middle, maybe, or talking about how openings are created and whether or not there are better or worse ways of doing so. And it seems that Theo is at his wit's end because he does not believe that they're designing with like a skill of intent as opposed to relying on things that just work, because most people will deal with it eventually.
That's sort of the thing, right? Is I don't want to come off as if I'm not down with a bit of trial and error. I'm down with some trial and error. It's pretty much an inevitability in any game that poses a challenge, because you do eventually have to just figure out how things work. What I would like is what I'm looking at and what I see the enemy doing to give me any indication as to its intentions and what it's physically capable of. But there's something a friend of mine said to me that really, really struck me when they were watching us fight Rolana. And it's that her swords seem to like change weight between swing combos. Like her swords are they have a different sense of physical weight and presence depending on which moves she's doing due to the sense of like the fact that she either speeds up, or sometimes there's the double overheads that come at you like blindingly slowly, in that they seem to want to convey that there's a shitload of like weight and power behind this, but it doesn't hit any harder than any other attack really. So it's really, really jarring in that sense, and I see that all over the DLC.
This is a Bayoid original.
Very good, very good.
It's the brush strokes, the lettering. It's all. I would show it if it would fucking load. There we go.
It actually just deleted a thought I just had. I wanted to say something. Now I just see starving kids in Africa. It's a good meme.
Well, Theo talking about the weight of swords. Does that trigger anything for you?
No, I had the thought before that. It's gonna come back eventually. Don't worry.
They always do.
Yeah.
You sounded.
Oh, it's back.
Okay.
So the feeling I got from just seeing a couple of people fight enemies that I've fought before, bosses specifically, I feel like it feels like certain builds are just not viable at all, almost compared to other ones. And I don't mean it in a way it's like, oh, this one is stronger and maybe more reasonable to use. Seems if you use like something very slow, you just have to stay back until you see it's like, oh, there might be an opening there, and then hit, and then just go away. Or I have a build that's more. That sounds stupid the way I'm phrasing it, because that's how it works, Metal, you fucking retard. It's like, yeah, okay, that's what I'm not exactly what I meant though. Because if I used my build with the flower of blood, river of blood, the problem with that enemy, especially Rilana, is the camera can't keep up with the fast movements she does when you stay close. Like because she spins around you like crazy, and then the camera goes like boo boo boo, and then it's like, oh, I want to dodge right, but then the camera moved already, so I dodged in the other direction or something like that.
Yes.
And it's like, oh, that's not where I wanted to go, so I never felt in control. So it's like this thing. It's like, why is this still a problem? I don't understand. Maybe if the camera can't handle it, don't make her do these crazy things that move around you.
That's the thing I wanted to say. Yeah, is like we've known that the Souls camera has been frankly dog shit for a long while. Like it's a really bad camera. However, its badness mattered less in the older games because the older games didn't have as much visual clutter and visual information that you needed to process. This doesn't excuse their badness, this just means that in Shadow of the Erdtree, the badness is exacerbated by how they're choosing to design things. And frankly, it's been over 10 years at this point, it's not funny anymore, FromSoft. Fix the fucking camera. Like, something like the Dancing Lion. So first off, it flies. This pulls the camera like down towards the ground, which it cannot go into. It scrapes up against, which causes your character to take up more of the screen. The lock-on point is fairly high up its body, and it raises up the front of its body a lot as well, thus, pulling up the camera again. It swings around wildly, and it's covered in particle effects and cloth physics and hair physics. And then lightning effects, and then cold effects and wind effects. There is stuff everywhere in terms of visual clutter and a spinning camera that is constantly tilted upward to deny you a proper sense of depth perception in terms of what's on the ground. So like when something's flying in the air and it fires something down at you, it can be kind of hard to tell when it's actually going to reach you when you're locked on. And if the solution is don't lock on, I don't want to be hearing that, fellas. Like, because not locking on, I've tried it and I've seen the gameplay. It does not improve matters because the camera does nothing on its own, and you have to babysit it with the button you use with the digit you use to press the button to roll.
So I feel at this point you have to play with mouse and keyboard actually if you want to keep up with the camera, I guess.
Pretty much.
Have you heard about how jumping is actually apparently a pretty damn viable response?
Yeah,
to
you
attacks?
get iframes with jumping.
There's a lot of moves in the DLC that are very good to jump. Some of them are very, very clear because they will send out a shockwave exactly along the floor, like it retextures the floor almost. It's not even like visually raised at all. Then there are others that make it a lot harder to tell because they are slightly elevated, and your jump is like doesn't take you very high. And it doesn't give you many frames either, so it's hard to tell when it's actually the correct response.
Yeah.
How are you feeling on Mesmer? You had more positive things to say about him, right?
Mesmer's good.
Yeah.
I can't
Mesmer's
believe
awesome.
it.
I really like Mesmer.
Good. I like him a lot. He's got a lot of the Elden Ring rot. Like one of his spear thrust attacks, he like goes into the posture, he brings the spear back, very clearly telegraphing a thrust, and then as he goes forward in the motion, he drags it along the ground, slowing its momentum, and then snaps it up to catch you at roll catch timing. So that's pretty AIDS. And in phase 2, he has his fair share of anime attacks and his fair share of tracking, his fair share of everything I think is wrong with bosses in Elden Ring, but some fucking how he manages to be good despite it. So congratulations to the developers on that.
That's funny. I think that's where we differ because I don't mind these specifically. Like there's some of them that I can actually like accept and I don't mind. But like especially like the whole crazy snapping stuff, that's the ones that are like, ugh.
It's when I think the visual information is like actively lying to me, and it's not a feint, not a clear feint in the video game. I've played video games with feints. They're not common because it's a hard thing to implement, because it's the person, like, they are making a legitimate attack, but then they're watching for your response to adjust what they're doing to counter your response, right? Which is, in a video game, we'd call that input reading, probably. But
well, it was a very prominent mechanic in Mordhau. I have almost 1,000 hours in Mordhau, and yeah, there was a button specifically for feinting where you would try and, you'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna get you," but you'd have that window where you could, if you wanted to, press Q and pull back your attack, and if you got someone to, preemptively block, then it's like, "Oh, there's a window." So.
I guess, like, part of the thing in that regard is because your primary and almost only defensive mechanism is rolling, that severely limits what they can do with attack timing and things like feints, because I can only roll at a set speed. I can only roll, like, they come out at set intervals. They can only come out slower than those intervals. I can't speed up my ability to roll, and my ability to roll is quite slow because of the animation commitment pillar. So designing something like a feint in that regard, it has to be designed in such a manner that I can then roll it again, I guess, if they are watching for me to roll. But then that sort of defeats the point, because then I just roll twice at normal roll timing, and I don't know, we haven't really achieved anything.
It's a funny tidbit. It's very easy to poison Relana, or it takes like 6 or 7 darts.
Regarding weapons, just quickly, I used a colossal sword for pretty much the entire thing. I used the Godslayer greatsword. I picked up a light greatsword at one point, and I kept trying to use that on regular enemies, but then I would find regular enemies that didn't get staggered by it, but did get staggered by my bigger weapons. So my bigger weapons were just a lot easier to fight them with, so I just did that instead. But for bosses, I found I was getting consistently like 1 attack per opening, more or less, regardless of my attack type, like my weapon size. So I ended up just using whatever my biggest weapon was for the biggest hit and the most stance break. Until the final boss. The final boss was hostile to that, shall we say. Not to mention he has a couple of attacks that are, as of yet, not consistently dodgeable.
You were not a fan of Prime Radon, or whatever the fuck he's called, right?
It's fucking Radon again, bro.
He goes little tootsies
so far.
It's so fucking tasteless. Like, they actually did the "what if you fought Artorias in his prime, bro" thing. Like, I don't know, man. This cannot be the same company that made Artorias, but I guess it is somehow, and we live in a world where that's the reality. But yeah, that's important to me that people understand. Radon has moves at current that are not dodgeable. He has a move in phase 1 and 2 where he like swings both of his swords, bringing them together like crossed in front of him, and then does like an X slash in front of him. The first 2 slashes of that, if you roll the first one, the second catches you. The only way this is not the case is with picture frame perfect timing and positioning, because there's micro terrain all over the arena, and you need him to be slightly elevated so that the second one goes over you.
Cool.
Like, this is not the sort of thing that you can actually... This is not the sort of thing that Souls games can ask of you. It is not reasonable to do so.
The dance from Melania was considered unblockable for at least a while, right? Or undealable.
It's very hard.
Yeah.
I think the way I did it, I mean, that was 2 years ago. I think when I saw her starting to do it, I just started running away. So the first and second probably gonna miss, and then roll through most of the third one, I think.
That's the funny thing with Melania, though, is the difference between these attacks is the attack I'm describing from Radon is his fastest attack. It's his quickest one. And Melania, it's like very clearly telegraphed, like, I'm gonna do a huge thing now, you better be scared. Which I still don't think Waterfowl is a good move, but the fact that it is so slow indicates to you that, you know, something big is about to happen. Maybe, I don't know, create some space. I think it should maybe be easier to roll at point blank, or perhaps there should just be more things like Waterfowl Dance in the game to condition a player to understand that rolling is not a be-all end-all solution to everything you run into. but the game we're in is one where rolling is like the designated solution to just about everything you run up against, so I don't know if that's a great idea either. You'd have to pretty fundamentally redesign Elden Ring to make that make sense.
Well, someone's got a quote here. I'd rather be able to circle strafe to win, EFAP. It's weird to attribute that to EFAP.
That's what he's, yeah.
Yeah, that's what EFAP's saying, not me, not I.
But all right, fair enough.
I even remember, even like The Witcher 3, you would have like your roll that was longer distance, and you'd also have like a sidestep. It's like two different kinds of dodging, so that you didn't like put yourself far away from the enemy for a dodge. One was riskier but kept you within melee range, and the other was like, oh yeah, I need to get out of here, kind of.
You'll see this with a lot of more competent action games, is they have like variety of speed and distance in terms of the responses you can have to an attack. You will have your quicker options, your slower options that gain more distance. Verticality is usually on the table. Parries are a thing, and I don't mean like souls parries that just stop the enemy from attacking or reset them into something else. I mean like a timed block, essentially. But in a game like Elden Ring or the Souls series, you're pretty much just rolling. That's all you really have at your disposal. Maybe you can block, but the nature of blocking means it's easier, but worse. Maybe you can parry, but not everything is parryable, and parrying is sort of destructive to fight flow in its own way.
What would you say is the key aspect for why you prefer Mesmer over the others?
Articulating why a Souls boss is good is kind of a difficult intangible to me. I just watched Metal get roll caught twice by delayed attacks. I'm tilted. Sorry.
This is me at full tilt, by the way.
Yeah.
Like I'm probably like half an hour before I just go to bed.
That just makes me mad. Like you roll at a pretty reasonable timing, and you're like, actually, this one's coming down slower. The thing with Mesmer is, it's essentially just a flow state. You find with the better bosses or the good bosses that you can enter more of a flow with them of like getting through their stuff while finding your opportunities to punish, right? And understanding, also, just understanding what they do. Being able to see what's going on in their moveset and tell approximately, at the beginning at least, how you should respond to it. Mesmer has a lot of long, complex, and fairly modular strings that mean there's a lot to learn, but also a lot that you can figure out quite easily. And I don't know. It's intangible. The fact that I can get into a rhythm of going through all of his attacks while also managing to get damage in myself.
Well, I mean, it's a complicated dance. Do you have any appreciation for them creating a very large amount of DLC?
I can't bring myself to give praise along those avenues when I think just about everything in the DLC is bad. Like, I think the legacy dungeons are the most shocking step down for me. They are like empty, and they are littered with graces. Like, there is a bonfire every 2 seconds. I remember the people I was talking to while I'd play it. I was just like baffled time and time and time again by how frequently I was getting graces. There's a point in one of the legacy dungeons where you have your first bonfire as you enter the region. Then you do a little bit of level. You end up in a more vertical part of the level, like you go upstairs in the big building you're in, do a little bit of walking across tight beams, fight some rats, and then you find another grace up there. And then you head down a ladder and you can open a door behind you, and it leads you through one room, then through another door, back to the first grace. So it's essentially a useless shortcut, and two graces that don't need to exist. Like, the second grace is more or less directly above the first one, such that I'm never going to need to use the shortcut, or I'm never going to need to use the second grace. Dude, I had spans where like I would fight 2 regular enemies and like 1 bigger enemy, and then I would find another grace. It was crazy.
Do you recognize you have the hottest take on this game?
I do recognize that. Hopefully I can explain it, and hopefully people will be willing to hear me out, but seeing the responses in chat hasn't made me optimistic, I'm not gonna lie.
I wouldn't expect. I mean, you can't. The thing is, there's a big difference between ranting about how you feel on a on a stream and having a video with as cleared up thoughts as possible and video evidence supporting what you're saying, you know?
I suppose I'm curious about the nature of the conversation since from sort of the outside looking in, it does seem like get good is a prevalent response to negative sentiments towards Elden Ring. Whether or not that's accurate or not, I suppose, is a different conversation. Maybe there are some instances where people they just got to get good, all right?
There will be cases of skill issue, like that is real.
I suppose I just find it interesting that it's almost at the point now that it can be difficult. It seems in any way to criticize like a FromSoft game because of the meta surrounding it is long and you know it feels like it's kind of steeped a little bit in particularly the fair assessment that a lot of game journos are not very good at video games.
That's just real.
Good old
Well, I appreciated the meme that to unlock this DLC you have to beat Moog, and it was like, so there'll be no reviews of this game then.
That is funny. Yeah, no, that's funny.
Yeah.
It's good memes. Like it is good memes.
For what it may or may not be worth, I'm like pretty good at this video game at the very least. I'm good at Souls games. Like I said, I've done some pretty wild shit, particularly in Sekiro.
The thing is, Theo, is you got to make sure to put that footage in your video so that people.
I guess so.
You're good at video games.
Yeah, like right now, we're showing Metal dominating Rolana.
That's right, exactly.
I would
Good
be
job, Metal.
This is probably going to come across as egotistical. I'm fine with that. I'd be pretty happy to put money on me having a much stronger understanding of all of the boss movesets than like a lot of people. Not everyone, of course, but I understand how these bosses work like really well now because I spent a lot of time fighting them and learning them. Because I'm not using ashes or anything like that. I just have my sword that I hit them
How much
with.
time have you put into it?
The DLC took me like 60 hours, I think.
That's a long DLC.
Yeah. So
Content-wise, it's pretty dense. It's
there's
that's
lots
one
of
of
stuff in it.
the things I'm seeing a lot of celebration for is that it's a big old chonker. Which I think for anybody who enjoys the way that it's built up, that's probably a really nice meal of a DLC.
Yep. It's worth celebrating the fact that it is large. However, I would caution that with it is large in part due to the fact that it is adopting open world game design, which often seems to be anathema to good content, especially in a Souls context. In a Souls context especially, the sort of level design you need from a Souls game for a lot of what it's doing to work, I can't imagine, like, it feels to me like you would need infinite time and money to make a Souls game in an open world sized space and maintain the encounter design and level design of something like Dark Souls 1.
Oh, Metal's losing it.
This is very close before I just
I
go
remembered a really funny thing. You'll want to hear this, Metal. Did you know this boss has an input read heal punish? And better yet, this boss has an input read heal punish that is a faster version of a move she already has, specifically so that it can catch you while you are healing.
Oh, I mean, I had a feeling because she always threw shit at me when I was trying to heal from far away. I didn't know it was like a faster move though.
Yeah, the sorcery wave thing she does.
Yeah.
She does a faster version of it to heal punish you.
That's mean.
The normal
I feel
version
like
she does takes longer to come out.
They're missing the opportunity to have an enemy that talks and when you heal says, "Hey, stop that," and throws stuff.
I think,
it'd be fun.
I've joked about this. What I think they're missing is an enemy with a grab attack where if they successfully grab you, they just reach into your bag and start chugging your Estus.
Oh.
That's mine.
I would fucking love that.
It's funny because this is the first time I'm watching back my own stream there. I'm just
What are you
fucking
supposed to
rolling
do?
around like a crazy person.
Yeah, like when I was about to ask earlier, when those little crescent thingies fly towards you, what are you supposed to do except just spam your dodge over and over and over?
The solution I found was you can sprint past the first two, then if you jump the third one at the right timing, you will fall under the fourth one, and then you can roll the last one.
Yeah, I think I went.
That's intuitive.
Yeah, that's. Thank you, Rags. Thank you for fucking channeling me. There is no understanding of what an intuitive response might be to half the things that happen.
Look at
to
that
you in
nuke,
Souls
dude.
games.
I'm a big gamer kind of guy, and I don't play these games because Jesus fuck, why would I ever fucking do that? But I'm looking at these moves, and I'm like, when I see this character like there's no way to know what's going to
Raj,
happen.
why do you think people want to play these games?
Well, I just for the
don't
record,
look too deep
Theo
into it.
immediately
Okay.
regretting teaming up with Rags after that statement.
No, I don't read too deep into it. All right. So, but I'm like,
down.
a lot of this stuff doesn't like. Some of these are like, oh, you're arching back this way, so it makes sense you'll attack this way. But then like the magical stuff happens, and I'm like, oh, a lot of this is just like you just
what they also like to do,
right.
they like to surprise you with like a really big move that goes over the whole arena, and so the first time you basically never really know what you're supposed to do. Like she has one that has like a triple area-wide attack.
Yeah,
the
the
first time it
moon
has
thing.
like, is that gonna come flying at me? And then it just went down. I was like, what? And then I died. I was like, oh, I guess I have to jump here, but that's just an attempt you just gotta have to throw out there.
Because for that move, they decided to make all 3 of its hits combo into themselves. Like each one launches you, and they keep juggling you, and the third one then like tags you.
Yeah, but
I
after the first
think
time,
it's pretty cringe to design a move like that, but that's fine.
It's very easy to dodge the second time though. It's like, oh, I just jump
Just
3
press
times.
the jump button, and like, damn, crazy.
You guys should have got the pizza cutter. I'm telling you.
Yeah, maybe.
It's
Guess
really
maybe I
hard
should've.
to. It was really random. One time I got her to stagger down and I could like visceral attack her. I still don't know why that happened. That happened one time only, and I don't know why.
People are still talking about difficulty in the chat. I'm gonna try this one more time. The problem
them all
isn't
there. I don't know why.
difficulty, guys. The problem is the way that the difficulty is designed. I like difficulty. I don't like difficulty of this kind. I think this is deceptive design that does not result in a fun played experience. And if I wanted to play something that was focused on combat this heavily, I would go and play a better action game. I'd go and play Sifu. I'd go and play Monster Hunter. I'd go and play Devil May Cry. I'd go and play Bayonetta.
Sekiro.
I'd go and play Neo.
Sekiro.
Yeah, sure. Even Sekiro.
What do you mean even?
Do you
It's on the lower side in terms of like action game complexity and depth. I don't know.
Racism. That's what that is.
It's fun and satisfying, but
Do you think that FromSoft would ever make a game like Demon Souls or Dark Souls 1, like again in the future?
I don't think it's ever happening again.
I would say hard no. I think Elden Ring 2 will happen next.
I think this is like, especially with how much this is being rewarded, I think we're going down the direction of spectacle, of more of fighting bosses that do loads of big combos, of huge gratuitous anime moves, and so on and so on and so forth. I think that's just where we're going forever now.
So this may come as very offensive to many people, but I see Elden Ring as the McDonald's of From Software. And,
I mean,
well, wait. I've had some McDonald's meals in my life, and they can be entertaining and fun. And Elden Ring 2, when it arrives someday, I'll happily indulge in a McDonald's meal. I'll have a little good look-see, go through it, and be like, well, that was that, and then move on.
A way I've been referring to this game, and this DLC as well now, is it's Skyrim for people who think they're too good for Skyrim.
Oh,
oh Jesus!
Like, you know the sort of gamer sentiment of like, yeah, Skyrim's such an empty game. There's nothing in it. That's that sort of stuff. The people who are very, very happy and quick to shit on Skyrim, then they'll go and play Elden Ring, which is fundamentally an extremely similar experience in terms of what it's offering you, in terms of how it is played in that regard. Like, these people are booting it to bum around exploring stuff for a while. That's what you do in Skyrim.
It's as you mentioned, though, aesthetically speaking, it is a gorgeous world a lot of the time, with creatures that
That's
are just...
awesome.
When you get that sense of seeing a big old creature, you're like, oh my god, look at this craziness that's happening. It's like that can be enough for a lot of people, and I'm not excluded from that group of people. I enjoy wandering around in a world like this as well.
How often do you think it is a case in Elden Ring, for instance, that like a boss will have the kind of emotional impact of some of the bosses in the earlier games, like that big wolf? Or
in terms of bosses, it hasn't happened for like 3 games.
Well, isn't this a complicated question? Because it would really be down to the person, or?
I guess
Sure.
I'm just
I guess I can only
curious,
speak to my own
suppose.
experience.
Yeah.
The closest thing to an emotional experience I got was, I guess, Morgott, and that's just because I like him as a character, which is weird to say about a Souls game. Like, it's weird to find a Souls boss who like actively dislikes you, Like they know who you are and actively dislike you, rather than just killing you because you're in the way or you ran into their room or something. No, no, no. He knows who you are and what you're trying to do, and he is not even remotely a fan. And the performance by the voice actor really, really helps to sell it. It helps that Morgott is probably my favorite fight mechanically in Souls at this point. Which is kind of funny because he's the easiest boss in the universe to trivialize. There is inevitably going to be a correlation between how much I like a fight mechanically and how much the fight had an emotional impact on me. So it's worth considering that. But yeah, most of what's going on in Elden Ring, it's not doing it for me. They nearly did a thing in the DLC with one of the boss fights, but the boss unfortunately has a cancer moveset, so I don't know, better luck next time. And essentially it was kind of a rerun of Sif as well, so I don't know. I'm not willing to give too much credit.
Man, I thought I was harsh while I was streaming this game, but Jesus Christ.
You knew Theo would be harsher than you.
I'm sorry, like, again, I can't recall having had less fun with a game, and part of that probably comes down to seeing, like, a series that I have quite enjoyed just continually go further and further in a direction I really hate.
Because someone said it sounds very conceited of all of you. I would just go as far as saying this is because this is so far away from the normal accepted take for this game that it would come across that way. But what we've said about this could be, transposed into all kinds of different media. I just think that we tend to have a very unconventional, and when I say we, I'm more so referring to myself, Theo, and somewhat with Metal as well, is Elden Ring is quite beloved, it undeniably.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
But like, I want people to try and remember, I have hotter takes than this. I've got hyper criticism of Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 1 even. It's it goes all the way through. There's design that they've done that I adore, and then there's other stuff from just like, you fucking assholes. Which I think, to some extent, depending on what you're choosing to talk about, a lot of people would agree. They'd be like, "Oh yeah, that was an asshole thing." You're like, yeah.
You'll take one look at Bed of Chaos. Everyone is ready to shit on Bed of Chaos, justifiably. It's awful. Until this DLC, it was, in my opinion, the worst thing they'd ever done. And I'd keep seeing people make the Bed of Chaos comparison for like other bad bosses, and I felt the need to remind them, no. You don't remember how bad Bed of Chaos is. Like, it was on a whole new level of bad. It was unbelievable.
Someone just said Bloodborne is close to perfect. Like, oh.
Dude, I love Bloodborne, but holy
love
shit.
it, but come on.
Yeah, maybe
Bloodborne
not.
is like such a funny thing for us. Was every time we played, we complain about it. We're also like, man, this is awesome.
I adore it. It's one of my favorite games, but it's got problems galore.
Yeah.
And I really like the bosses in the old Hunters DLC. They were really cool.
Yeah.
Ludwig. Well, wait, why are you going? I'm just saying I like him.
Coming from the guy who gave up on Orphan of Kos.
I did, but it took me like 8 hours because I'm not good at these games.
The horror.
Orphan of Kos is old news. There's bosses that are harder than Melania, who's harder than Kos. Yeah,
I'm sure that's the case, but like, it's look, alright.
Yeah,
I really like that world.
Oh yeah,
it's the art direction's really cool.
It's so incredibly well realized.
Yeah.
God, it looks it's just such a neat world. Great
I
art
guess
style,
if
great
I
mood
can
vibe.
If I can break some of my negativity towards this DLC for a second, it did a few things that I liked. There is an area that is almost good that is ruined by backseating developer messages.
Oh.
There is.
He came so close. Like...
Hold on, wait.
Do they have
I'll
the
save
yellow
the best for last. Not the yellow paint, but essentially it is a stealth section. But all over the floor are developer messages telling you essentially how to use the stealth again, but in like diegetic terms. One of those messages maybe would have been fine, but there is like 3 of them in the same place, reiterating to you how the game's incredibly simplistic stealth works. Like, you know how everyone got on Ragnarok's case for the backseating NPCs? Like, it is on that sort of level.
Well, so if
I have one more thing in terms of good.
Okay,
quickly.
all right, yeah.
There was an experiential, like, lore moment that I unironically really liked. The DLC did a thing that I can say without mitigation that I liked a lot. and it was just 2 items in a location with a track in the background. And that track was part of the main theme, which I famously hate, apparently. They did a cool thing. They're capable of it. It's just they don't do it much.
Oh, wait, someone
anymore.
said you guys talked more about Elden Ring than Acolyte. You might want to rename the stream. Like, what?
That's not really true at all.
Did you miss the middle part?
It was the middle
like
part.
4
yeah.
hours.
Well, and I was actually going to say, we're probably. Is there anything else you'd like to say about Elden Ring, Theo? In conclusion,
Nothing in particular that comes to mind. I think I've covered pretty much everything that was very upsetting to me about it.
I shall be very excited to check out this video. Feel free to answer absolutely not, but is there an ETA on it? Can people expect it at a particular time? You know how this works, Theo. The faster you do it, the more interested people will be.
Yeah, I can get it out there for the algorithm. Currently no ETA. I am working as fast as I can. I have much motivation at current to make this thing because, man, I would really love it if people would look at these games more critically, which sounds snobbish, I know, but those are my honest feelings, so call me a snob if you want.
Are you saying that they lack media literacy?
Oh
God. Okay. Souls players, they kind of lack video game literacy in a way.
Oh my god.
You will find when you talk to Souls players a lot that they have played no other action games ever, so they don't know how much better it gets.
Well,
all they know is roll and R1.
I always presumed that the aspect that was helping like the Soulsborne games was the RPG aspect of it, that was like a big thing that was playing into it rather than like strictly the combat.
You'd think so, but more and more the games continue to focus on the combat as the cornerstone of the experience. Like in this DLC, your levels don't matter because the Scouto tree takes care of it. Nothing really matters other than doing boss fights. There is exploration, which, to From's credit, there are some rewards in it, but it's come at the cost of the interconnectedness of an open world, which leaves one to wonder if it was worth it. I'm not sure if I would make the determination that it wasn't, but it is worth saying that they did try something there. But a large part of the experience, and what makes the experience valuable to people, I guess, is the boss fights. They dominate the discourse, they dominate what everyone says about these games, and they are the primary talking points, and they're clearly where a lot of the attention went.
Are you suggesting that From Software has been Flanderized?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, Elden Ring is Dark Souls 3 turned up to 11, and Elden Ring Shadow of the Erd Tree is Elden Ring turned up to 12.
I suppose that is an interesting thing about the about like FromSoft and their games is that it's almost like again, looking from the outside in, it seems like there's still an attitude towards them of being niche games when at this point they're like massive.
Absolutely not. They are mainstream as fuck.
Because like I mean, the fact that Souls-like has become a genre feels indicative of the massive.
There's so many. It's crazy now.
Like the Demon Souls was very much, that was a niche game. Like that came out at a time and wasn't like super duper popular, but obviously sold well enough to justify making a sequel. And then even like as popular as Dark Souls was when it came out, that it's kind of gone up and up and up and up from here, which is just very interesting.
I'd
that it still
say
kind
that
of maintains and almost like it's niche when it's one of the best-selling games of the year.
I'd say that Dark Souls 3 is where it made like the big break. That's where you started to be able to say Souls games are mainstream now.
Yeah, I remember that. The hype was crazy.
That game was like an event.
Mm-hmm. Well, and Elden Ring is their most successful game, right? By
Elden Ring for many, many, many months, I think, held current player counts higher than DS3's all-time maximum on Steam. So,
damn.
Yeah, so not niche.
Not niche even slightly.
Well, and it was already like a golden child for either analysis or comparison in any gaming video. I remember that being a meme. Every time you did not analyze anything, you have to mention Dark Souls. Kind of interesting because I'm sure this game is one of the most analyzed probably out there. Everyone's got to do a different kind of breakdown and stuff, and it'll be interesting to check out yours. I'm personally, I just I've lost my passion somewhat for this. I guess iteration, this installment. Like I said, I think
I'll. What would have to do to make you more excited?
Well, other than the obvious, let's go the obvious answers first. Bloodborne 2, I would be actually like, I'd be salivating at the fucking Steam loading bars. I would just be like
the Wojak with going,
yes.
oh yeah,
Dude, if they did anything close to what I'd expect it to be, I would fucking lose my mind. Then there's, Bloodborne Remaster. I would also be crazy into that. Sekiro 2 would be like just amazing. But like I said, I expect Elden Ring 2, and I'd probably play it when it came out, do one playthrough, and be like, yeah, that was a fun on the bun. Now I'll move on because yeah, I don't know, it's just not as engaging, and I haven't really got a passion to exactly figure out why.
Interesting.
That's fair.
Considering that you made massive 10-hour long videos on them back in the day. That is interesting.
Some people forget that wasn't solely motivated by my hatred of Dark Souls 2. I was very upset with how Matthew Matosis was being treated by H-Bomber guy. Really fucking pissed me off. And then of course all the slander that Dark Souls 1 got. When it's a game that absolutely deserves criticism, it has going for the healing system in Dark Souls 1 as though it's not the fucking best one.
It's so fucking crazy. They perfected the healing system and decided to never do it again.
Kind of funny in a way, I guess.
For my part, regarding future Souls things, I think I'm done. I think I'm cashing my check. I was offended by this DLC in a way that I don't want to support FromSoft anymore. I would like to not.
Well, yeah.
But do you mean that? Because
yeah,
people
will
say
you?
These things and then they keep
I'm gonna do
playing.
my fucking best.
Would you play Elden Ring 2?
I would not.
Would you play Bloodborne 2?
I would not. I don't think.
Oh, really?
At this point, the closest thing they could get to grabbing me is Sekiro 2, and I want to say I wouldn't play it. I don't want to play it. Who knows when the time comes, moods are fickle, but I am currently in a position where I want to hold to, I don't want to support games like this anymore.
Maybe when you dig in, you end up making a video apologizing to Elden Ring, and you say it's actually one of the more solid installments in the action genre.
Jesus. Maybe. It's not out of the realm of possibility,
yeah, let's not rule
guess.
it out, Stranger things have happened.
They have.
Well.
Yeah, if ever I want more out of Sekiro, I can just play Sifu, so that's a thing, I guess.
Sifu's good.
Sifu is like if Arkham and if the Arkham games and Sekiro had a baby and it was like a good game.
They had a baby and it wasn't cringe. Well, on that note, I suppose that wraps up the because there's just not going to be a huge amount of coverage of it. Fringing and Rags don't really play. I don't think they're going to play Shadow of the Erdtree. I've barely played it, and then Metal. Have you finished it yet, or are you still going through it?
No, I'm like halfway through. I made it to the last boss, but I have like 3 more areas to explore, and I'm not gonna touch the last boss before I got the rest of the Skibidi blessings because I tried him a couple of times. Like, yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, he was, I think, a couple of days project for me.
Great.
Well, you'll be.
I went in there with 13 Skibidi tree, and I refused to go and get more because, my belief is I will explore as much as I want to because a core pillar of this game is player freedom. So I will explore as much as takes my fancy, and I will go and beeline progression or whatever when that takes my fancy. I'm not going to go out of my way to over-explore in order to get statistical boosts. Yeah, they clearly didn't want me to do that.
Yeah. I mean, I got my Skibidi blessings offline. I was like, I'm just going to go around and grab them. And that took me like 30, 45 minutes. And it's kind of funny because in this footage, you won't see me beat her because I just give up. But offline, like during my lunch break or something, I went and actually made the build a bit better because it's kind of funny because the build I'm using in this playthrough is the character I used for my killing bosses with items only playthrough.
So fucking crazy that you did that.
Yeah, I don't know what
Congratulations,
made me do
by
it.
the way.
That was a nightmare a little bit, but man, I had some streamer privileges there because I had one viewer who was like, "Yo, I got all these items you need. I can just drop them to you." And on this character, I have like 999 of basically everything. So he basically took away the time for me to farm everything. So that was very nice. Because if you never farmed rot pots, I'll tell you, that's the fucking most annoying shit ever. Because it's only dropped by these enemies that are in the rot lake in Elden Ring.
Incredible.
Yeah, and the drop rate is really low, even with height and discovery and everything. It was really annoying.
I don't know what it is we watched together, but I'm trying to load up your victory run, but it looks like shit, and I don't know how to get it to not look like shit. It just won't refusing.
I don't know. But yeah, so I grabbed like a couple of talismans that give me more defense. So basically what I was trying to do is like, oh, that looks like almost 4080p. What the hell? That's weird.
Well, why don't you give a little commentary here on your victory run, Metal?
I dodged to the left and back and hoped for the best in a certain rhythm. That's what I did. That's it.
It does seem, judging from the 12 minutes into this stream, you had a bit of the benefit of having taken a break. It's just
taking a break, and well, this is also me with like 400 more damage because I collected items from the ground and put them into the bonfire, and also more defense in general. And I picked up the wondrous physic that gives you like 20% more defense, and then 15% more defense from the Great Shield Talisman. So I just kind of was like, okay, I got to a certain point. I just need more attack and damage reduction so I can just tank through it if I need to be. So that's basically what I did. And then I came back the next day, and I think I did it on my third try or something.
It's often the way of things. It's like
you
take a break and sleep on it, and then you just blitz it the next night because you've had time to, I guess, process what you've learned.
I think a lot of times I just don't want to accept it because I'm stubborn with these games.
I know that feel. We all do.
Whereas every time I just go back and come back, go to bed and then come back the next day. It's like, at least you get a couple of good tries and then you get it on the day.
It looks like you should not be rolling those two middle energy waves, but you're just getting away with it. Like they hit you and then you roll, you know?
I tried sprinting to the right. It never worked, so I just... I don't know,
the second two
something.
catch you if you sprint.
Yeah.
I thought I was supposed to jump, and that worked pretty well for me, but...
Do you see that just now? Like, I'm dodging around her. I don't know why. Like, the camera goes like, oh, you go this way. But it worked somehow.
It's because you want to stay in close to get your punishes in, but...
Yeah. Because Rivers of Blood does not have a lot of range.
Nope.
That's one thing I noticed immediately, because I used Hand of Millennia. That was the weapon, and that had more range, but I just didn't get the job done. The damage cover wasn't good enough.
I don't like the summon sword stuff she does, because specifically the move where she summons them overhead, if she then approaches you and goes into a move, it can be impossible to dodge both, I think.
Yeah, depending on how she times it, you just
I've
need
actually
to
kind of
face
been
tank it.
noticing that, where by the time the swords are at you and you have to dodge, she's at the distance where you're just actually just going to take.
Yep.
Yeah, do they expect
And
you to just
sometimes they can
immediately
cause
sort of
things...
put as much distance between you and her as possible? Is that the idea? Second she does the spell. Yeah, you got it.
The problem is her AI is like inconsistent insofar as sometimes she will
There you
chase
go.
you when you do that, and other times she'll just stand around and let you get the swords out of the way. It's also just not very fun standing around waiting for the swords to shoot out so that you can roll them like once or twice and then get back to fighting.
So here's the thing about me, by the way. This is completely subjective, but you can tell by my non-reaction that I beat her that I did not enjoy this fight overall.
Stone-faced.
Nonplussed.
Yeah, because if there's like really good fights, I remember I was like fucking losing my mind when I beat Orphan of Cause for the first time.
It's funny.
you got to
on
Radahn.
balance- Oh yeah, Radahn.
Oh yeah,
stupid
sorry. I only did
motherfucker.
like 3 streams. So yeah, I fought him like 1.
Oh, you
2,
don't
3,
even
4
want me to
times.
talk about the lore in this DLC, by the way.
Oh, it's fine. I don't care.
Yeah. But like...
Well, so to be fair, you can sort of build it as a. You guys are planning a Metals Forge on this, yes?
Yes, we do. Next week or no? I think Mark said he needed like 2. He wants 2 more weeks, which is fine by me. That gives me time to experiment a little bit. But yeah, that's the idea.
Well, that's
So
a nice
I know-
way to. Oh wait, go ahead.
Just a thing in chat. I know I should stop reading chat, but chatter, I know Melania acts the same way, but the difference is Melania is staggerable, and Melania doesn't have summoned swords that she shoots at you. Okay, so you can actually approach and hit her.
Whoops.
I was going to say it's a good opportunity to sort of segue into talking about what everyone's got coming up and where they can find that wonderful stream where you guys are going to talk in depth about Eldon Wrong, the Shadow of the Erd Tree, with a whole bunch of people who've completed it, possibly even more than once, right?
Yes.
That'd be crazy.
So I guess I'm just gonna start unless someone else wants to go.
Go ahead, Mel. Get right in.
I
Stuck
shall
in.
go ahead. But yeah, Metal's Forge, which will be renamed at some point. We still haven't decided when, because it's not only Metal's Forge anymore. It's also Mark's Forge. So still thinking about what the name might be. I kind of like just the Forge, but I don't know if that's too generic and just gives you weird search things. I know there's like thinking that goes into this. But I don't know.
Well, I mean, you could do it the way we often did it with a lot of these things. See what chat have to offer. See what they think. What name they can
Yeah, chat. Throw some schniz out. Maybe even Twitter them at me or something. I don't know. But yeah, that's it. Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna do a forge on this DLC and maybe just talk about difficulty. Is it too hard? What's going on? I did invite Theo. He hasn't really said yes particularly yet, but
get me in there, coach.
Also, and just for people who are curious, like I said, I'm trying to give them a bit of a reason to go and check it out. You'll talk about the lore in that stream presumably too. Yes.
Lore.
I don't think anyone there. Well, I don't know. I think Mark cares a bit.
Mark is actually pretty savvy with the lore, so if he wants to talk about the lore,
This is Thrunkle, the Silver Knight, and he ate the moon one time, and now his sword is made out of the blood of his sister-in-law.
Oh my!
It looks like Rags is also
it's
very
true.
knowledgeable.
Rags is an expert on Elden Ring. Apparently,
I didn't know Rags was actually.
So Rags, you're obviously invited to the lore
Isn't
discussion.
that cool?
Zanzibar, forgive me.
But yeah, we'll be doing that. But tomorrow, obviously, also a Forge. Tomorrow we do something fun. We're actually going to talk about the Blade movie, the first one. So that's going to be a good time.
It is a cool movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Fringy's going to be there. Actually, got Mr. Meme on the hook. I got him to do a thing, so he's going to be there. And me and Mark are going to be there, obviously. But yeah, I think that's it. I'll be streaming more Eldon Ring. I think I'm like the only one of us who's actually streaming that at the moment. I think Mark did it once, but he was like, "No, I can't concentrate."
Else, right? There's probably some guys out there.
No, like of us, like
yeah, there's probably like one guy out there, maybe.
Yeah, just shut up.
I think Gary's streaming it. He's already beaten Radon.
Oh man, he's so good at video games, damn.
He's level 1.
Just wait till you see the thumbnail.
Does it have a scissor on it?
Obviously.
But yeah, that's been going on.
I feel like we've already kind of given away what's coming.
Been over it.
Hey.
Ongoing video plans have been shelved because I need to do the Elden Ring thing. I feel quite strongly about this right now.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully that's coming down the pipeline. I'm fast tracking it as far as I can, I guess. So don't expect anything particularly soon.
Shit.
Oh yeah, the psycho pressure. Just
I was gonna say I didn't want to interrupt you, but look at that. That's so funny.
Yeah, yeah.
It was a starting
I love
move.
your reaction.
Just the eyebrows go up.
Yeah.
Like,
Radon was mad at you.
That would have been a good clip for the EFAP as well.
Such an over-the-top move. But yeah, that's essentially what I'm up to. And you'll see me on the Forge when Metal does his thing, assuming, the invite stands by that point and we haven't, come to blows or something,
Eldring is good, actually. Fuck you!
Metal is my worst enemy now.
Exposed videos left and right.
Gonna be with Keemstorm soon. Gonna beef it out.
Well, excellent. Little Platoon. I apologize if you found this all very unrelatable because you don't play such peasantry as From Software games, do you? Or do you not?
I do. I have played a bit of Elden Ring. The only one I've ever finished is Armored Core 6, though, but that's because I'm slightly retarded where Gundams are concerned, and I like them. So I played that all the way through. That was great fun.
Oh yeah, was
even
awesome.
if you beat the last boss by exploiting the invisible wall around the arena, which I think is cheating, but nevertheless, it works. It works. Yeah, next up for me, more Acolyte. I'm not sleeping tonight because the next one has to be out today, technically. So
Good
straight
Lord,
from here back to
man.
editing. I know.
The
It's horrible.
sacrifices you make to let the world know how cringe it is. Didn't you know there are children starving?
There are children starving in Africa, and they will carry on starving for as long as it takes me to finish the fucking show. I might send them a $5 once I'm done, though.
The horror. Well, that'll be exciting to watch. You're gonna like release a huge compilation of your excessive, vile hatred of the Acolyte in one huge video at the end, or is that you probably won't be able to for copyright, right? They'll come after you if you do that.
They will. I mean, I might have a go. I don't know how, but like, if every video is 90, it's going to be long because they're all basically averaging like 90 minutes in length at the moment. So we'll see. I'll stick them together and see if I can add anything extra to it, and then probably get bored because of the copyright fight and not. But if I can do that, I might.
Very much fair enough. Appreciate you three joining us, and Gary, of course. Springy, Rags, is there anything you guys would like to talk about before we close out?
Well, I don't play Elden Ring.
Liar, you know all about the lore, dude. So
yeah, you just outed yourself as a lore expert.
What do I do? I play
might as well
Apex
be.
Legends with a mouse and keyboard, so I guess I'm what you'd call a hardcore gamer. But
Damn, you're such a cool gamer.
Can I
have your gamer tag? I can DM you one day.
No, you're not. You just drag us down, me and all my cool friends who play on the mega super streamer level. I got a DM from Dr. Disrespect the other week, so
I'm sorry.
Unless anything bad happens regarding him, we're gonna be yeah, I'm really hitting the big leagues. Yeah, I got some stuff in the works, but I just don't want to say when they're coming out because I'm not exactly sure. But stuff's being worked on.
Stuff do be stuffing.
There you go. Yeah, things are happening.
You know the deal, just working editing Dungeon, working on Acolyte with usually, and then Halo will be coming out after that.
Yes, you folks better appreciate me and Free Sacrifice basically the concept of sleeping to get those out as soon as after they record.
Yeah.
It is a bit of a bitch, not gonna lie.
You sacrificed the concept of sleeping? Does that mean I lose the ability to sleep?
Yes, we made a deal. No one can sleep until we release the videos.
You don't need sleep. There's people dying in Africa or something. I don't know.
And then as for Halo, we shall update you when there are updates to be had. We're getting there. We're getting close to finalizing all of it. That's going to be a fun adventure for you. I swear. It's definitely. Oh, and there are 2 super chat catch-ups on their way out. We, as per usual, very much appreciate the support, and we will get to every last message.
100%.
They're all saved, and we're gonna find some slots to record more for yous, as well as get you some more EFAP movies, war arc fleams, and like I said, TVs. And we are getting pretty damn close to the next anniversary.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
The
we
big
are.
300. The
You've
big
got too many
300.
anniversaries.
Hopefully we can
to
get through
stop.
that, and then it'll be the build up to Halloween, which is going to be a big boy this year.
Oh boy.
Halloween.
Got plenty.
Boy,
planned.
Halloween's great.
I've been enjoying everyone speculating on what franchise we did this time around.
Yeah, it's been
My
fun to
favorite ones
see,
are when
see
they
the
label
guesses.
it and they say like it's obvious it's this one, and then
Yeah, I
clearly
like
wrong.
that. It's
the best.
clearly this one.
Yeah, because I heard them talking about this in this video at this time, and that was when they were recording, so it must be. And then that person cries when they find out it was actually the Leprechaun movies.
They see the thumbnail and they're like, no.
I mean,
Then they get really upset.
to be fair, if we were doing the Leprechaun movies, I think people would be pretty excited.
Yeah.
So,
boy.
thank you all so much for joining us. We appreciate it, and we shall see you on the next thing, whatever it may be. But for now, goodbye.
That's right, everybody. We will
Bye.
see you later. Bye bye.
Bye.
Ah, it's
Oh
Slurpo.
my goodness.
Mike didn't even get that one.
That was a mic
No, I didn't.
destroyer.
A little bit. It picked up something.
Oh, there we go. Now I feel better.
Oh yeah.
One sec. The fucking live page is lagged out.
Oh, no.
It's always funny when it does
banter.
it. It's just like YouTube's like, you're not allowed to leave. And then I'm like, don't make me fucking kill OBS. I can do it on my end. I'll do it. And then it's like, okay, fine. And I'm like, yeah, thank you. Okay, bye everyone.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye
See you
now.
later. Toodaloo.